Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with another stream. What is up, people? What is up? Will I challenge what? Anyways. Dude, Aiden Underworld is here, okay? Aiden Underworld is here, and he still has not gotten a fucking haircut. But yeah, what's up, people? What's up? We have everything today. We have Lyotent. Lucky for me, we also have Tommy C content, which I only found because I happen to be looking at Icy at the right time because some fucking idiot in Icy chat decided, despite me saying it 150 times over, that he should link a potential topic in Icy where it's going to get buried in other messages instead of sending it in my inbox. So, to that guy, he made a mistake, but it's all sorted now. Ali Khan is probably going to have to be banned for the Tommy C segment. Thank you, Soul, for the 5. Aiden, you were dog water at Warzone. I own you, little bro, Aiden. Also, why you been bullying me? Can you address the bullying allegations? Well, I hope I haven't been. If I've been saying things that hurt you, please tell me, Soul. I love you as a friend, and I would never want to hurt you. So if you feel that I'm bullying you, just tell me, man. Just tell me. Anyways. Yeah, so I guess to get us started, we'll start with the Tommy C content. Can you do something about your hair? Yeah, I'll give you a strategy. It's called close your fucking eyes. Okay. I was sent this, okay? I was sent this by a anonymous chatter who happens to be very into this sort of subject matter. He put it in IC chat. He actually didn't send it to me directly. SFTP starts soon. Link in replies. So we've got an image of Bo Blacks doing his Bo Blacks, and we got an image of lyrics and makeup, but one of these is not like the others, folks. One of these is not like the others. For the past, week, an AI account has been making endless, or some fucking AI account that occasionally pops up in the community and spams my replies, has been making non-stop images of me as a woman. And I was just very curious why Tommy would include that in his thumbnail since I'm not involved in this trend he's talking about. But better yet, I asked myself, is there a possibility that somehow Tommy C thinks this is a real image? So I'm curious. I want to check it out.
I would never do this to anybody else, all right?
And apparently it's at the beginning.
What's happening, everybody? Broadcasting live from Florida, Europe. This was Ben Ashley, broadcasting all the known land. I'm Tommy C, the shop of the boy, Genie, and the greatest troll, JFA.
Oh, not JFA, dude. Now we're in trouble.
There you fucking go.
I would hope so.
Do you ever... Thanks
here.
So much. I appreciate it, man, dude. For 22 months.
So from Soul Skibbity, has someone told you not to get it? No. What are you talking about?
You the man. You the man, dude. Here we go.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy.
Are you serious? Is he laughing at 2016 libtard gets owned memes?
Of the left.
Because this is on, and then you sent me this fucking thing, and the fucking lyrics is on. This is so funny.
Hysteria. Actually, I got a clip that went viral 2 days ago.
Did you?
And I think it's going to kind of help me make a point here.
Dude, this is evil to do to me. Very evil.
Oh, wait, actually, this is very useful from Tommy. This is very useful. I didn't realize that lyrics made it onto a 300,000 view video from a guy called Liberal Hive Mind.
No reason to feel bad for this guy. But yeah, okay, I don't want to get too into it, okay? Don't want to get too woke. Don't want to get too woke, but I mean, how much... It's just realistically, man, how much sympathy can you possibly have for someone who actively, spent...
What was wrong with this take? What was wrong with this take? Like, Augie was tweeting this shit out, like, Lyrics, like, said something crazy here. This is, like, a very common take. Charlie Kirk was advocating for really horrible shit that, when implemented, would cause people to lose their lives. Innocent people. Trump's made it no secret that he wants to cut funding everywhere, and when he's cutting funding to fucking life-saving medical research, and you're promoting his presidency, the cuts to that life-saving medical research, the cuts to USAID will kill people, and a lot of them.
His life,
and that's only the tip of the iceberg.
Going to get, like, trying to take away and advocating for basic.
I said this when this happened, okay? I don't think Charlie Kirk deserved to die, okay? His ideas needed to be challenged. Charlie Kirk that the shooting was completely unjustified, completely horrific, and ultimately, the guy that did it, who might be or probably is like some sort of lefty, ultimately hurt our side, right? With that being said, I'm not going to be overly, like, I get not being overly sympathetic to this guy with the shit he advocated for. On a human level, you could be horrified and disgusted at watching a man get his neck blown open, and the fact that he has young kids, etc. It's sad, right? But more than that, like, yeah, you don't need to be, like, he's treated like a fucking, like, saint or a martyr. And no, we're not going to be overly sympathetic to somebody that advocated for some really bad shit.
Human rights.
You don't hear him talking a little more feminine too? You don't hear that, JFA? Because you were talking about it's like behind the scenes.
Maybe in his inflection in his voice.
Yeah, that's deliberate. That's deliberate. It's honestly, it's just queer baiting to me. I mean, and honestly, I don't give a shit.
I agree. Unironically, I agree. I think Lyrics is trans baiting. I think that he's not actually trans. He doesn't identify as trans. I think he's like doing it to like appease like the people in his, to be like, oh my god, Liam's gender bending. Liam's expressing his gender differently. He's like doing it to get brownie points amongst them. I don't think it's like a genuine like stylistic choice. So actually, Tommy, we can agree on this one.
Sounds the same.
Yeah. He's not overdoing. He's not like, okay, fuck Charlie Kirk. I mean, yeah, okay, we got it, but there's still a
flip that, please, Lynn.
Fuck Charlie Kirk.
Okay, well, I don't see that, but I see the whole makeup thing as like he's trying to transbait.
The lines are certainly blurred, though.
No, I'm not saying that every guy
funny.
who puts on makeup is transbaiting. I'm saying knowing like Liam, I don't think this is like a genuine stylistic choice. This was done specifically to get brownie points, once again, with the people of his new audience.
Not go to gay people. Like, he advocated for, like, gay people not being allowed to get married. So, it's, like, realistic, like, after...
He deserves to get shot in the neck. Well, you know, I think...
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. That's not what I said. We can sit here and say he did not deserve to be shot in the neck while also saying our sympathy for him is minimal due to the policies that he advocated for, some of which ultimately could be argued would contribute to deaths like his. Right? Just like, I don't fucking know. I don't know, like a fucking, a goat advocating for lions to be like allowed into the pen, and then the goat gets eaten. Like, you feel bad for the goat, but it's like, I don't really have much sympathy. You knew exactly what was gonna like fucking happen, right? Aiden, yes, dude, I am. I'm Charlie.
I'm not gonna sit there and fucking argue with him, because I just, you know, this is just more evidence to me of the stuff that I've been preaching on this channel forever. It just matter. It's okay, the wave. Yeah.
I realized the second I chose that animal, exactly what you people were gonna do, and I regretted it immediately.
You know, I'm sure he went over to music. I'm sure, I heard he's really successful at it. What do you do? Music reviews? I haven't watched one bit of content, and I'm not trying to say.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Okay, so you do that, you're gonna be a It's okay that you knew about those poor girls being raped and you didn't do anything about it, because it didn't work. We tried to put you in that,
What?
Tried to put you in that little square there. It didn't work out for you.
Liam did what?
Boy, bitch.
Yeah. What do you think, Jeannie? You like his makeup?
What? I mean, he's done it, or his girlfriend did it better than I probably could.
Really?
Because I'm a bit like retarded when it comes to makeup.
Around a lot of gay people, so he's gonna. He's probably not. Like, he's still with a girl. Who gives a fuck? I don't care. He can suck as much to like. What is Chud calling him a phony? I mean, Chud, well, like he's the only one that's allowed to suck cock around here. Is that it?
Oh, I see what's going. Is Tommy gonna be sympathetic to Tommy has a conflict here where Liam's a Wokey and he doesn't want to support a Wokey, but his opposition is Chud Logic, and he doesn't know which one he doesn't know which one to support here.
That's my cock. Chud Logic. Like, who fucking cares? You know, it's just funny. It's funny to look at him. You know, and what do you have to say here? His parents are from the old country or something. I don't think he's too many generations deep.
Because that's been a thing for the longest
before you were
time.
like, oh, don't draw me as Larissa. I don't like it. And now you're seemingly accepting of all these weird freaks.
Yeah, that analogy that he tried to pull where he's like, oh, well, it's the same thing, is like bullshit. Like in the past, the people that were doing it, at least to my knowledge, some of them were being ironic, and the public perception was that everyone who was doing it was being ironic, and he understood this and like it's different when people are actually drawing you this way to legitimately fetishize you and not make a joke at
drawing
your
deranged
expense.
fucking art about you.
Seemingly accepting. Like, I guess
Crowd, only to piss them away when everybody figured out what you're trying to do to Diorio. I mean, like Chud acts like he's above this shit. The only difference between Chud and Liam is the fact that it's just so, like it's on his face. He literally painted it on his face. Chud's got it. Chud's done it too.
True.
because I changed my perspective on
I'm trying to figure out why I'm in the thumbnail.
Off as a troll, I said, "Hey, funny how word spreads when Aiden's in the equation," and he just.
Know anything about this?
Because basically what happened is Aiden was harassing Liam in DMs. Aiden was harassing this poor young man.
Which was just, that's not true, but Queeman loves to exaggerate, because Queeman will one-guy me through his streams. He will just wildly exaggerate situations involving me, because he knows I'm going to respond and get one-guyed. I rang him once. That's harassment now? That's harassment, because I rang him once.
In DMs. And trying to get him on call. To farm him for content, assumedly.
I wasn't live. Once again, I wasn't live. There was no content. I was gonna call into his stream and do a little banter for fun. Okay, I wasn't even sure if he was gonna pick up, but I called anyway. He didn't pick up. That's fine. And then he DMs me, "Why did you call?" later on, and then we have this whole dialogue. $2 from Patrick. Who the girl talking that Tommy is? It's Jeannie, dude.
And Liam said,
Oh yeah,
no.
that's like what he tried to do to me. So,
Is Tommy claiming that I harassed him? Are you serious? We all see the fucking DMs I sent you.
so they're gonna eat Aiden now. JFA, you know anything about this?
Who knows? Aiden does it to himself.
Yeah, he
most of the
does.
time.
Didn't
Everybody
you tell
laughs
me
at
that you were like? Didn't you tell me that you were like trolling him, and he started falling for it so often that like
It didn't
some of
start
them.
Yeah, he was one of those people, he goes in and makes, like, legitimate arguments, and he's like, oh, it was just a troll, man. I was Caloravetla. He was like, it was just a troll, this argument that I've been repeatedly making to nobody.
We're like, come on, knock it off.
Didn't start off as a troll. I said, "Hey, funny how word spreads when Aiden's in the equation," and he just gave me a paragraph and just kept on going. Especially
So it didn't start as a troll. Got it. So the one time I think I interacted with you, no, I think I've talked about this guy twice. Once when he was seething about me in a chat, and then another time, if I remember correctly, when he was in a call with Lio or some shit. That's, so you were making a serious point, and I then responded to that serious point. Your contention is I typed a lot.
after told him to chill out, man. It was just a joke. Take it on the chin, man.
Yeah, I know.
Just kept on.
It was
going.
just a joke?
Yeah,
I don't know what to tell you.
Turn it on. I'm good.
Oh.
Good. Eat him up.
And Aiden goes, gay response. And Liam sent back, like, apparently like an essay being like, you know, why are you
Why is he answering any of these people? You can just tell him to fuck off.
saying, why are you calling things gay?
What are they gonna do? Say like you ran? Like, it doesn't matter. They're all on their own fucking
I'm
island.
not saying I was calling him to banter. He didn't pick up. That was fine. I didn't send him another DM on the matter. Tommy's falling for Queeman's fucking lies and deception about me. Why do you vape now? Why does everybody like? I honestly feel like sometimes like I'm being watched by a bunch of like fucking like middle schoolers. Like, oh my god, a vape? A vape? This very fucking common thing that you can't walk out in public without seeing? why do you even do? I'm not gonna sit here and like explain nicotine to you or how it works or what it does. Okay, there's a lot of articles about that you could read up on.
And now nobody gives a shit what they say. The only part you might be want to concern with is Chud, but that doesn't even get outside the commentary community, which is filled with I don't know, closeted fucking gay boys. They won't come out with it.
A derogatory way. Isn't that kind of hypocritical? Aren't you bisexual and left and all this shit, you know?
Who's bisexual? What was he talking about? JFA, help me. That's why you're here.
I have no clue.
I haven't a clue. I don't watch that guy.
Okay.
Now, that is embarrassing for Liam, I will say. However, Aiden's the same. Aiden is.
Is that embarrassing? Isn't Liam making fucking tons and tons of dough?
Aiden's like that.
Tons and tons is like a total exaggeration.
Aiden gets up
But
on stream.
he's making good income. He's making good income. Absolutely. We're not talking like the Oreo level income. This is Tommy's go-to. Tommy thinks like not being like, he thinks if you have money, you're automatically not cringe.
Choking. Aiden gets up on stream every other day, and he's like, "Well, guys, stop doing N-word towers. You know, it's really disparaging to black people that you do that. Guys, stop making."
I agree with women on this.
Jokes about Indians.
Of course he does. Of course you agree with him on that. Of course you, because I'd imagine you don't have very fond views of black people.
Indians have it rough enough already. Every other day. It's every other fucking day with this guy. Like whatever new racial group he's picked as his pet. He's like, "Oh, no jokes about this group today. No jokes about this group today." And then sometimes he's like,
I pick groups that I discourage jokes about based on whether or not I think those jokes have the potential to like actually spread like legitimate racism, right? So the reason I had people crack down, the reason I cracked down on Indian jokes is because I've already given this speech a million times, but mostly because when the jokes were heating up, it was layered with the bottom tier being like a genuine rise in outright racism against Indians, to the point where I was seeing even figures on the left doing jokes making racist jokes about Indians. They just became like overnight the group that it was just like safe to go after.
you know, he'll just sit there and grandstand about, you know.
And he's another one, though. I mean, yeah, you know, everything he said is 100% correct. But isn't this the same guy that went on and on and on and on and on about Destiny, and then he invited him on something and he got kissed his ass? And then he went back to fucking being a dick. They all do the same thing. They all do it. Chud does it.
What does he talk?
And what they do is that they're all friends.
What does his interactions with Destiny have to do with me not liking N-word towers in my chat?
They all do this backflip floppity shit, and they all try to make the other friends look like hypocrites when they do the same shit that they're doing. It's fucking funny.
He's fucking taking a jab at me. I'm not like sensitive about it. I like how Tommy's go-to instinct when Queeman was saying something of me with a critical connotation, was that I was gonna get eaten alive. That's not what's happening here.
It's hysterical.
Like the notion of like people who are generally cool with each other criticizing each other on stream is like genuinely a foreign concept to people like Tommy, because they're thin-skinned like pussies who just like are not used to anybody they're on good terms with doing something like that.
Cool.
How much you fucking...
Yeah, like everything Queeman said thing is 100% correct.
I don't even think you know what he said, because you related it somehow to his interactions with Destiny.
They act like they're above something they would willingly do and maybe have done.
He's actually a feminist or whatever the fuck. It's like, shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up.
Dude, I have beliefs. I'm not saying I'm above it. I'm just saying I have beliefs. I have like general behavior that I want to encourage or discourage.
So I don't want to hear it from Aiden. I don't want to hear that sort of shit from Aiden, okay? I'm glad Liam is trying to be more...
You don't have to worry about it. I'm moving on to regular internet stuff in a minute, but I did want to get this stuff because they're all dressing like women now and accusing. It's funny to me.
Outspoken. Okay, I'm glad Liam's living his true self.
Me too. Good. Liam Donovan.
Okay, is that it? That was like total non-tent. I don't give a fuck. Drama of the week. Leon Trotsky calls out party secretary Joseph Stalin. Will Stalin respond? Crazy things happening. Crazy things happening. Well, listen, we'll stick a fork in this, or rather an ice pick, and save it for later. This seems like this drama seems like it's heating up. Anyways, apparently there was a debate between Malcolm and Gilded Poo. Gilded Poo takes issue with the fact that, I don't know, just general coverage. I don't even know what his specific contention is, because his initial criticism of my Lio coverage was that I was pretending like old stuff was recent, even though the screenshot he uses to prove this literally has the fucking date on screen that shows it was a year ago. At no point did I pretend it was recent. So then his criticism is that I'm just talking about something that's old. And it's like, we do this shit all the fucking time. We do this shit all the time. I haven't covered it to, this is from another community. I haven't covered it to my audience yet. People do retrospectives all the time, and I want to do retrospectives on this because I'm interested in it. So my assumption would be, my inference would be, his issue is literally just me covering Lio Convoy's wrongdoings, because I don't think he's like invoked like a specific point about what I've done wrong in the course of my coverage. And if he takes issue with any of it, as always, Gilded Poo is welcome to call in. But it seems like there's a lot of overlap between the issues he has with me and the issues he has with Malcolm. Now, I don't watch a lot of Malcolm's coverage. Malcolm and myself, Malcolm seems cool. Malcolm and myself have exchanged information about Lio. We overlap on this coverage heavily. Okay, I know that some of Malcolm's people watch me because they're just interested in the Lio stuff. I don't know the specifics of what points he has or hasn't made. I'm not, obviously, if I disagree with the point that Malcolm has made, I will call it out. But let's take a look at this debate with Malcolm and Gilded Poo.
Okay, let me switch this over, guys, and then I'm gonna get, because I still am not smart enough, because, whatever. Who are you talking to?
He primarily, well, no, I think Lio would be a groomer under the hyper-formal sense, but I avoid using that word because I think when you're using that word in a non-sexual context involving online drama, it can be unnecessarily misleading. And normally I would not care about any bad faith act against Lio, but I think that we just have so much good criticism against him, it's unnecessary. I think grooming would be a good word used to describe how he befriends and takes in the people he does, but I don't think there's like a sexual goal.
Who are you talking to? Who are we talking to, guys? Who's just talking right now? So here you go. Read, god darn it. Gosh dang it. Gosh diddle.
I'm also told that Gilded Poo, because he is he literally is one of those people that thinks just being edgy equates to automatically being funny, drops the N-word. I need to say before this, I'm watching this for critical purposes. I do not agree with anything that is stated here unless I explicitly state that I do. So if the N-word is dropped, YouTube, it is not on my end. I'm watching this critically.
Really darn it. Fucking read, bitch. Okay. Alright, I'm calm, collected. I have my bush, my non-alcoholic bush. Call me the Twin Towers the way I go down for some non-alcoholic bush, you guys. Let's go. Alright. Yellow, yellow.
What's up?
What's crack-a-lackin'? Can you talk again? You're just a little bit quiet. I don't know if that's me or you.
Talking words and stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna boost you just like a smidgen. Okay, that should be good. Perfect.
What about now?
That's so beautiful. I can hear you loud and clear, and it's bringing so much joy into my life and my heart.
Good.
Good.
I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, dude. How you doing?
Are you really gonna well, the content, how long is the debate? If it gets boring, I'm gonna stop watching it. Okay, this looks like this went on for a fucking forever. I mean, if it's non-tent, we're gonna skip it. I'm not spending an hour on this.
I'm doing great.
Good. You know, just living life, man. Live laugh, letting. You know how it goes. You know how it goes.
I'll turn off the Call of Duty music. One sec.
I think it was on Saturday or whatever when we were talking on Twitter, so I went back and I just refreshed my memory. Was there anything in particular that you wanted to start with, or do you want to just kind of go down the list of things that we talked about?
Yeah, a couple things actually. Yeah. So I guess I can start with a question.
Let's do it.
Taking notes. Taking notes? Destiny skinwalking? Taking notes? Hold on, let me turn that down. Destiny skinwalking in action?
That Lyo has been exploitative in any of his interactions with the individuals such as Jordan/Minhart.
I would say yes, but I don't think that you're going to agree with my interpretation, because when you say exploitative, I imagine that you mean either in a sexual way or either in a financial way. But I would factor into that.
Was this person not being exploited for content when they were brought into a call live on the air? Unless I have Jordan confused with somebody else. So once again, if I'm recalling something, do not take it as a reiteration of a fact, but rather me attempting to discern what is fact and what is fiction. Is Jordan not the person that when they were 17 years old, Lyo Convoy, on a live stream with his two buds, one of which themselves was apparently some sort of predator named Vita, brought Jordan's, who he believed and who it seems like was Jordan's groomer, Jordan being 17 at the time, into an on-stream conversation with Jordan present and in the call. And he reviewed Jordan's grooming allegations or the story involving the grooming with Jordan present in the call. Could it not be argued that that was exploitative for the sake of content? It probably wasn't in this person's best interest mentally to be subjected to this. Could that not be argued?
Well, emotional exploitation, where you're getting a need met from somebody, even if they're at the expense of that individual, is how I would look at that situation.
Would you also describe it as, would you say there was any coercion in there or predatory behavior?
Yes, I don't know if I would use... Coercion's kind of a tricky word, because I feel like coercion a lot of the time is really overt, but I don't think it was direct, right? I don't think that was an ongoing kind of prying thing, over a period of time. I think it was just kind of normalizing to the idea of eventually moving in. Does that make sense?
Well, maybe, but we'll get into that in a minute. But my second question here is, because this is something we talked about on Twitter, and I said your definition of grooming sucks. So what is that definition of grooming that you're using?
I would use the textbook definition of grooming, which is to prepare someone to fill a role or a task, and it can be in sexual context or in non-sexual context. So the non-sexual context that it's typically used in is for people that use disadvantaged youth to get drug mules for them.
Yes,
they're kind of grooming them.
Malcolm is correct. That is how it's used. There are some cases where grooming seems to be the best descriptor in a non-sexual context. I try to avoid using it in drama, in a drama-related context in general, because I think it can be misleading and provide an easy line of attack against you based on how we use it online. When there are so many other good, solid points, things you can call him.
Normalizing this behavior, taking advantage of or exploiting their situation of being, financially destitute or have no other options to make money, and they take advantage of that and kind of groom them into a position where they are comfortable doing illegal actions in order to make money, or other examples are grooming somebody for a position in a job or a company, things like that.
Malcolm, is this genuinely too fast? Okay.
So the immediate issue that we're going to have here is the definition of grooming that you're using actually...
By the way, if you guys support the stream, as always, you could help us out through Streamlabs, Super Chat. Thank you, ZM Punk with the 5. Hello. Sorry, I think I missed one dono. No, I got all of them except you, ZM Punk. Thank you guys so much. If you support the stream, you can help us out.
Doesn't
also like up
the allegations that you're levying towards Lyo. These two things don't mix at all. Okay. So the definition of grooming you're using is a definition of grooming that was solely reserved for positive actions, such as a teacher or a life coach or a Boy Scout leader. That definition of grooming that you used is, to put it in another way, the person is grooming an individual.
I just don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. It doesn't necessarily have to have let's say you have Evil Corp, okay, Evil Corp, and some guy has been preparing and kind of influencing his son to take his place as CEO when he dies. We all agree that assuming the role of leader of this company is a bad thing. You could still say that the guy was grooming his son to become the next CEO. I don't think grooming, when using that context, has to have positive connotations at all. I guess in that for the son, it would... Okay, that's disingenuous, because I think for the son, you could argue that that's positive. Hold on. The practice of preparing or training... So grooming is a word that has multiple definitions, like many words do. So the practice per... What dictionary is Google citing? Per Oxford Languages, the practice of brushing and cleaning the coat of a horse, dog, or other animal, obviously. The practice of preparing or training someone for a particular purpose or activity. The action of attempting to form a relationship with a child or a young person with the intention of sexually assaulting them or inducing them to commit an illegal act, such as selling drugs or joining a terrorist organization. So, for number 2, the grooming doesn't have to have positive connotations per Oxford Languages. Right? Number 2 would work. The problem is we almost always use grooming online to refer to definition number 3, so I think it would be a little misleading. I wouldn't personally use it. That doesn't mean Malcolm lied or that the usage of the definition was incorrect. It's just not what I would personally do.
For the benefit of the individual being groomed.
Not necessarily no, because the example that I use would be somebody grooming somebody for doing illegal actions.
Yes, which automatically violates the definition.
No,
No, that fits definition number 3, but I think Malcolm's usage would better fit definition number 2.
Definition as well.
It's not, because the definition that other people that are using online that you refer to as internet bullshit, that definition that you're talking about there is actually a definition that's used not just for sexual context, but for like terrorism and grooming people into other actions.
Sure.
But that's not the definition you were using. The definition that everybody, the definition, this is the point, okay? The definition that everybody else is using is the...
Well, Malcolm just explicitly clarified what definition he was using. So you can't argue that's not the definition you're using. What you could argue is that you're using this term to obfuscate. You want people to, you're using it technically correctly under definition number 2, whilst knowing that everyone interprets it in the light of definition number 3 online, and your specific usage and choice of that word is meant to mislead them into thinking that Lio has committed some sexual grievance against a child. If I was Gilded Poo, that's how I would debate it. Unfortunately, Gilded Poo is like a fucking drooling idiot that can't argue for shit.
Inverse of what you are using.
Well, no, because you're going to appeal to colloquialisms, and that this is the common vernacular used online. It is a colloquial definition, because when you use it online, there's a specific connotation or implication with it that is a colloquial meaning.
This definition was
give me
founded, was
give
come
me
up
one
with by law
second.
enforcement in like the 70s and 80s.
Malcolm.
It was originally called child seduction, and it wasn't until later that turned into grooming, because child seduction sounds bad.
Well, sure, and the legal definition of that is corruption of a minor, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm using the definition like you described, like preparing somebody for a task with a negative connotation. Cults use this tactic, drug dealers use this tactic, things like that. That's
but the definition, but whenever you say for a task or role, that definition has always been reserved for people like school teachers and shit like that. That's always what that was for. That, in fact, whenever that word was initially being used, it wouldn't be uncommon to hear somebody say, for example, our teachers are grooming your children for success, right? That's what the context of that was for.
Sure, but that context is different now.
All right,
that context isn't different now. They just created another definition.
Malcolm, you can DMCA me if you want. My bad. I'm literally Hassan.
That's the inverse of that.
What do they call it when teachers are teaching children in a quote-unquote indoctrinary fashion?
So the argument shouldn't be at this point whether or not Malcolm's usage of the word was incorrect, because it wasn't, right? Technically and under the definition of the word, Malcolm's usage was correct. The argument should be about whether or not the usage of that word is misleading, whether or not Malcolm did so knowingly, and whether or not he should continue using that word. I personally don't give a fuck that Malcolm is using it. I just wouldn't personally use it. But if I was Gilded Poo and I did give a fuck, that's how I would be going about debating Malcolm right now.
About like gender ideology. They call them child groomers because they are grooming them into gender ideology.
Is this what the whole debate is about, though? Because I don't particularly care.
To say these are emotionally damaged young people moving in with somebody who claims that they can help him or help them, whichever one it may be. Moves to a different state, new people.
I'm centered now. Sorry. All right, should we keep watching this, or should we get into what has been described as one of the worst Lio convoy calls that I somehow missed and forgot to cover? Oh, okay, we should keep watching it? Okay, I got it.
Doesn't work out them, whichever one it may be. Moves to a different state, new, incredible.
Could or couldn't. I'm asking what the bad thing is. Like, so
yeah,
like,
using minors as like honeypots for pedophiles. And then also using it to fulfill some kind of an emotional need as far as the found family is concerned at the expense of that individual.
So two things. Well, I'll get into the thing with the honeypotting later, but my second question is, how was it at the expense of the individual?
Because every single person that moved in with Lio as a part of his found family, like gay fucking harem, is worse off for it.
How so?
Jordan was literally homeless in a state that they were not from, had no money, didn't even graduate high school, to my understanding. Everybody else that has lived with Lio has incredibly negative things to say. These are emotionally damaged young people moving in with somebody who claims that they can help him or help them, whichever one it may be. Moves to a different state, new people. doesn't work out for whatever reason, abandoned, raped, homeless, on the side of the street, shaking a fucking cup because this guy decided that it was a good idea for him to play.
Yeah, Lio presents himself as an authoritative figure that can help people. He's come to some with like a, I don't want to say fatherly, he's the people he's outright adopted, like a fatherly role. Others, it's like kind of subtle, but he comes in as somebody that can help or can like morally arbitrate situations, and even as like a predator hunter. And the question is, what has Lio ever done that was good? What accomplishments does Lio have to his name? What has Lio actually succeeded in doing? Has he actually helped make anyone's life better in the long term? Has he actually gotten a predator caught? Probably not, because what Lio's indicated is, let's say he hasn't actually done anything that was good. Okay, well, he might have knowledge that makes him useful to bring in to explain a situation or involve himself in a situation. The problem with that is he doesn't. Lio doesn't understand how grooming works. This was evident when he was blaming a 17-year-old for, while they were actively, someone who was 18, but at the time they were 17, they sent their groomer the Discord tag of one of their friends so the groomer could play games with them while the 17-year-old was being groomed. Lio blamed them for this, which shows a fundamental misunderstanding of what grooming in a sexual context is intended to do. Obviously, if you're a child actively being groomed, you don't necessarily view the person grooming you as this bad, scary, evil monster that they are. That's why the grooming is used. So you wouldn't, based on what you know at the time, you wouldn't have any moral contention with telling this person your friend's name or giving them their Discord tag. Lio blaming and berating this victim showed a fundamental misunderstanding of how grooming works. Lio does not even understand how hospitals work because he read somebody's objective medical diagnosis of hypokalemia and they had, due to an Advil overdose, and he denied it. He said you could walk in and tell them anything in regards to a listed diagnosis on medical records, which is confirmed by a blood test.
A wayward home for rape Discord kids and not be able to help them in any kind of meaningful way.
So not only does Lio have no accomplishments, he's also so fucking stupid that it's like dangerous when he involves himself in anything of consequence.
Couple things. One, I'm pretty sure she wasn't homeless. I've never heard that. I've talked to Jordan. That never came up. So I don't know where that's coming from.
Where did Jordan go then?
Number two, away. I don't remember. I don't remember where she went, but she wasn't in a street holding a cup.
Okay, that's obviously very high.
That's not what homelessness doesn't always mean. You're in a street holding a cup.
She had a job. Okay.
It could be people who like are couch surfing, hopping from house to house, living out of their car.
Okay. Which was commissioning art, correct?
No, she actually got like an actual job
in Texas that Jordan never went to by Lio's own admission because Jordan wanted to Uber everywhere.
Lio took forever she took forever to get said job. He had to force her to get a job, but yeah, she did get a job. Secondly, more importantly, I would argue that being homeless is a better alternative than what she claims her life was like where she was living.
She wouldn't have been homeless if this situation wasn't contrived from the start, because it was contrived.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, what do you think that Jordan would be?
Not only do I not agree with that, neither does Jordan.
I don't give a fuck what Jordan agrees.
They keep citing the people that Lio has known and spoken to, and they're people. In many cases, Lio's known since they were a kid. They keep citing the opinion of those people on Lio today to back their argument. We don't know what those people are like today. We don't know. Well, I guess if you talk to them, you know. We don't know what social influences are affecting them. We don't know what Lio has said to them. In cases like this where you're assessing moral wrongs committed against another person, how the person feels is not going to be relevant to your ultimate moral judgment. What will be relevant is looking at the objective facts of what has occurred and that person's statement of the facts that have occurred and assessing what that means yourself. Just because there are people who get beaten by their husband every fucking night and they don't think he's abusive. They think he's a good guy. How they feel to me is going to be irrelevant if I know that he's fucking beating them. I know he's abusive.
Because when you're in the thick of it, can you see the other side of that coin, or are you locked into your own perceptions and experiences.
No, not that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying Jordan wouldn't agree with she wouldn't have been homeless because she would have been homeless.
I don't care.
If you don't know the backstory, you're making a lot of allegations. Yeah, the backstory is her mother was neglectful and abusive and was allowing her to be groped in her sleep. That's a better result.
So she's already vulnerable. She's already a victim of sexual abuse. And when Lio knows her backstory, etc., and then knows this is now occurring again online, she's being groomed online, which Lio believed, he thinks it's a good idea to have her on stream with her groomer.
The way that it has always been...
Someone he knows already has a history of being sexually abused. He thinks it's going to be a good idea to have their groomer talk to them on stream and go over their grooming allegations with them in the fucking call. This is a guy who has a lot of empathy and understanding of people who have been through sexual abuse. Of course.
Described is that the night that the boyfriend or whatever was coming back or whatever, where everybody was like, I have a great idea, record it. When that was going on, it was that the mom was just letting the boyfriend come back to get his shit and then leave. Is that
allegedly.
Is that allegedly? Okay, so...
The problem with that story...
Yeah, there was a group call where Lio heard that this minor was being sexually abused, and somebody suggested the idea of filming the abuse as evidence, which would, first of all, be CSAM. Second of all, if you're doing a sting on somebody, which you shouldn't be doing as a civilian, it should never involve a real child, and it should never end with that child being sexually abused again, okay? And then furthermore, so this idea was proposed, and everyone's like, oh, well, Lio didn't propose it. He didn't immediately shut it down either. There was genuine consideration of this in the call.
Story is that story flip-flops back and forth. So what she told me is different from what she's told other people. So, like,
okay, so if Jordan's an unreliable narrator, why should I believe anything they were telling it? Why should I believe Jordan?
Wait, so then why is Gilded Poo using her as a frame of reference to refute what Malcolm is saying?
On anything then, why should I not just look at the facts of what's been presented? Okay,
yeah,
and that's what I've been
We don't need to. We don't need to.
Yeah, even the facts of the situation are tainted by the unreliable narrator.
Okay, then why are you citing Jordan's retelling of events?
He always he's like, you weren't there, you don't know. He resorts this like infinite knowledge he has on the situation, something that we're apparently missing. But he never, ever, ever invokes or cites specific facts that would actually challenge or change any opinion given by me or Malcolm.
To justify and bolster your argument, but to diminish mine.
Because you're the one that's taking Jordan's side in this in order to find.
I'm not taking anyone's side. You said yourself that Jordan would disagree with me. Why is Jordan's retelling bolstering your arguments but dismissing mine?
Because by Jordan's own reasoning, the justification for moving was to get away from an abusive household. That's what she told Lio. That was Lio's motivation in the first place. She was also claiming to be suicidal, which was also part of Lio's motivation in the first place.
None of that justifies moving a teenager in with you that you met on the fucking internet.
Why? I mean, it's still a better alternative to living in an allegedly abusive household.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a good idea in hindsight. I'm not really gonna. If Lio knows that there's a kid that is being sexually abused, and like I think it's like, yeah, like weird, and you're dumb for doing it. But I don't think that Lio is necessarily like a groomer or anything for wanting to get them out of that situation if the parents are willing, right? And you could say, oh well, why don't they just go into foster care? Well, if you know anything about the fucking system, right? Many times, it's not all rainbows and sunshine, and in many cases, especially if it's like an older child or whatever, you end up with you might not get adopted, you age out, and God knows what happens after that. I don't think he should have done it. Obviously, he's not qualified, he's not prepared. It's a weird dynamic. He's in no position to do it. Simultaneously, I'm not really going to use that as like a major fault against them.
Allegedly, you don't even know if that's true. Jordan could have just been lying about it. So.
I don't. Like, then that would make Lio a retard, wouldn't it?
I think that we're already there. I think we crossed that bridge like, what, 6 years ago, 7 years ago?
When he literally when he thinks that you can go... Lio legitimately, under his own stated logic, would believe that you can go into a hospital with no medical records, no testing, no confirmation, tell the doctor you have fucking cancer, and they'll put it in your medical records that you have cancer. Lio, what is the point of a doctor if you could just fucking diagnose yourself?
I think we're already on the other side.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. He's absolutely retarded. Facts. So, but the thing is that he put no thought into whether or not she was lying to him, which, by the way, she was on multiple... Dude, did you know that whenever I interviewed her, she couldn't even tell me after living there for 2 years what Lio did for a living? She said it had something to do with driving a truck. Funny enough, the truck that he drove for work has the name of where he works for a living on it.
Thank you for telling us this. Can we add that to the file, guys? Can we add that to our Thomas file?
Living there 2 years, she couldn't tell me what he did for a living. And everybody is just taking her word for even half of this. So, yeah, like, including Lio. So...
Lio faking a job? Somebody lived with him for a considerable period of time and they don't even know what the fuck he does for work? Lio lying about having a job? Question mark? Doesn't work? Question mark? Interesting.
But yeah, like, no, like, this whole thing is complete bullshit. The reality of the situation, by the way, is that, actually, real quick, have you been in any predator hunter communities ever?
Predator, he does not get to call himself. What predators has Lio ever hunted? What predators has Lio ever hunted? Or not, sorry, not hunted. Ever, like, actually stopped or like, successfully gotten arrested? Or you should never be, unironically, you should never be allowed to call yourself a, sorry, take back the hunted. He has tried to hunt people, of course. You should never get to label yourself a predator hunter until you've actually gotten a predator caught.
Extended period of time.
What do you, like the ones like online and shit? Fuck no, dude.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So, if you've...
And the thing about people, there are two types of people. There are people that actually go through the process the correct way, hunt predators. They get the benefit of added content from doing it and money and likes and approval. But these are people that genuinely want to put an end, like all of us, I would hope, to child sexual exploitation and abuse. Then there's this new trend coming on of complete fucking like narcissists, people that like want to have power or like be cool, making this their whole personality in life. Okay, that I'm a predator catcher. I hunt predators, and it's not even about it's about like owning the fucking predator that they're hunting and like getting like cool clips or getting like social approval. It's not actually about helping victims or stopping further abuse. Lio strikes me as somebody that would only hunt predators so he could confront them and yell at them rather than somebody that actually gives a fuck about victims. And that's not just like, I'm not just pulling that out of my ass. Nobody who ever claimed to give a fuck about victims would yell at somebody for, essentially, he yelled at somebody for, in essence, being groomed as a child, right? Because groomers groom to ingratiate themselves to the minor victim, and the minor did a behavior that is appropriate and consistent with somebody who they don't view as a threat anymore, or if at all, right? And Lio goes and berates them for that. He also is willing to get a victim on live stream while she is still a minor to have her groomer on. Lio doesn't care about victims.
Not been in those, you wouldn't understand.
$5 from G's. Which type are you, Aiden? I don't hunt predators. $5 from Soul Skibbity. Why would Lio fake truck driving? This is messed up. The real truckers of the world don't watch ACC slop. Class action lawsuit? Question mark.
The dynamic that goes on is you have a bunch of people LARPing as victims. Whether they actually are or not doesn't really matter. They're obsessed with their own victimhood status, and they go
you're describing
in there,
like all the ACC. Yeah,
I am. Yes. And
this is the other psyop that they do. Lio is somebody that is very fucking easy to hate, and by his nature, he's on accountability calls with some people who are genuine spurgs, who will genuinely falsely portray themselves as victims, okay? That's just bound to happen when you are somebody that is hated by such a large amount of... Dude, I'm trash. By such a large amount of people because you were just so fucking easy to hate. What people like Gilded are doing and what people like Lio are doing is they are taking like the spurgs who have like questionable criticism against Lio or genuinely weren't wronged by him, taking those spurgs which are, by the way, the only critical people of Lio that he is willing to talk to, and then pretending as if that is a accurate representation of his entire fucking like hater base. People like Tectone do this. It's the most disingenuous strategy ever. Hey, look at like this large pool of people who don't like something. Well, hey, some people amongst this large pool of people are fucking weird. Therefore, everyone is weird. It's like a fucking hasty generalization, or what, composition fallacy. And Lio has repeatedly done this. In fact, he did it yesterday, and it is like insanely fucking disingenuous and just makes you look like a pussy.
What happens is they go in there and they try to garner as much attention as possible from whoever the figureheads of the server are.
Oh.
So in other words, like you brought up the honeypot earlier. I don't think it was a honeypot. What I think...
He did this... Yeah, I saw it on Twitter. And then I'll check his community tab. Hold on. Better yet. Better yet, why don't we hear it from the lion's jaws themselves, I should say. Oh my god, why is this guy always retweeting and tweeting a bunch of fucking bullshit? Toys, guys, I'm an adult that plays with toys. Hold on. Last year, one of my many deranged obsessors ran around interviewing victims of mine. Freaks I've called out. That channel got terminated, so his lolicon/kid-loving friend Carmen Ryder re-uploaded them. Is there evidence that Carmen Ryder loves kids? And also, if the person re-uploading this shit loves kids, that's actually irrelevant to the contents of the video if they're archival. The video will stand for itself. The person that re-uploaded it could be a horrible person. I'll even grant you that. But Lio feels the need to try and, like, link every, like, anyone who opposes him to some shit involving kids all the time. He said that I defend a 15-year-old sending CSAM. I defend that act. That's what he said. That is a fucking lie. That is a lie. Just to be clear. He needs to, if someone's criticizing him, I guess to, like, help him cope, he needs to figure out any way that he could, like, link them to something with kids. So he goes and, like, I don't know, like, if you're criticizing him, it's like, oh, well, this guy's, like, friend's, like, fucking cousin, sister's uncle once, like, defended someone who made an argument once about another guy who later on, like, did something with kids or some shit. And it's like, this is because he can't attack criticism on substance, because first of all, a lot of it is correct. Second of all, he's a fucking retard. While other people may find some amusement/joy in this, I can't say I do. No, of course you do. I'd like my detractors to actually be normal and not either flatly insane freaks or kid touchers, and there's been way too many of those. Please just be normal instead of hurting kids. You literally brought a kid around a groomer. Yeah, so this is your remorseful changed Lio convoy. If Lio actually understood the gravity and the wrong nature of what he did with Rosa, he would literally have no problem with people who fucking despise him and hate his guts. He would understand that that's what he deserves. He can block them. He can, like, want to, if that's all they're commenting. Let's say he hypothetically did change. Like, I'm trying to think, what if I did what Lio Convoy did right now? I would be disgusted with and fucking horrified with myself. I would probably no longer continue to have a platform online, right? And furthermore, I wouldn't blame anybody who wouldn't want to be friends with me anymore or talk to me or be cool with me or anyone who actively wanted to hate on me as a result of this.
Happened is that she was going around on her own volition, baiting men into being, well, they were already suspect people anyway. And
why would you use that to your advantage as the adult in the situation then? If you knew that a child was doing this,
I don't think he was using it. He wasn't using it to his advantage. In fact, he complained at her for this happening.
How late are you? We haven't looked at the call yet. We're
That's
just
really
watching Malcolm debate. Gilded Poo.
Interesting, because I've watched the Ichabod call like more than I would like to admit, because because everybody and their mom has questions about it. Saying, like, one, having Jordan be present in that call is ridiculous. At a later date, Lio actually said that it was inappropriate for, you know, victims to even confront their abusers.
Correct.
Yes, and anybody who has a this isn't, okay, this is the thing about Lio's mistakes too. It's not just that his mistakes show failing in character, it shows things that you can't, like, logically deduce or learn. Things that are intuitive, things that are innate. Like, Lio was talking to that person after the Rosa call, who he also wanted to confront. Was it this Raven person? Or whatever, and he, like, needs to start asking this person, like, whether or not they're literally under a conservatorship to know if he can proceed in talking to them, as if someone in that circumstance you couldn't just talk to and figure out that it's probably not appropriate to do a confrontation with them to begin with, like it was with Rosa. Rosa didn't need to be under a conservatorship for that entire exchange to be viewed as wrong. You could just talk to her for 5 fucking seconds and figure that out. Apparently, this fat fucking idiot couldn't, right? And that's not something you can learn. That's not something you can learn. To most people, to normal people, it's intuitive. This is a mentally vulnerable person who probably doesn't even fucking understand the full gravity of what's going on. Let me not gang up on and confront this person for 4 hours. He should have got that with the autistic kid whose fucking parents he spoke to, right? He should have gotten that in both those situations just by merely talking to these people, but he couldn't. He couldn't because he lacks something that is innate to being a normal fucking human being. He's a moron. He's a moron in a way where you can't learn anything that's going to save you from wildly fucking up when put in a position of power or dealing with anything of consequence or significance. Sorry, this guy should just be doing toy reviews.
Excuse me, even though he facilitated that. He also knew that Ichabod would join the call if Jordan was there. So that's part of it as well. And that he kept close company with Jordan as young as, 13 years old, because that's when the Grizzly incident happened. So the whole thing, like, top to bottom, is just, like, total fucking brain rot. Like, it doesn't matter if it, because a lot of people will use, like, it was dumb, it was stupid, whatever. It was malicious. This is an adult man who knows better than to put somebody in this compromising situation. And
that's the thing. That is honestly the thing. I don't think he does. I think when you logically lay it out to me, he understands this was wrong, but in the moment, like, the fact that he couldn't just fucking... Actually, I wouldn't say that. I think he probably knew with the Jordan shit. He just didn't grant it much significance because he doesn't give a fuck about victims. He does not care about victims. If he's confronting it will be about him. Someone like him would do, like, predator confrontations and catching to make it about him. Lio doesn't care about victims, and that's why he didn't consider that and didn't think twice about it. But shit, like with the Roses stuff, he legitimately, like, couldn't fucking tell that this person is, like, so disabled that you shouldn't be, like, you should not be confronting them like this for Discord moderation. And you probably... First of all, shouldn't be having this person in your server at all, nevertheless doing a 4-hour verbal abuse session against them.
As I said to you, we have had so many opportunities to correct this behavior, yet it persists. That is the criticism. It's a pattern of behavior.
Wait, hold on. It persists? Has he had another minor since then in a call confronting an adult?
If that's what you're focusing on, that specific piece, no.
Every specific facet needs to align for these people to accept Lio hasn't changed. Even though we can point to situations where it's, like, very evident that Lio still remains reckless with information, is outright malicious, and continues to bully mentally vulnerable people for his own fucking satisfaction while being a giant fat pussy. Okay, we know, because he's given it away on streams, and I'm pretty sure if you go to the YouTube comments section, he's argued with people that have talked about the Rosa shit. We know he still provides, like, soft justifications for what occurred with Rosa in private. Anyone who knew him privately in, like, the last year that isn't talking to him anymore will attest to or vouch to that. The fact of the matter is, although these situations that are occurring are not identical to the old situations, the motives indicate it's the same, it's of the same nature, and it's the same type of person doing it, and it's not somebody that feels legitimate or genuine remorse for his prior acts.
Does he continue as a 40-year-old man to engage in 1, these spaces, 2, with minors, and 3, at the expense of the minor?
Like,
yes.
the only way these people will ever fucking accept that this guy has not changed is if he literally, like, reopens the Senate Discord server, finds, like, some, like, grocery store worker with Down syndrome and does a 5-hour accountability call with them. That is the only way they will accept that Lio Convoy has not changed.
Absolutely.
I don't... What expense of what minor?
Any minor that he engages with.
We'll get into that later because I don't even agree with that at all. But what I would point out here is that regardless of whether or not regardless of whether or not he's stupid enough to allow the minor to confront her own alleged groomer, it doesn't really take away from the point that Jordan absolutely enjoyed every moment of being there.
Who gives
The kid liked it. The kid liked it. It doesn't matter. You know what... It doesn't... First of all, I would never grant that. Second of all, okay? You know that this is not in the kid's best interest, it's in yours. Okay, given what it's risking, given what you know about this person, any fucking adult, nevertheless an adult that claims to be or pretends to be some authority on like victimization, predation, etc., would ever allow or entertain, or he would never allow something like this to happen. It is insane to say that because the fucking minor enjoyed it, this should have continued. It was absolutely exploitative. It was absolutely done at the minor's expense. It was absolutely risking their mental well-being. And I don't even believe you when you say, oh, they enjoyed it. They liked it. They liked every minute of it. Because when you listen to the call, unless there were like parts that I missed, Jordan sounds fucking uncomfortable.
Fuck, it's a 17-year-old. It's a child. You as the adult in the situation are responsible.
Gilded, the child enjoyed it, and quotation mark poo, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't fucking care. When I was 16 years old, I wanted to do smack real bad. It is the responsibility of the adults around me to stop me, not encourage that behavior.
I agree, but the problem that you're having here is you're accusing him of intentionally and willfully using her as a honeypot.
Yes.
When that doesn't fit the facts.
It does. Otherwise, he wouldn't have continued to engage with it.
He literally, that whole call opens with him.
I don't know if I'd make the argument he used her as a honeypot. I'd say he exploited her victimization for content and put her in a situation that shows a complete disregard for the welfare of a child victim of some sexual misdoing. I don't think he used her as a honeypot. I think that there was a moment where he genuinely considered it in regards to the idea of having her film her abuse. But I wouldn't make the argument that Thomas actually had her participate in a honeypot unless there's some information I'm missing. So I'm probably going to disagree with Malcolm on this point. We don't need to, there's just arguments against Lio that are so solid, that are bad enough, that I don't need to, go and take it to the next step to get, a fucking own on this guy.
Complaining about
why participate? Participation is complacence with the act.
Because he's a retard.
That doesn't
that
doesn't work.
Unless you have evidence of actual malicious, he sitting around going, he, this will be great content, guys. I got another guy here.
If the threshold for you is that you need a DM or a recording of Lio saying, yeah.
But otherwise, I'd say Malcolm's doing pretty good. Otherwise.
Yes, I am intentionally doing this because I'm a fucking asshole and an evil person and I hate children and I love people getting raped, then we're never going to meet that threshold. So we can just move on.
But here's the other issue. Your threshold sucks.
I
don't care.
Your
threshold sucks is you're looking at the outcome of what occurred.
No, I'm looking at the behavior.
Didn't this guy literally just try to use the argument that Jordan loved every minute of it, which I would assume is based on a fucking hindsight interpretation, because Jordan does not seem is Jordan a guy or a girl? I actually don't. Jordan does not seem like they were enjoying any minute of that when the call was occurring.
At the outcome and inferring intent from that.
Wrong.
Which I totally disagree with.
Well, that's how you have to infer. You have to infer intent.
You do.
Yes.
You do. But you have to infer, and you can't look at otherwise just happenstance consequences and then infer intent from consequences.
You can infer intent when a rational actor, i.e. the adult in the situation, is complacent in and facilitates these actions repeatedly. Yes, I will infer intent into that. Any reasonable person...
I'm giving up.
...would.
Yeah, I don't think the intent is, oh gee, golly gosh, I have a honeypot, guys.
Malcolm only said that because Lio supposedly knew Ichabod would join the call if Jordan was there. That's why Malcolm thinks Lio used Jordan as a honeypot. Well, I don't think they were intending to have Ichabod get in the call to then go and groom Jordan. Or, I think honeypot implies, I think honeypot would imply, they're using her at the risk of, some sexual, someone sexually pursuing her to catch that person, right? I wouldn't use the term honeypot there. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please help us out. Like up, sub up, You can tip through Streamlabs and Super Chat. If we hit goal on this stream, I will, on the next stream, drink a raw egg.
Yay.
So
I don't think that was the
So we're
intent.
backtracking again.
Extremely goal.
Because let's like recenter on that point right there. If we are inferring intent, complacency in an action speaks to intent. When the person who is the reasonable actor, which is the adult in that situation, is complacent in helping facilitate the interaction and does not stop it or say no, that denotes intent.
That denotes intent. That doesn't denote maliciousness.
It does, because we know what the outcome of that situation is going to be. Yes.
Now, actually, I think he's just insane and stupid. What's the saying go? Why attribute to malice what is more easily explained with stupidity?
Because he's a 40-year-old.
Was that Occam's razor? Does he not know what? Hold on. Did I just use the wrong one? No, not Occam's razor. The fucking... I know it's the other one. Forget what it's called. It's the other one. No, it's not Occam's razor.
Man who has
Gilded one.
History of being an online predator hunter and thought that this was
I'm tired. It's on the tip of my tongue, man.
A brilliant idea.
$2 donating for the raw egg. Thank you so much.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I know. Wow, I just figured that out. Thank you. Thank you for informing me. Thank you for informing me. You fool.
This is the person who describes themselves as the expert in the room. And this is our expert opinion.
Also, he also saw this person as his kid, right?
Which is freak shit.
Maybe.
Yes, that's fucking freak shit.
It's fucking weird. But the point is he was doing that and had some kind of emotional, like, fatherly defense, and that's
some emotion. What fucking father that knows that their child has a history of being sexually fucking abused, and is now being actively groomed by somebody, would allow live content to occur where the child is in a call where they can speak to or in vocal proximity of the person you believe is grooming your fucking child? If that's what Thomas does as a father, if his kids were real, CPS should fucking take him away. Luckily for us, they're not.
Constant pattern with life.
That's like the dumbest shit I've ever heard. If you have a kid and your emotional brain.
Yo, thank you, Nullval7198 for the, is that Kroner? 45 Kroner. I swear, Gilded and Lio are so fucking dumb, it's actually upsetting. Also, Raw Egg Donut. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Sweden represent, if that's where you're from.
Tells you, I have an idea. This guy raped my kid. Let's go over to his house with my kid and let my kid ask him about it.
Yeah, what fucking... that's the worst argument ever.
Stupid.
Yeah.
It's dumb.
No,
but
because it's content, Brian. It's content.
So what is
Brian.
Gilded's argument? I'm admitting that Lio is like a dumb, stupid piece of shit that's doing things that, like, are bad to do with minors. But... like, okay, what is your... Okay, are we just still disputing the definition of grooming? Because I don't think that's what this is about at this point. So what is Gilded Poo disputing? Just admit... Gilded just needs to admit he's mad that people are covering Lio.
But it is.
I mean, fine. But again, that's not a honeypot.
It is a honeypot if you know that this person will get in the call if the person that they're abusing is in the fucking call.
I wouldn't use the term honeypot because I think, once again, honeypot denotes that you're getting this person in there with the intent. I would say using them as bait. Right, and that might sound synonymous with honeypot, but I think honeypot also like implies like a very specific type of interaction.
Come and justify to Jordan. Come and talk to Jordan about it. Jordan's here. Jordan wants to hear you out. Come on, it'll be fun.
Yeah. Well, actually, what it was.
Sorry, it was Danish. My bad.
Jordan actually wanted to engage in that
and it is the adult's
regardless
responsibility to shut that down. The minor says, I want you to fuck me. He basically fucked the minor. Who gives a fuck what the child wants?
So you're saying it is actually impossible for
Gilded, the child wanted it poo, strikes again.
For Lio to have basically just been retarded and thought that was a good idea in the moment.
When he has engaged, there's a pattern of behavior from Lio that shows a gross lack of fucking care for the welfare of victims. Okay? It's a pattern.
I think that's impossible.
No, you don't get to claim expertise in an area and then fuck up.
Yes! Yes! Yeah, how many? Yes. 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 I want to give Malcolm a kiss on his balding head right now. So true. So fucking true.
No. And again, this is
yeah, he's an expert, but he was too stupid to know how this sort of fucking interaction would negatively affect his supposed child.
Unless you want to tell me that he has like a TBI, like he got fucking kicked in the head or dropped as a baby or something, then maybe.
He might have. I don't know.
All right, well, why don't you ask him? Why don't you ask him?
I know he was molested.
I know we all know because he brings it up all the fucking time. I know that really
brought it twice ever, but yeah.
I know he
okay.
2 times too many. We should all know less about each other.
But outside of the Ichabod thing, well, I mean, hold on. To be fair, I think the internet would be a better place if people just stopped talking about how they were molested at all. Period. That's nobody's business, and that's a skill issue. But secondly, more importantly than that, I would ask, what were the other times involving a minor that he included the minor into the conversation to confront a groomer?
I told you, void of that one, there are other things that I'm looking at because to my knowledge, the only time that he ever did that was with Jordan. But there are other patterns of behavior that I'm looking at as well, which is what I said earlier.
Hey, but you're talking about
The patterns of behavior demonstrate that this guy actively engages in behavior that harms victims of predation. You can see this in his interaction. I forget this person's fucking name. It was she, or I don't know what gender they identify as now, but like they as I brought up before with the grooming incident, right, where Lio was blaming them and treating them like a perpetrator for, while they were a minor, giving the name of one of their Discord friends to the person that was actively grooming them. Lio doesn't understand that groomers use grooming so that you many times don't see them as and get them to comply with, the behavior associated with their abuse, that they're abusers, right? You don't use grooming if you're planning on just taking what you want, and just fuck it. Like, grooming is a tactic employed by predators, and that tactic involves manipulation of the minor, right? And that manipulation many times makes the minor view the groomer positively in the moment.
In the confines of the Jordan thing.
Correct.
So he did a honeypot once.
Okay, once is too many.
Tell us from G's. Aiden, I believe it is Jalay's Razor. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I'm saying allegedly a honeypot. He did it one time.
What are the other things I said? Do you remember?
But there are patterns of behavior that fortify this one instance of
so when I'm looking to categorize somebody as something, I'm looking at different things that factor into I have a set of criteria, and if they meet that set of criteria, then I will comfortably use that label for somebody. So when I'm thinking of Lio, the honeypot thing is obviously the Jordan example here. If there are other examples, I'm not aware of them right now. One is enough for me. Following that, we have several instances of Lio, 1, not only allowing minors in the Discord, but inviting minors specifically into the Discord to talk. 2, orbiting minors, keeping close company with minors. And 3, continuing this found family bullshit after I didn't fail once, twice, but thrice, and still kind of doing this online dad shit. There's a long list of criteria where I'm ticking boxes, and when I tick enough boxes and I see it repeated many times, I'm comfortable using a label.
Oh, I have a question. How many minors in what server?
The Cat Slayer, not Cat Slayer, Senate was like 16 plus at one point, and then there's
it was 16 plus before Lio got control of the Senate.
Doesn't matter.
See, I know what Malcolm is doing, and once again, I have no sympathy for Lio, to be clear, but I know that Malcolm is, I don't know if Malcolm's doing it intentionally, but a lot of the wording Malcolm is choosing to emphasize is meant to kind of reinforce in your head that Lio is like actually like some sort of, has done something like of a sexual nature wrong with kids. I don't think Malcolm's doing it intentionally. I don't need to make that argument because I don't think it's as strong as saying that by virtue of his like stupidity and narcissism, he is a danger to kids. I don't think he has Malcolm's not arguing there's any sexual intent, but I think some of the wording being used is potentially misleading, gives an easy line of attack, and isn't necessary. Luckily for Malcolm, I don't really care that much. It's not like I don't think it's a huge mistake on Malcolm's end. But second of all, Gilded Pooh is fucking retarded and can't argue for shit.
Actually matters a lot, but go on.
It doesn't matter to me at all. Like, the criticism as well is like keeping company with, like, I have a hard time because it's like, I don't understand in what other circumstance it would ever be acceptable for this. If you're a fucking adult, if you're 40 fucking years old, why are you hanging out with 16-year-olds on the internet? 15, 16-year-olds. Why?
True! So fucking true. Now, I don't think that an adult being friends with minors is inherently a red flag. I think that it is something you need to be very, like, I, as an adult, would not be friends with minors, right? But I could see a situation where some fucking, like, adult is, like, playing video games, like, runs, like, a COD game with, like, a repeated group of, like, and honestly, like, I don't fucking, I would never advise that, but I don't think that, like, inherently involves, like, some sort of, like, wrongdoing or grievance. But someone in Lio's position who can talk to and do things with, many adults, he's not gaming with them, he's actually getting involved in like very personal stuff. He has no business talking to kids, right?
That's a really good question. I don't even disagree with that. But there's a lot of people that do it.
I'm not talking about a lot of people. I'm talking about.
I'm saying this because when I was a kid online, I gamed with adults and they were really cool. So, yeah, yeah.
Does Hasbro have a fucking Discord?
I don't know.
They were all like kind of sad and pathetic, but they were cool.
I'm not talking about Hasbro. I'm criticizing Leo. He has agency to say, I don't want to be in this space because it's not appropriate.
He actually did. Whenever he got control of the Senate, he made it 18+.
You're right. He just goes into minors' DMs and into their Discord servers now because it's the plausible deniability of it's not in my Discord server, it's in somebody else's.
Where?
The one that I literally said on Saturday.
The one where he was posting videos of Transformers? That one?
So now we're backtracking to say that it's innocuous if it's something that is acceptable to you. Okay, so you actually don't care if minors and adults interact on the internet. You don't care.
No,
So
I've told him straight up that I think that's fucking stupid for a
okay, it's not stupid. So let's refocus really quick because what you just said to me is that, oh, well, it's bad and it shouldn't happen and blah, 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 it wasn't his server, but it was so bad it shouldn't happen. And now you're saying, oh, because it wasn't a big deal in this specific instance, which I disagree with, you say, oh, this instance is fine, but every other instance is wrong.
Because you're making it out to be like...
I'm sorry, why does everybody claim I have a Californian accent? I've only been living in this state for... like almost 3 years, okay? I've sounded this way. I've just sounded this way. I don't have a California... Is there even a fucking I don't even think there's a Californian accent. There's a Mexican Californian accent, but I don't think there's a Californian accent.
Grooming, yes. Yeah.
Because I'm looking at a pattern of behavior, yes.
It's not in this instance.
I miss Warzone with Chud too. I'm getting back into it, and the other day on stream, I heard Chud say if I asked him, he'd reinstall it. So that's what I'm going to do. You very well might get a Warzone stream with Chud. I'll DM him about it, actually, when stream's over.
Okay, it was stupid then, it'd be stupid now. But the problem is that you're making it sound like he was going in there and say, hey, kids, would you like to see my cock? Right?
No, it's more like you want to come and live with me in my fucking 27 cat urn so I can fucking scream at you.
There's nothing in any of those messages that even indicate anything remotely close to that.
It doesn't matter. It's a 40-year-old childless fucking failed pedophile hunter on the internet who frequently finds pedophiles in his close ranks, by the way, going in and orbiting children. That's weird. Yes,
orbiting
that's weird. Yes.
I mean, orbiting children, I think, is a little bit of a stretch, especially since his reasons for joining there were pretty well fortified. He joined there.
I don't care what the reasons are.
You don't care what the reasons are.
No, it is inappropriate for an adult man to hang out with fucking children on the internet. That's fucking weird. Yes, that's weird.
I don't know if that's necessarily hanging out, but sure, okay.
What do you call like hanging out and chatting on Discord? What do you call it?
I think going into a server to hang out with kids and that being the intention, I would agree with you. But if you're
so if he goes in there to do something and then he hangs out in lawyers after, so like I go to the bank, deposit a check, but then I stay in the bank and I socialize with all the bank tellers for a few hours after, you would say, no, you just went there to deposit.
You know what? That's it. I'm returning to my roots. Okay, the New York accent is coming back. All right, I'm fucking done with this California shit. All right, going back to my roots. My Long Island accent. Okay. Dude, it's Long Island, dude. That's how you say it. Long Island.
Check. You didn't go there to socialize at all. Those two things can exist together?
I mean, they could, but the problem is you have to define what's weird here.
It's an adult man socializing in a friendly way with children.
Okay.
Can you define weird?
Okay, then why is it you never levied this complaint to all the other adults that were in that server?
Because I am a drama slot creator.
Yes, this is the Gilded Poo unironically does the argument of, oh, you're covering this guy? Well, then why don't you fucking cover everyone who's done a bad thing? That's the level of argumentation we're at right now. Obviously, the things that people are going to grant attention to are multifaceted. It doesn't mean they're not interested and are purely doing it for money or clout. Okay, but the viewer's interest is absolutely consideration when you're entertaining an audience. Your proximity to that person, their proximity to the to your community, etc., is obviously going to influence that. Under this argument, because Gilded was arguing that like this, or he retweeted something that argued that this proves Malcolm's only in it for clout, which is like, first of all, we are all in it for clout. Anyone who tells you they're not is fucking lying. And even if they don't give a fuck about the numbers, they give a fuck about the money. And more clout equals more money, much of the time, right? But also, under this argument, there is nobody who has ever done drama coverage that isn't just in it for the clout. And as a result, if that's a bad quality, then there is nobody who has ever covered drama that isn't a bad person. Because everyone who's covered drama has not covered every single person on Earth who has done a bad thing. Because that is impossible.
I'm not a fuck.
So I was from GG's. Have you been to Coney Island? Of course I have.
Pedophile.
Okay, so then you don't actually care.
When have I ever said that I do?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, why are you making a big deal out of it?
When did I say that I cared? Did I say, what is the verbiage? I said that it was...
literally moral fagging over this topic.
I said, I find it concerning. Yes, I do find it concerning. That's correct. Yes, correct.
He doesn't even know how to do a New York... You are in no position to tell me what is and isn't a New York accent. Okay? So, like, I'm literally being told by people from fucking Washington and Maine who live in, like, the middle of fucking nowhere and have, like, never seen the sun in their entire life what various accents from around the country sound like. Okay? Missed your donation? No, I didn't. I was about to check it. Have you been to? Yes, I've been to Epstein Island. I was just the gardener. When is the Soul Skibbity Warzone stream, Aiden? Soon, buddy, soon.
So you kind of have to care to find it concerning.
Yeah, because it's the drama content that I'm interested in. Yes, I'm not an online pedophile. Yeah. It is not my prerogative to go around and find every single person that's a freak on the internet and make a video on them. That's not what I'm interested in. I do drama coverage.
Why are you hating on Washington? Because Washington State is for. I'm sorry. Listen, I love all of these things, but I gotta say it. Trans anarchist heroin addicts who overdose on the fucking streets due to the depression from how fucking miserable it is there. That is what Washington State is for.
I'm a pedo an awful lot for somebody.
I have never called that convoy a pedophile. I said he was spiritual. I said he was a spiritual pedophile.
You called him pedo-coded yesterday.
Yes, he is pedo-coded. Yes, correct. He is pedo-coded.
That is literally the same thing. I'm sorry, I'm not going to make a distinction between that.
That's fine. You don't have to. It's a free country.
Yeah, nobody would make that distinction.
Aiden, can you say New Jersey?
Same thing with calling him a predator. You're implying he's intentionally going out of his way to groom children. Yeah, that's insane.
Intentional, yes.
Yeah, you think it's intentional based on very loose information.
On the information that has been provided, yes, I'm comfortable making that statement.
That's an insane leap. I need a lot more than that.
I know you do, and that's fine.
Like an example of something that would be a lot more than that is, again, the bad thing is his emotional need. Is that it? Like, to be a father, was that the agreed upon bad goal of communicating with minors and grooming and all that?
Yes, that's what I said, right?
Well, okay, but Gilded is begging the question. No, so Gilded's definition of grooming involves that the intention has to be one that is inherently so under Gilded's definition, the intention has to be negative for that application to apply, and it's like you haven't adequately argued for that, right?
Okay, right. I'm making sure, just so I'm not misquoting you. So my question here is, why is that bad?
Why is it bad for somebody that has a child that dies?
No, Gilded would argue that definition number 2 under Oxford Languages that Malcolm's usage would fit has to be relating to something positive. And if it doesn't, then it wouldn't fit under definition 2.
Why is it bad for them to kidnap a baby and raise the baby as their own? If the baby
That's not what's happening here. That's not what's happening here. You're making this.
I'm asking you a question.
Further extreme.
What's wrong with that?
But I did eat breakfast this morning. I literally ate breakfast this morning.
With kidnapping?
What's wrong with somebody just finding a kid on the street and being like, well, this can be mine now, I guess, since my kid died. What's wrong with that?
That's not what's happening here. It's a fucking hypothetical.
It's kidnapping. That's what's wrong with it.
Okay, so abstract thinking is the question. Okay, so the issue with it specifically is that you are.
It's wrong word. You can't. Can Gilded Poo explain what's wrong with kidnapping? Does Gilded Poo actually know what is wrong with kidnapping?
Using somebody who has diminished capacity in order to satiate some kind of emotional need that you have at the expense of that individual. Because if we have somebody else's best interest at heart, we do what's best for them, not what's best for us.
Is there any circumstance where that same thing could happen and it not be at the expense of the kid?
Yes, but it's not going to be with a freak pedophile hunter that failed online in a different state that you've never met in real life, that is way too emotionally invested in the circumstances around the events to be able to provide that environment for them. No.
So what I'm trying to figure out is, how is this so horrible as to imply that he's a kidnapper, as you just did?
That's not an implication.
That was not what... This Gilded Poo is actually a fucking idiot. I think I've been very fair in this debate, okay? I've explained I don't completely align with certain tactics and wording that Malcolm has used. I've explained why. I'm totally fine with being fair, okay? Despite my biases in one direction or another, Gilded is actually so fucking stupid that, and I know this is very redundant, people say, I mean it wholly unironically, he is a walking argument against the First Amendment. This guy's internet needs to just be fucking taken, okay? It just needs to happen.
It was a comparison.
No,
you're 5 from Crystal. Your eye bags are slightly better. Eat more. Well, I woke up at 10 p.m. tonight, or last night instead of earlier, so I haven't really done a full all-nighter.
Yeah, it is. But the point I'm trying to make here is you're putting all these big words like predator. What we're thinking of is somebody that's creeping up on kids to fuck them in the ass. Groomer.
That's what you think.
Trying to use a strategy. Well, I mean, there's other examples of predatory behavior.
Yeah, so Gilded has an argument. He just doesn't know how to make it because he's really dumb.
Scammers that call scammers.
Yeah,
those are predators. Sure.
Yes. But I'm going to tell you a secret. If I say that the scammer is predator, exactly 0% of people are going to think he caused a 90-year-old woman to lose $100.
Yeah, that is predatory because you're targeting a vulnerable person. Yes.
I understand it's factually predatory, but what I'm saying is.
Yeah, so you're deferring to colloquial definitions. I don't care about that.
See, the problem that I have here is that you're using these words purposefully to allow your audience to fill in the blanks.
That would be the argument you would make if you want to argue that Malcolm is perpetrating some wrongdoing. Yes, that's what you should have said from the beginning, but you're a fucking idiot. If I were in a position where I had to debate Malcolm on this, that's the argument I would make, that you're intentionally using misleading wording to lead to a more extreme conclusion that wouldn't necessarily be one that is fit by the circumstance, the facts of the matter.
And using their colloquialism.
No, because
your framing is misleading. Files from Jinro. Coffee? Yes, I have a coffee right here. Thank you guys so much. We're over halfway to fucking Streamly goal. So base. Much appreciated. Much love.
Things that you don't have the balls to say.
No,
That's my point.
I have said
You're
directly.
weaseling.
No, I've said many times. I think that Lyle Convoy is a predator, is a groomer, is an active danger to intellectually disabled people, and an active danger to children. I have said that clearly. I've said clearly.
Those last two parts, true.
Many times, to my knowledge, nothing sexual has occurred. But these are the standard use of these words. Not saying anything sexual happened. He's not fucking them, to my knowledge. Hopefully not. We can pray. But that these words are still applicable, and I quantify that when I say it.
Yes, those words are still technically applicable. I just don't think those would lead people to the most accurate conclusion, so I wouldn't personally use them. But I don't really give a fuck that much if you do use them. But if I was making an argument against you, that's the argument I would make.
The worst thing you can point to, anything he's done, I guess, is causing Jordan to have to find a new place to live in a state that she wasn't a native to. Cool, I guess. But the other ones, what? One, he told he couldn't smoke in the house, and they threw a fit about it. By the way, Jordan's biggest complaint about Lyo, I forgot to mention this, was that he neglected her, which is pretty funny. Also, on top of that, Peaches? But Lyo did nothing bad to Peaches from what I've seen. In fact, he gave her $8,000. Jordan, he allowed to live rent-free in his house for 2 years straight.
I don't do this like morality scale where you do so many good things that it outweighs the bad things. I don't do that
True.
because I think that's stupid. I can judge individual actions.
No,
and say this was good,
this is
True. What about guys? Jimmy Savile. He entertained a lot of people. Entertained a lot of kids. Didn't Jimmy Savile donate to hospitals? This nice guy. He was helping out at hospitals, dude. We love Jimmy. We love Jimmy. You do not. I don't claim I do actually have a New York accent. I say some more. If I'm talking to people from back home, it comes out more. But I don't have a New York accent.
No, this isn't a morality scale. What it is pointing out is that if his intention was to do bad thing at the expense of the other people, that was a very.
I'm gonna say like coffee.
Costly endeavor.
Do you think that you can have good intentions to do something and still hurt someone?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you think that
Aiden scamming Pat is crazy? Wait, how am I scamming Pat? Oh, sorry, I missed you, Patrick. Patrick with the 2, you talk too fast of a Cali accent, you're definitely New York.
in an instance, so I'm not saying this is one. Okay. For an example, your grandma is dying right now. She's dying. She's on a ventilator. Okay. Not looking good. Okay. But grandma has said previously, it's never been written down. She doesn't have like a DNR or anything. She said, I don't want to be kept alive by machines and tombs, Gilded. Please don't let me stay alive on a machine. And
You sound like a bitch, not a New Yorker. Okay.
Okay, grandma. In the moment, you're emotional and you're upset and you are not ready to let grandma go into the forever box. So you, against her wishes, keep her on the ventilator for an extended period of time to satiate your needs. Do you think that that's a good or a bad outcome?
It's a bad outcome.
Okay, so that's my point, is that even if we go into things with good intentions, there can still be bad outcomes. And so even if the intention here is to help somebody, you see somebody who's homeless and you want to help, you give them $10, maybe they go and buy smack and overdose. I just fucking killed this dude, essentially, right? Even though my intention was good, I'm evaluating not only the intentionality behind an action, like this is what I am choosing to do, even if you anticipate that this will have a good outcome or you anticipate it will have a bad outcome, it is an intentional, conscious choice that you are making, and then looking at the outcome after the fact. That's what I'm evaluating.
Yes, but the problem is, you said malicious. You can't be malicious and have positive intent at the same time.
You are correct, and it depends on the action, which is why I gave you a laundry list of different actions. I would say that with the Jordan and the Ichabod shit, or the making content and the predator hunting, I would say that was malicious. I think that probably, like, with purest of intentions, he probably did want to help Jordan, but that's part of the thing that I'm looking at with the intent, with like the intention, conscious thought, and then the pattern of behavior where we've made this mistake several times, and we're not helping anymore, we're hurting. And we've had plenty of opportunities to correct and course correct and assess and making this worse.
This goes on for 2 more hours. I don't care to watch the full thing. I wouldn't make some of the points that Malcolm is making, but Gilded lost because he can't even effectively make his own fucking argument. And I don't even think the argument he's trying to make is that strong either. But yeah, that's the debate. Now, why we're all really here is, thankfully, as I put out a call, I put out a message, and I'm going to put it out again and again and again and again. If you have prior experiences with Lyle Convoy, okay, information, you want to come to me anonymously with a tip, as people have, okay, DM me. My Discord is Aiden Underground. That's my @. Don't send me a friend request because I'm not going to see it because I've a bunch of them. Shoot me a DM and then I'll accept your friend request. My DMs are open. Or message me on X, right? The links to my Discord server, where you can then find my account, are in the description, as well as my X. DMs are open on both. You'll remain completely anonymous, okay? I want to hear your story. I want to hear about your time in the Senate. I want to hear what you heard about your time in the Senate. I want to hear those secret calls that have been sitting on your computer that you don't know what to do with. I want it all, folks. Now, somebody did reach out to me, and apparently this is not like a big secret or leak. This call's been known about. I just haven't seen it, and apparently it is a bad call. So I'm going to check this out. Lio touched me. Well, I want to hear your story. 5 from G's. Aiden, I have connections to set up a call with Lio. Would you be interested? I have connections. I could have set up a call with Lio at any point. He just doesn't want to because he's a bitch. Hold on. Okay, where was this? Is this person in my DMs? Okay, I lost them. I promise if you DM me, I will remember your name and be way more professional. Of course. So Lio had a conversation with another person who is allegedly under a conservatorship. The person in question's name is Rin. Rin had a falling out with a member of a group of somebody called Doodle Tones, who has like diaper drama or something. He was 19 to 20. The person he had a fallout with posted a thread on Twitter about it. So he responded with a Google Doc. I've seen the Google Doc. It's a nothing burger. For the next 2 years, it would be spats on Twitter and sometimes dragging Rin into call until the person Rin was beefing with, June, wanted Rin's father called, who would beat Rin. Lio got a hold of Rin's mother instead and told Rin's mother solely June's side, which not only had omitted June was responding to the arguing, but had lies and shit like Rin tried to swat somebody. Then Lio used the threat of calling Rin's father to keep Rin offline for an entire year. After the year, Rin comes back, and the FCK server gets exposed again by Rin and Akumu. Rin had tried to expose it before during the beef, but since, I don't know who Susie is, since Susie was in there, everyone tried to burn Rin at the cross. Then sometime after addressing things video, June had a sudden change of heart, wanted to apologize to Rin in a call. June would omit basically 90% of what June's friends did in call, but the call is noteworthy because Lio seriously sounds like he's having a mental breakdown, and he was not supposed to be a part of the call. He was simply supposed to mute Rin's mic. If he screams from being caught by his father, as he... Okay. Aiden, why is your lighting not red today? Because it wasn't dark yet. I'll change it in a sec. But I got sent other information. So, wait, hold on. There's another deal here. So, Rin and June are both autistic, maladjusted young adults. This is the context of the call. Rin and June are both autistic, maladjusted young adults. They had beef. They wanted to squash it alone. Lio strong-armed his way into the conversation. Rin and June very calmly resolve their issues. Lio jumps in and tears into Rin after the issue's been resolved. So we have DMs that apparently show Lio strong-arming his way into a dispute between two other people, one of which is a vulnerable adult under a conservatorship, allegedly. Yo, are you still in contact with Rin? No, I can't do a Lio voice right now. Yes, I mean, don't talk regularly, but they sometimes message me and we chat a little. Would you be opposed to passing them a message? Nothing mean. Sure, can do that. June is requesting a call in Cat's Lair. There will be no yelling, no threats, nothing. Well, it's a very bad sign, Lio, when you need... Also, this is the Cat's Lair. This is from May of last year. This is well after the Rosa call, well after the controversy. This is Lio's server that he currently runs. June is requesting a call in Cat's Lair. There will be no yelling, no threats, nothing. They want a civil conversation. Sent. They are not online at the moment, and I am not sure if a call is possible due to their circumstances. I'll let you know once I get a response. Donka. I don't know why I said Danky. He did. He's saying thank you in German. I don't know why. Is Frick German? Rin wants to know why they want to call. To clear some things out, issue some apologies, etc. Fair enough, thank you. I might use an all account. I want to be left alone, and I have to plan it at a time where my dad won't listen to it because I'm already in deep shit with my parents. So this guy's parents are allegedly abusive. Rin seems to be up to it, only on an alt, possibly with me and or Neuropresent, but maybe willing to budge if that's not acceptable, and they need to find a time where they'd be safe to do so. So Rin doesn't even seemingly want Lio in the call, as asking for Lio in the call. It seems like it's handled amongst other people. Danky Shone. Dude, it's so true. Yeah, like you are butchering my beautiful language. Dankeschön. Lol, I guess we'll wait then. Yeah, it's going to be a while. Unfortunate home life. Wait, hold on. Yeah, it's going to be a while. Unfortunate home life. By the way, this person is apparently somebody called Frick the Pirate. And apparently, the theory is that Goat Cato is hated by Hidden Heroine because this is the working theory based off of information I've gathered from talking to various sources. Hidden Heroine doesn't like Goat Cato because Goat Cato became friends again with this Frick the Pirate dude who's apparently previously in controversy and allegedly stalked Hidden Heroine. Now, whenever I hear about why Frick the Pirate is like this bad person that can't be interacted with, when I'm told about the worst things he's done, apparently he called someone with an eating disorder a pig. I'm getting the fucking electric chair, dude. I'm getting the electric chair. If you can't talk to someone like that, I'm getting the electric chair, bro. I don't imagine I'll be talking much. It's more precaution. I'll be honest. One of our main concerns is Rin getting heated. Yeah, I don't mind not speaking. Rin will have to control themselves, honestly. Me and Neuro are working on that, mostly amping them up for it. Obviously, we can't control them, and what they do is what they do. They're planning on what to... Why does Lio need to be in this call? What could Lio possibly... Who has asked Lio to be in this call? He called Hidden's friend a pig from what she said. Well, Hidden Heroine, I'll say it too. Your friend is a fat fucking pig. Disgusting. Sorry. Anyways. Oh, sorry. Also need to say, just tell your friend to stop eating so much fucking food. Anyways. There was another smaller incident with Rin's family, and they're understandably concerned about the security home-wise of having a call. They'd prefer a text chat. I'm not sure if a call is completely off the table at the moment, but obviously there's a big concern about their family finding out or overhearing a call. I heard Hidden's friend wanted to join the call, but they didn't have a spare wheelbarrow at home to get her to the fucking computer. I don't know if a text convo could happen, but there should be options to help with this. Like maybe they could go outside or something. Here's what I'll do. I've calmed down. I'm gonna call my phone in closet, and I'll be super quiet. And if I'm not loud enough, I'll text it out just to avoid potential conflict with my family. So Friday or Saturday at 7 p.m. would be best. 7 p.m. CST. Okay, I can't do Sunday, so either Friday or Saturday night. Anyways. Listen, I also want to say, Hidden Heroine, and please, whatever you do, people, do not tell her this message. I want you to know, Hidden Heroine, that I'm definitely not digging into every aspect of your previous online presence, and I'm definitely not actively collecting dirt on you to put into a giant 4-hour stream dedicated to you and you alone, okay? It's not happening. Nothing to see here. I think you're great for running from the conversation. So we're not listening to the full call. We are only going to be listening to we want to see how the conversation goes without Lio between two people who have conflict. And then we're going to see when Lio joins.
All right. So now that that's been sorted, and I literally hopped in there and said, move to gallery, move to gallery. I want to make some things very clear here. Rin, I know you are not in the best household. I know.
Wait, I thought Lio joins well into it. Oh, this is after Lio joins. Is it?
You are doing your best to make sure you are not being heard here. I want to be very clear. If you think at any time there's going to be a problem or somebody's going to show up, you can just disconnect. You're not going to get fussed at. Well, I want this to be resolved.
Okay, so I guess we're starting at the point where, did I get sent the wrong call, or is this it?
Then I want the conversation to be civil. I don't want you to be in genuine danger. Okay? So I'm going to start bringing some people on. So, of course, we're going to bring on Ren.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Aiden got, so tell me what info I got wrong. I was reading a recollection of the situation. I said, this is what I'm being told, not stating it definitively or as fact. So if I got info wrong, just fucking tell me what it is, and I will happily concede, because I am not stating my recollection, or not my recollection, what's been reiterated to me about the context of this call, dogmatically.
I'm very scared, so, yeah, if I'm quiet, it's because I'm literally trying to keep my voice down.
$5 from Will Is Me, funding Aiden's 80s Stalker arc. Thank you.
It's fine. Then do that. Talk when you need to, and just breathe.
Okay.
Let's see here.
I'm trying to put this on speaker, but I can't. So
Also, is Lio just mediating? He's gonna be civil. Hey, maybe he's really learned his lesson.
I'm just gonna try.
You don't have to.
Please.
Just keep it to your ear.
Okay. I get it.
Now, where is Yoon? Because unlike other calls, it doesn't separate. Yoon.
Why do you get angry? So I'm not legitimately angry. I just enjoy yelling at my. It's like a catharsis for all the pent up anger at my life. Okay. I could turn it off. Like right now, I could just turn it off.
Raise your hand. That'll be easier.
I do this to Cal all the time, but Cal's my Pookie Bear. Okay, he knows it.
All right, and
ignoring scam. Sorry, I didn't mean to miss your Donna. One sec. Funding Aiden's. I already read that Donna. I just read it.
Neurofunk. Raise your hand. They keep this place so well organized, don't they? Dark magic. Okay. If you are not somebody I mentioned in the other call, don't raise your hand. You're not going to be a part of this. I made that very clear. The next time somebody raises their hand that is not involved in any of this, I am going to put you in timeout for a week. I'm not.
Not timeout.
I am not in the mood to sit here and babysit adults again. I am not in the mood to sit here and repeat myself ad nauseum. You're all adults. Conduct yourself like it. If you are not involved, you're not showing up. Period. What's this call going to be about? Well, maybe if you pay attention.
What? Wait, hold on.
I am not in the mood to sit here and babysit adults again. I am not in the mood to sit here and repeat myself ad nauseum. You're all adults. Conduct yourself like it. If you are not involved, you're not showing up.
Okay.
Period. What's this call going to be about? Well, maybe if you pay attention. I'm also not going to sit here and spoon feed everybody information already given out. Learn to pick up context clues. So
how many people are in this call? Because this is this even in the Senate? This is in the cat's lair, is it not?
Now what's going to happen is I'm going to let Yoon, I'm going to let Gal, Ren, talk. Their issues get sorted first, then everybody else's. Okay? So even I am going.
You missed 2 donos. Scroll up. Yeah, sure. Coffee. I read that out. I missed Soul's donut. I only missed 1. Aiden, can you talk about the guy? What guy?
Commute during this so they can have a productive conversation.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't know if I can put this on speaker, so you may have to repeat yourself.
No, you were 100% fine. Please, like, you didn't even need to accept this. You could have just said no.
So I assume this is June talking, the person who's had conflict with Ren, the people who are settling this conflict.
Well, I appreciate you doing this, but if you feel like you're in danger, immediately leave.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I don't want to get. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm stuttering or scared. I'm just scared.
You're fine. You do not have to apologize.
Okay.
So this person is in a closet right now and is terrified. This person is allegedly under a conservatorship, meaning they have legal rights that are comparable to that of a child. I honestly do not understand why anyone thinks it's appropriate to mediate this person's conflicts online or even be involved in conflict with this person. It just keeps getting worse.
So, I guess I'll start out because just in case I want to just get it out of the way. Because it feels like time's of the essence. I know we're here to have a discussion. Where I feel like you have questions for me, I have questions for you, but I wanted to get this out of the way in the sense of I want you to hear it. So
you know what I mean? That Lio, this is not something you just like know. You can listen to someone talk and you just know. You know how to respond accordingly. You know what to do in a situation, but you can kind of pick up on somebody's like situation or stability, etc. Not always, just by listening to them talk. Lio does not have that, and that's not something you can really learn, is it? Thank you for the 2 from Will Is Me. Can you A-log the LCU? Yes, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, we are like 15 away from Streamly goal. We just hit temp goal. So if we hit temp goal, or if we hit stream goal, next stream's a raw egg. Wait, I mean to hold on. Wait, another person allegedly. Once again, I'm reiterating this situation, the context off of what I am told, that anything that is not seen within the contents of this call is an allegation, a reiteration of what the alleged context is, and I'm not stating dogmatically, but yes, I'm being told by somebody I am inclined to believe that this individual is under a conservatorship.
It was already in the script, and that I had the video I scripted in 2022. So some are more recent. I had intended to apologize to you for certain things, and I have gone around to certain members of the SCC, giving them the opportunity to also extend apologies that are
so June is non-hostile, non-confrontational, seems to be apologizing. Let's see how Rin is.
In our first call, it's not an excuse, just clarification. I was not aware you were going to be in the call, so I didn't come in prepared to have that productive conversation that we should have had during that time. I listened back on that call, and I am disgusted with my behavior, especially because I invalidated your experience as a trans person with my own.
Okay, so what is Rin's I don't like to. Listen, I misgender people all the time just because I don't fucking know what their gender identity is. Okay, I am not transphobic. I would love to respect people's gender. So if you know this person, what they identify as, please tell me. $20 from G's raw egg. Raw egg is right, my friend.
In 2021. I'm very sorry that I watched you and made you feel paranoid and made the response document. The 80-page response document was the biggest mistake I've made in my life, and I wish I never made it at all. It's caused you pain, and I saw how pained you were because I remember where you talked about your homelessness. I don't remember it detail, but like you talked about how pained you were with me watching you because I was scared. That's not an excuse.
Wait, so these people we're starting this, and both of these parties are acknowledging their own faults in this situation. Yeah, so this is like has the makings of a productive conversation.
If you had when you had found my alt account, and you looked through it and you realized it was me, and you blocked it, and then I saw it, and then I blocked it.
If it doesn't make much sense, but impulse control, I lack it, and it was me.
So it seems like Rin's taking accountability. We love
there was children being thrown, and the Omega is a child rapist, so.
And if there was, it's not okay.
So this seems like a non-confrontational, productive conversation. Now apparently, Lio takes the wheel, comes back in at 1:59.
Okay.
All right. So, Rin, I will apologize for using your old username because I had forgotten it was a dead name. That I will apologize for. However, you and I have some other issues. If you're worried about me yelling, I'm in the middle of McDonald's and a Walmart, so I'm not going to. I will, however, be stern with you because I have given you.
Oh, he's getting stern.
No shortage of patience. Firstly, I got you, or tried to, get you off the internet for a year for your own good because you were not acting right. You did not do that. You found ways to get back on Discord.
That is not your judgment call. That is something you can believe is in someone's own good and try to convince them, but you don't get to decide. Like, people are like, the guy that took over Parlo's channel or whatever was doing it for Parlo's own good. I think Guamgo made this argument, and it's like, that could be true. Parlo not having a channel probably is good for him, but that's not your judgment to make. You can believe somebody should be off the internet, but you can't make that decision for them. And knowing Lio, I wouldn't be surprised if him trying to get this person off the internet was a bit more than a suggestion. Thank you for the GG's for the $5. For the record, don't eat a fucking raw egg. I will be. I promise, Skull. But they started this call without Lio, so Rin would let their guard down, and then Lio hops in. Got it.
You still operated your Tumblr and had a conversation with Adam Kohai that, yes, I did find out about. You also continued to obsess and engage in a community that you claimed you were scared of. And every time I told you...
I missed, sorry, scammed. $20 from Kalora Vetla. Heifer A-Log Fund. True?
Find something else to do. You did not. So there are some things you and I are going to talk about. In reference to making light of someone's suicide, I do recall, and I do not have them on hand because Twitter's down, and I'm not about to go bug Aaron Tinkus to go scrolling through all the green cap. You did decide to take shots in one way or another at Desi concerning what you would consider a lack of accountability. There's also
This is the guy that pulled up medical documentation of a serious suicide attempt on stream and basically tried to argue it wasn't real because you could walk in and tell the hospital anything and they'll put it down on your official medical records. Like, you could tell the hospital you have a potassium deficiency due to your Advil overdose, and they'll put that down as if you actually had it with no testing or verification. I think that doing it publicly on a live stream to somebody who has zero platform that just tried to tried to take their own life, I think that's worse than some nobody privately making poking fun at someone's suicide attempt.
You said a heat years ago, which, even though it was years ago.
Now, normally I don't agree with doing that. However, that's what I'll do. The box, Lio. The dang heckin' freaking box, dude. Stop running from the box.
It's still out of pocket. I warned you multiple times about the people you were around, about what they do, and what they enable. Every time, you ignored me, and you justified it. You admitted in this call that you took an account that you claim was made to help the victims of the FCK, and you made it, let's be honest, you made it about me. You made claims about me there. And also, you sent me a text.
Does this guy normally hang out at McDonald's that are inside of Walmart?
Demanding answers about my family. We'll ask you very directly, what in the name of God did you think that was your business?
I have a
So you got asked a question. So he's now finding a reason to take simple things and make them look like they're egregious moral wrongs. Like, you were trying to find shit about my family. They asked a question about your family. If you choose not to answer, and it probably wasn't socially appropriate, but we know, I would bet my life this person is autistic, but we know they have some sort of disability because they are literally under a conservatorship. If this person is autistic, that is literally like a characteristic of autism is maybe not understanding like the social appropriateness of like asking certain questions, right? Because logically it's like, what would be the problem with asking this? But like, you kind of know intuitively, oh, it's personal. They might get like a fucking bad feeling off me asking this. Lio has also literally called people's fucking parents. He's demanded to be put on the phone with them. He's called people's schools. Yet he is now, he groups people into all good or all bad. And if he puts you in the all bad category, which he'll reach to find ways to do that, you are now justified in being berated. So he's now exaggerated this person asking a question to put them in the category of all bad.
very personal view of disownment.
I don't care. I asked how it's your business.
It's not.
Then why?
Because I cared for Jordan.
Care. Past tense. That's interesting.
Care. I said care.
You don't care for Jordan. You don't know Jordan. You don't know anything about him. In fact, you didn't even do your due diligence. You ran off. You called me an abuser. You used the FCK post to do it.
You are an abuser. He is an abuser. Lio is absolutely an abuser.
In fact, you also claimed
Does Lio deny that the call with Rosa was abuse? You use coercion and threats to get a mentally vulnerable adult to sit in a call to be verbally abused by you and various others for 4 hours. That is abuse.
that I should not be trusted with predation cases because of the FCK logs that I did not, number one, have the knowledge.
And I'm not very quickly inclined to label someone as an abuser, which has certain implications over acts of verbal abuse, because I think at some point everyone in their life has been guilty of saying something that would classify as verbal abuse. The problem here is the person who was doing it to, the nature of that verbal abuse, it's the repetitive nature of it as well. He's absolutely a fucking abuser.
In full. And number two, I didn't have the time to peruse completely through. You made absolute claims because you were mad at me. I want you to at least own.
What? I didn't hear you.
You made claims about me because you were angry at me, and I would like you to at least own that.
I don't want to confess something that I don't feel, because I legitimately thought Jordan was abused, and I still
want to hear it. I want to hear it. You don't have evidence, do you? Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence?
What? In regards to
Where is your evidence to the claim that I am an abuser?
so in regards to
This person who's allegedly under a conservatorship is hiding in a closet trying to keep it down because apparently they have abusive parents.
you for you being
Raising a voice to somebody is not inherently abuse. If you're going to cite the one time
Is he This is proof that he doesn't understand why what he did was wrong. No, you don't raise your voice out of anger, because I've seen you do the voice on cue and then turn it off. You raise your voice to portray a tough image of yourself and scare people at their expense with the intent of causing them fear and by proxy harm. You do it to people who are already mentally vulnerable. How are you going to deny you're a fucking abuser? What does Lio think verbal abuse is?
Typed in all caps to you because, quite honestly, you did not want to accept what I was telling you. That is not indicating.
And once it is very hard to get me to give a fuck about verbal abuse, especially when it involves people online and people that aren't in relationships, right? But Lio's verbal abuse is on a different level entirely in regards to the nature of mentally vulnerable adults being forced to stay in calls and be berated and have every aspect of their character attacked and be told their life is fucking worthless and jokes about them dying made for the span of 4 hours, right?
Of abuse. Where's your evidence for abuse?
Hold
Those
on.
from GG's. Aiden, can you please? I am calm.
No, I'll send it because I was freshly out of the mental hospital.
I'm aware of what you were talking about. That is not indicative of abuse.
Also,
I will ask you again because I do not want to continue going around the rosy here because it has been 2.5 hours and it is 9:30. That is not indicative of abuse. I will ask you again because I do not want to continue going around the rosy here because it has been 2.5 hours.
Going around the rosy.
And it is 9:30. I'm going to ask you one more time. Where's your evidence that I've used?
Why is this guy in a Walmart McDonald's at 9:30 at night?
I don't have it.
Is his life really that sad? He's sitting in a fucking Walmart McDonald's yelling at a kid hiding in their closet at 9:30 at night? Yeah, he has to leave the house sometimes at 9:30 at night when his wife has friends over.
So you just make claims without evidence now, huh?
I mean, Jordan, I still think you hurt him, but also.
Oh, I hurt him. In what way did I hurt him, Rin? Since you know so much about what goes on in my home, tell me.
Emotionally, you.
Oh, emotionally. In what way?
So this has an audience. This is in front of people. He's humiliating this person. He's not outright yelling. So conditions are preventing that, right? This is after the Rosa call. Well, after in the cat's lair in a server that is still up, that he still runs. This is after he's supposedly changed. By the way,
He in a group chat. He told. I'm trying to recall. He felt like.
I want evidence, not claims, Rin. Evidence. Because you've hurt a lot of people too. Should I now call you an abuser?
No, I'm just. You know what?
I don't want you to lock up on me. I want you to sit here because you sat there and you blasted it to an audience you knew was eating it up. I am not Yoon. Yoon has a bigger heart than I do in cases like this. And I have a pretty doggone big one. Not something I actually like to toot my own horn or two, but
you have a huge a huge heart. Your heart is probably enlarged from like the buildup of fucking plaque in the valves.
Talking to somebody who was hoping this home for 2
I've never seen a skinny person in a Walmart McDonald's at 9:30 and in fact, I've never even fucking seen a Walmart McDonald's.
Individuals who abuse that. And
the only time I'm fucking eating at McDonald's is if I'm getting dinner at like 2 a.m. and I don't want to cook and it's the only fucking thing that's open.
Individuals who I gave constant attention and support to.
Or if you're like on a road trip or some shit.
And was horrifically abused over it. I am not in the mood to hear excuses. I want answers. And if you were in the position I am, you'd want them too. I am not yelling at you, and I'm not raising my voice, and I'm not going to. But I want answers.
So.
Kudos to Lio for not doing the performative yelling. Kudos, dude. He's changed. Changed! We love a redemption arc. We love a redemption arc.
Have evidence. It was just. I have the account deleted, and so I can't.
I don't care if the account's deleted. You know what was on it. I want to know why you made the assertion without evidence.
I was emotional, and yeah, I was angry.
Why were you angry with me?
Because I care for Jordan.
You don't know Jordan. You don't know dick about Jordan. Were you the one that had Jordan in your home for 2 years?
If he wasn't in the Walmart McDonald's, you know he'd be yelling right now. I think we're all well aware of this.
No.
Were you the one that paid for his food, his lodging? Were you the one that was there for him during his breakdowns, during his panic attacks, during his episodes? Were you there?
Oh, good guy. Such a good guy. Such a good guy. Meaning you could never do anything wrong or bad ever. If Lio's being accused of abuse by somebody, what he bought for them and the nice things he did don't matter. You doing nice things don't matter when you're being accused of abuse. I don't even know if I believe that. I don't know what to think. I haven't looked at the abuse allegations made again. Apparently him and Jordan are cool, but that doesn't really mean shit to me, right? But like domestic abusers, anyone who's had a domestically abusive partner, boyfriend, husband, I guess in some cases wife or girlfriend, probably can recall at least a few nice things that were done from them by that person that has nothing to do with the abuse.
For him when you came home and he was crying on the steps because of a boy, were you there for that?
No.
No. So how in the name of God did you care?
In fact, in many cases, domestic abuse comes with a stage that involves being and doing nice things for you to make you think that there's like a fucking a great person under there and they're going through problems that bring out this monster that's not the real them, and if you bear with it long enough you'll eventually see the real them, the one that was like showering you with affection and doing nice things for you.
Part of caring for somebody is making it very clear to them when they're screwing up. You didn't. You took something. You ran with it to know the real reason why.
I believed him. So
Why? Because you sat there and you harped on another person who made another claim on the FCK saying you don't want testimony, you want evidence. So why did you not eat evidence with me?
because what happened with you and Jordan was in person, so it's impossible to get evidence unless you record something
Yes,
without someone's consent.
true.
We live in Texas. It's a single party consent state, and Jordan knows that.
Oh.
You ever thought that maybe, just maybe, there wasn't evidence because it didn't freaking happen?
Wait, so does Lio think that when people are raped in Texas, there's just always going to be recordings of it because of the... Do you think maybe in like an active situation where abuse is occurring, somebody might not think to themselves to pull out a phone and start recording? Or might not be able to do so? I'm not saying Lio abused this person, but his counter arguments are fucking like moronic. It's like, Texas law would allow them to record them getting abused, and they didn't, so it didn't happen. Lio, you would have to deny most rapes that have happened in the state of Texas.
And if the tables were turned, you'd be really, really upset. Nobody came to you for theirs.
Aiden, you seem to know a lot about DV. I don't. I just know the basics of it. And I've known people that have been involved with it.
You didn't. Instead, what I get from you is an asinine text about your personal values on disowning, which has nothing to do with mine, has nothing to do with anything that went on in my home. And frankly, you're not even in a position to say because you don't have kids and you never had to care for anybody.
Yeah.
Or do you think that
they're being cared for because they're under a fucking conservatorship?
Respectful to my wife while her father is dying is somehow acceptable now?
I wasn't.
For anybody.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with anything that went on in my home. And frankly, you're not even in a position to say because you don't have kids and you never had to care for anybody.
Yeah.
Or do you think that being disrespectful to my wife while her father is dying is somehow acceptable now?
It is hello? Base department? Base department? We smoking that Lio wife daddy pack tonight? Knock knock, who's there? Not Lio's wife's dad. You're being disrespectful to my wife while her father died. Trauma dump, didn't ask. We don't care. We don't give a fuck. Literally nobody gives a shit.
I wasn't. So.
You weren't aware because you didn't ask, Rin. Because the truth of the matter is, whether you want to admit it or not, you wanted it to be true. Because I was the guy who made you leave the internet. I was the guy who held you accountable. I was the guy who upset your friends that enable your worst of actions. And I want you to be honest. Own it. Instead of trying to pretend like you did it for somebody else, because you didn't. Because you don't know Jordan. Have you ever paid any of Jordan's bills?
No, I'm not allowed to because my dad controls.
I'm buying a dog, okay? I'm gonna buy a South African Mastiff. Give him a nice steak dinner. And then I'm gonna take him to the fucking destitute graveyard in Spring, Texas for a nice walk so he could take a giant steaming fucking shit over Lio's father-in-law's grave. I care. I care to that extent. I care to that extent of letting my fucking dog relieve himself.
My finances now because of me being outed.
No, you had several months to do so. Well before you were out. Didn't pay any Jordan's bills.
A good dad would never have kept contact with his daughter if she went and married you.
Think of that. I want you to be honest. Did you believe this because you wanted to?
When I was first aware of it, no.
Oh, which is why you asked my side, right?
I literally did, actually, because I asked you what was going on. And
you did not ask my side, Ren. I'm going to get the text right now. You will not sit here after you were very open and honest with Yoon and lie to my face. That is not going to happen. I will not permit that.
I will not permit it.
A lot of talk about Jar, a lot of talk about Rabbit, a lot of concern about whether or not I called you a degenerate. Here is what you said. I saw Kumo's recent video of Jordan. Jordan said you disowned him and wanted your side of the story because Kumo was an unreliable source, but Jordan much is. You didn't actually want my side of the story.
Yes, I did. Stop and say.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. The reason why I don't believe you is because you ran with it, Rin. If I'm telling you I'm not going to discuss family stuff with outsiders, and I say Jordan choosing to be in contact with you apologists, they'll forever shut that door. You know Kumo was in the Box Mafia. You know he happily sat with server.
The Box Mafia? Box reference? Is that why it was called that? Box? The Box? The Box? The dang goofing box? Running from the box? Running from the box?
For people who had loved to have a conversation about how dog dick is okay. You know that. And then you rattle off a whole bunch of stuff. I'm unsure if Jordan's telling the truth. Well, why didn't you interact or interrogate?
Wait, hold on. I missed something. Let me log in.
Unreliable source. Rabbit, a lot of concern about whether or not I called you a degenerate. Here is what you said. I saw Skumo's recent video of Jordan. Jordan said you just owned him and wanted your satisfaction.
Wait, Box Mafia is actually a reference to the box? Are we serious right now? I want to meet the owner. Is Box Mafia, is the name actually a reference to the doggone box? Dude. Box Mafia?
Because Kumo was an unreliable source, but Jordan much is.
Wait, that's awesome, dude. That's so cool. Who runs Box Mafia, and how do we become best friends? They're probably a pedophile. I don't know. You're that community. It's always a 50-50.
I actually want my side of the story.
Yes, I did. Stop and say.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. And the reason why I don't believe you is because you ran with it, Rin. If I'm telling you I'm not going to discuss family stuff with outsiders, and I say Jordan choosing to be in contact with a new apologist, they'll forever shut that door. You know Kumo was in the Fox Mafia. You know he happily sat in a server full of people who had loved having conversations about how dog.
Oh, Fox Mafia. Dude, what about Box Mafia? Can we get Box Mafia, dude? Dude.
It's okay. You know that. And then you rattle off a whole bunch of stuff. I'm unsure if Jordan's telling the truth. Well, why didn't you interact or interrogate? Or better yet, if it's not your business, why continue with it?
Again, you're allowed to not believe me.
Right, because I don't.
But I'm stating that I don't want to be pressured into false admissions like last time.
Wait, they didn't even state. They didn't even say anything yet. They didn't even fucking say anything yet. I don't believe whatever the fuck it is you're about to say. New dono sound?
That's what I'm saying. I genuinely didn't want to believe it at first, and then I.
What do you mean, like last time? You weren't forced into false admissions last time. What are you talking about?
No, like with, I felt forced, but with Heaton, that one call. But
you weren't forced. Hold on, you weren't forced to say anything. You didn't admit to anything that was a lie.
I think what Rin is trying to say, Lio, is that they felt like they were admitting to something under duress.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So if I'm telling you it's not your business, mind your business. Why would you still propagate something with no evidence? Why?
I made it.
Because this person is some random chatter that believes your accuser. I would be critical of it if there was, I don't know, if it was like a YouTuber publicly reiterating it on their platform. But this person, how many followers did this person have on their Twitter accounts? Probably none. How much attention did this person's document get? How many likes were on the original post? What real threat did this person ever serve to Lio? A threat that needs to be addressed right now through confronting them, even though they seem to no longer be on the offense if they ever were. What purpose does this serve other than to get your digs in on somebody in front of a group, which was for the same motives that caused you to fucking do a 4-hour abuse session against somebody who was so mentally disabled she was under a conservatorship? That's the thing. It's the same. The motives here are exactly the fucking same. It's just not called the Senate anymore. It's just not called an accountability call. But the motives that led to the accountability calls, the motives that led to the fucking behavior that everyone likes to say Lio's changed from, are still existent in all the new examples of his behavior. Fuck, we literally have a call where Lio's pretending like he doesn't want to be there and then entertains some random non-confrontational schizo who he claims without evidence sexually harassed him. He's talking to this person for an hour and he fucking threatens to dox them. And he claims this person threatened him because they did an insult equivalent to "you're crazy" by saying "I'm going to put you in a fucking psych ward." Lio's like, was that a threat? Did you just threaten me? And then uses that as like a justification to go do his like berating or whatever. And then pretend like that's the makeup of his entire opposition.
Clear. I cared for Jordan.
No,
and
I don't believe that. Because you know what? I care for a lot of people too. That doesn't mean I propagate things without evidence. I did it with people.
Wait, why don't you believe this person cares for...
Because they made it to a point that their life was constantly on the line if I didn't. You didn't have that issue here. You don't know anything about Jordan. Do not sit here and sell me on it.
You don't know anything about Jordan.
You also, and maybe you can't sell me on the idea that you cared so much about what happened in FCK stuff when you made the Twitter about me. Much, by the way, to the chagrin of the victims.
Oh, using the victims as a tool for his own personal grievances. Got it.
But it seems we're not going to get anywhere with this line because you specifically can't seem to rationalize your actions, or rather that you don't want to. I don't know which. So we'll move on to the next one. Do you know why I brought up your father in my video?
Because you wanted, I don't know, you wanted to use it. You wanted to point out that I didn't want my LGBT plus friends, even though I'm literally trans. Why are you defending that point? Because that's gross.
You didn't actually watch my video, did you?
I did.
Then you would know what you just said right there was not my point.
Does anyone have a
Point
link
I
to
made,
Laya's
Ren.
original video?
Yeah, I know you.
I'm being told that this person's father is allegedly abusive, and this person has to hide the fact that they're LGBTQ from the father out of fear of abuse. That is the allegation. If anyone has a link to the original video or understands what Laya's reasoning for invoking this person's father was, please tell me.
Just because I saw your YouTube post, I was not saying that your father's values are yours. That's been saved, by the way. My point was your values are incongruous with each other. You cannot, on one hand, worry about your LGBT friends finding out that your father is a dyed-in-the-wool Republican, and then actively enable, support, and hang around people who, frankly, are more hateful to trans people than your father is. Because as horrible as your father seems to be, unless you're going to correct me right now.
Is this guy moronic? Everyone is a moral hypocrite to some extent. Okay, everyone is a moral hypocrite to some extent. People's behaviors don't always align with their values, but in this case, the father, it's a case of recency and potential harm proximity and potential harm that can be caused. Obviously, and I almost am certain that Lio is exaggerating, right? I doubt these people that this other person's hanging with are like Republican-hating fucking homophobes, but also the father being a Republican-hating homophobe, when coupled with the fact this person is allegedly under a conservatorship, has great consequence to this person compared to randos on Discord. So obviously, one, they may be terrified of and not the fucking other.
No, I don't recall him actively going out and maliciously dead-naming people, or on top of that, using
I'm
the wrong
going to
pronouns to
correct
rile them
you.
up. Go ahead.
I'm going to correct you. He actually
Go ahead.
does all the freaking time.
Does he do it in front of thousands of people?
Not thousands, but he has. I don't want to disclose family details
I'm not
because
going to ask you to. I'm going to ask you to. That's why I'm keeping it very vague, Ren. You actively ally yourself with people who willfully and giggling use dead names and the wrong pronouns. You actively and willfully engage with transphobes whom you say are against your values. How can you not look at these things and realize the incongruity?
Do I mean a contradiction? I guess incongruity is incongruity even a fucking correct application of congruent? Incongruity. Okay. Why don't you just say contradiction?
I think there's more to that than fair enough. The thing is, okay. Did you do some of the art for Akumu?
yeah, I did.
The art you did, which one was it? What art did you do?
It was like a
Which videos?
Do you get bored of all the Lio tent? I don't, because it is very rare that I cover someone in a negative light that I legitimately hate. Except for this guy. I legitimately, genuinely hate him. I think he's a horrible human being. I am moral flagging over him. I think he's a horrible person that goes after the most vulnerable fucking people online. And I don't like that people that I like and respect him. So I am interested in this subject, and I will not stop.
hold on. It's been a bit.
$2 from Crystal. This guy talks like a textbook gaslighter. Thank you for the 2.
Okay, let me make this simpler for you. Has it been in any of Akumu's recent videos the past 3 months?
Me, like, been in it?
Has the art you have done been in any of the recent videos that Akumu has?
It sucks that Rin ended up joining Lio's side for their own revenge. They should have immediately cut it. It seems like a lot of the people that we can all witness he's been horrible to have joined his side. Right? That doesn't change how he treated them and whether or not all of these people seem like vulnerable fucking people. It probably wouldn't be hard to get them in your good graces, to get in their good graces again.
Has put out in the past few months.
I believe so, yeah.
Would you give your father art to use when you know he's going to spread hateful rhetoric? If you knew who Akumu was.
I would draw art for my dad in regards to D&D, but when it comes to political endeavors, no.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you if you would draw art for your dad knowing he was going to use it while spreading hateful rhetoric. Because you know who Akumu is. You know what he does.
I would not.
There's no way you don't. Okay, then why did you for Akumu? Why are you willing to associate yourself with one group of transphobes?
Does Akumu hate trans people? I don't know anything about this Akumo guy.
Not another one.
Because he's been there for me since forever.
And your father raised you and had the roof over your head. What's your point?
I care for Akuma too because he's been hurt by the FCK. And he's been there for me for like a long time.
Right over
and
your
a lot
head.
of people vilify him.
Right over your head. Just right over your head. Somebody being in Hex Cats for you was fine. But if that somehow violates your most basic values, which is don't be a transphobe, then I think your metrics
Is Akuma a transphobe?
are a little off. Because somehow being there for you in Discord calls somehow rates higher for you than having a roof over your head. And I'm not
Because once again, I believe he's probably going to bring up an example where Akuma was like misgendering someone or something, which is probably going to be different than someone's Republican father who believes all transgender people are mentally ill and deserve to be in a fucking mental hospital. Right? Akuma is trans?
not saying that your dad's not awful. Probably is. I've been around enough groups to know how this can be. But do you not see how this is a bit unequal? One would say in severity.
Well,
I guess, yeah.
Yes. So you care a lot for Jordan, huh? Your word, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So when Kumo started making fun of them when my video came out, did you get on Kumo for it?
Wait, what?
I didn't stutter. You heard me.
Did he make fun of them?
Yep. Matter of fact, they made fun of them pretty regularly in Kumo and in Lost Server to an extent, one way or another. Jordan knows that. Jordan knows that.
I did not know that.
Then we have the fact that Gilded Poo actively thinks that as he should kill themselves. And yeah, you came in and said.
I did not know that.
Then we have the fact that Gilded Poo actively thinks that as he should kill themselves. And yeah, you came in and said, Poo or Gilded, let's not.
So if this person, by virtue of their friendship with Gilded Poo, can't genuinely care for Jordan as a result of that because of what Gilded Poo said, then does Lio also not care about Jordan?
Say that. You really think that's the type of energy you should have there? Just politely, please don't.
I was trying to be polite, and...
No. Because you wouldn't have that energy if it was one of your friends. Let's be honest here. Here's my problem with you, Red. You lack any form of consistency. You make special exceptions for certain trans folks, not ones that pay your bills. You know who these people are. You know their nature. You know they're awful.
Not ones that pay your bills. What? Is he trying to say that, like, is he using that as a point in the father's favor? This person is allegedly literally under a conservatorship. They can't go live their own life if they fucking wanted to.
So are you their friend? And I genuinely want to know. They care for you.
Because I know their sides. Akumu helped Mill with being trans.
Oh.
So it seems like, on a base level, this Akumu person is probably accepting of trans people to some extent. Now, I don't know if they have views that align them with transphobia. I don't know if they've said... I don't know why Lio thinks Akumu is transphobic. But if Lio's version... If we can establish at the very least that Akumu accepts the friendship and presence of transgender people, then the risk assessment and severity is obviously going to be a lot different than Dad, whose behavior and beliefs will be much more consequential to this person's life due to the proximity and power that he has over them. In addition to the fact that if this guy is some, like, fucking hardline Trump Republican voter, he probably thinks trans people shouldn't have basic civil rights. He believes that despite them not... Republicans legitimately believe trans people should be put in mental hospitals, places where they would not have rights. And trans people, we know, do not meet the criteria for involuntary commitment to mental hospitals by virtue of being trans. So yes, a lot of these people believe in just taking away civil rights from transgender people. So obviously, the risk to this person, the severity, etc., is going to be much more severe and then therefore lead to a different assessment of the relationship and how to respond accordingly. Lio's a fucking idiot.
That doesn't mean what he did was okay. I don't condone a lot of what he does, but you...
Where's your line?
I'm trying to keep my voice down because I don't want to get caught.
Where's your line? Where's your line, Ren? So as long as he's okay with the trans people you know and like, then Akuma's fine. He misgenders doodle tones all the time. He takes shots at doodle tones.
Okay, so this guy, this Akuma, okay, so he's probably one of those people that believes, like, bad people should be misgendered. I don't think that people who do that are, always inherently hate transgender people, but they are reinforcing, like, transphobic stereotypes, meaning, like, for me to view you as your gender, right, it is purely based on if I like you or not. Your gender identity is only valid in so much as I like you, indicating, like, a level of fakeness to the affirmation of it. Right? But this Akuma person seems to be accepting of trans friends, as apparently talk to people about them being trans in a positive light. That is obviously going to be way less risky and leagues fucking better than a hardline Republican dad who apparently has a history of abuse.
Then
Doesn't
why
feel
do you
like-
enable? Then where is your line, Rin? You wouldn't do art for your dad. You wouldn't enable him to spread hateful rhetoric with your art, but you will with Akumu. You say Akumu's been there for you, but your dad put a rope over your head and raised you.
How has this person? What?
I love my
garbage.
dad, so
Okay, but you just told me that you wouldn't do it for your dad, but you'll do it for Akumu. And your reason was because Akumu's been there for you. Do you not see the incongruity here?
Like, let's say for a minute you're black. You're obviously going to assess the KKK, the active Klansmen, a little differently from, like, the fucking old white guy that you work with that, like, constantly talks about the problems with the cultures. The problems with the culture. I love the blacks. I would vote for Obama, but, like, there's, like, little, like, things he says that indicates he probably has some, like, racist views of black people. You're obviously going to treat that differently and have a different risk and moral assessment than you would for the guy who's actively a member of the Ku Klux Klan. We can acknowledge both are bad, but it is totally reasonable if one of those people creates material conditions that makes them impossible to fucking work with, while the other does not, while still thinking that racism is bad.
Do you think the people you're associating with during all this are good people? Yes or no?
if Akumu changes his outlook on transphobia, he would be definitely a good person because he tells the truth. You know,
Does he?
not like about trans, but he does not lie. He does not.
No, he has lied. Every human being on this planet has lied. And notice what you said there. What was the first word? If. I asked you a yes or no question.
Technically, we've all lied.
Do you think the people you're associating with during all this are good people? Yes or no?
Yeah.
You think they're good people?
Yes.
So you don't take any.
Dude.
So not for what?
You're not gonna make me budge on it. I'm sorry. I care for them, and
Why?
they always have a good part of them, unless they're like
Everybody has.
pedophile or.
Rin, everyone has a good part of them. That doesn't justify the wrongs they do. You
Oh,
know what these people
I
are like.
agree, wait. I agree, which is why you talking about paying for stuff for Jordan in this very fucking call is irrelevant in relation to abuse allegations. Do you not see the fucking irony in this?
Like, you know, Akumu and Kumo are transphobes. You know Kumo put my wife in videos too.
Based?
And do not, because I'm tired of hearing this nonsense. Say, well, I disagree with that, as though it would have been acceptable to you if it was anybody you like. The truth of the matter, Ren, is these people.
Your wife brought herself into it when she stayed married to you, knowing that you were bringing other people's families into it. Now, if it's a blood relation and she has no control, I get it. But at this point, your wife knows the risk, and she's to stay with you anyway by virtue of your own behavior. I think by your own logic, your wife should know about your online misdeeds, Thomas. Don't you think so, considering you've, like, called everyone's moms?
Whether they realize or you realize it, know full well it's real easy to get you on their side so long as they're nice to you. You'll excuse any sort of nonsense so long as people are nice to you.
Akumu didn't put his wife in videos. Well, then Akumu L?
A marker of somebody is not inherently how they treat their friend, because who doesn't treat their friend nice?
Oh, Kumo. Sorry, Kumo.
It's how they treat other people. Because here's the thing, all of this excusing you are giving, all these whataboutisms, you certainly didn't give to me, and you wouldn't either.
You were unfair to me, random disabled person under a conservatorship who's hiding in a closet. This guy's like a fucking bitch.
Your tweets show that. Where was the talk about everybody having a good place when you were sitting there calling me an abuser?
You do have a good side though too.
That's not what I asked you. Not what I asked you, Ren. I will not allow you to sit here and pivot like that. You are going to answer me directly. I have been very patient with you. I have not raised my voice at you. I have not yelled at you. You will answer my questions as I.
If you were not in a fucking McDonald's Walmart, or if you're not in a Walmart McDonald's at 9:30 at night, you probably would be.
Ask them. You will not deviate.
Can you re-ask it? Sorry.
You can go on and make all sorts of excuses for people who are nice to you or people you like, regardless of their egregious actions, but you don't for people you don't. Because you had no problem turning a thing that was allegedly, and I quote, for the victims to be all about.
No, when I say in the closet, I mean this person is literally both. They're in the closet in the sense they're hiding their LGBT identity from their father. But in the course of this call, they are literally in a closet because they don't want their allegedly abusive fucking parents to hear them.
Me. So where was that talk about me having a good side when you said I am not reliable, dealing with predation cases, that I'm an abuser? Oh, and then we have you who dropped Nil, but somehow Nil magically is able to still message you, telling you that I'm accusing you.
I meant replace anytime I said Akumu with Kumo. That's my bad.
And
I did not drop Nil.
I was told that you stopped talking to Nil because of their hypersexuality.
No, that's not true.
Well, then you got a lot of explaining to do to Neurofunk as well, because you told them that too.
I didn't. I said Tommy.
You told me and them Nil.
Wait, Wait, you were also told this? I thought you just referenced that you heard they told someone else. Why would you hearing they told someone else?
I did not drop Nil. I was told that you stopped talking to Nil because of.
You were told that. First it was he was told that they dropped Nil. Now it is that this person told him directly. Very interesting switch up. Very interesting switch up. Clear attempt at gaslighting?
Or hypersexuality.
No, that's not true.
Well, then you've got a lot of explaining to do to Neurofunk as well, because you told them that too.
I didn't. I said Tommy.
You told me and them Nil.
Okay, I don't know if he's talking about Akumu or Kumo right now. I honestly don't fucking know. I don't know who either of those people are.
I did not drop Nil. I told Nil to drop Tommy.
Either way, let's assume that's right, because somehow Neurofunk and I have the same information. Where was that concern then? No, instead you just ran with something Nil said, didn't verify, didn't ask questions, just went off on a tirade.
Didn't they just deny doing that? And aren't you literally making this assertion because somebody else told you this with no evidence? Therefore, you're doing the thing you're accusing this person of doing?
Further accusing me of things. Matter of fact, I think your exact words were that you hate me so much.
Yeah, Tommy G, my good old pal, Thomas Guerra of Spring, Texas.
Yeah.
Listen, he's a proud Mexican-American, okay? I love the part where he's trying to talk to some, like, disabled kid's, like, Spanish-speaking mom to convince her to abuse him, and he's like, Hola, senorita. Me no speaky Spanish very good, but I'd like to tell you about your son.
Yeah.
Because
what? That didn't do dick to you. I was going to accuse you of that, Rin. Why wouldn't I use your most known name? Or do you think you're the only person on God's green earth that's named Damien?
that was wrong in my assumption on my part.
Oh, trust me, I know. But this is my point. You will give grace to the most horrendous things on the platform so long as they're your friends. You can say all sorts of things about my behaviors, some of them very valid, but I still hold my friends accountable. And it's not just, well, I disagree with that. I dragged Coyote here and sent it, but enough of his neck and published that call. Did it to Miss Anthropony too. And if I still had contact with Aaron, I would do it with them too. You won't, because they're nice to you. You have literally now in this call said you will excuse transphobia so long as they're your friend. You'll excuse people bringing other people's wives into things so long as they're your friend.
Well, I'll excuse people bringing your wife into it regardless. Just like regardless. In regards to, I don't think this person has ever admitted to that. In fact, I don't even know if, I don't think this person's admitted to excusing transphobia. I think they've admitted they disagreed with it. But obviously, what we haven't established yet. Someone said they're talking about Kumo. Someone else said they're talking about Akumu. So, you know, I'll just, Cum Guy. I'll say Cum Guy until we can figure out who it is. Okay? The assumption is that Cum Guy is probably like on the tier list of transphobia. He's probably one of those people that is accepting of transgender people and transgender identity, but engages in behavior or has opinions that perpetuate transphobia to some extent. That's very different than somebody who is an ideological principle is against the fucking existence of trans people, which is going to be what your average MAGA Republican is. So obviously, under the right conditions, one might be able to be excused, right, if they're making an effort, and the other might not.
I want you to tell me how this is justified. Because I can tell you this much, I can tell you this much. Pay very close attention to what I'm going to say to you. If Jar did a video on you and put your father on the video, everybody would be coming to me wanting his head. And you'd be leading that charge. So if that ever does happen to me,
Guy called people's moms, called people's schools, as threatening to get people's families involved in every single situation. Thomas, I honestly think that your wife is relevant to the drama. These are abuse allegations being made against you of someone living in your household, which your wife was present in, as a material witness to the alleged abuse. I think it is relevant for journalistic purposes to have your wife identified.
To just excuse it by saying, well, Josh's nice to me. How would you feel if I did that to you? Tell me.
I would be angry. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be real angry. The only things I will give you credit for that you won't excuse is child predation. Congratulations on meeting the bare minimum. You will accuse people without evidence. You will claim you care about somebody knowing literally nothing about them because you don't care about Jordan. And I'm saying that as somebody who did, I think, personally.
Yeah, Lio cared about Jordan so much that he did a live stream where Jordan, who was a then minor at the time, was in a call with their groomer.
You care about who you can weaponize when you're mad at somebody else. And the FCK Twitter
and had their own grooming allegations reviewed and joked about in front of them.
Proves that in spades. And you admitted to that. You admitted you utilized it because you knew people were listening, so you could have your own little issues with the SEC. Here's the other thing that I'm going to take you to task for right now. You did not divulge to Akumu your history. You know, you saw his live stream with me. Why'd you lie by omission to Akumu?
Okay, so it was Akumu. So who's coming in here saying it's not Akumu? It's not Akumu. It's Kumo. It's not that. So it is Akumu. Akumu. Akumu Matata, dude. Isn't that how the phrase goes? I'm kidding. I know that's not how the phrase goes.
That if I spoke, I would get legal action. I made that clear.
No, I'm talking about to Akumu.
No,
Not to us. No. You've never been scared of legal action before because you had no problem telling me you were still scared of the SEC, which of course now is contradicted by you attacking them using that account by your own admission. So don't.
Wait, you were never scared of legal action because you're scared of this other online community. What?
Don't even. June may buy that. I don't. And June's welcome to. You were scared of legal action, especially when you knew we found out. You would have ducked and ran.
Notice the difference between how June and Rin are talking at the beginning of this call, two people that in good faith are attempting to resolve conflict amongst one another, and how Lyo's talking, somebody who's looking for an excuse to bully a mentally disabled, vulnerable adult in front of an audience without calling it an accountability call, which somehow makes it so substantially different that we can argue this guy's legitimately changed.
Involved at all. You went on one day while I was driving to Dallas to visit my in-laws for 4 hours.
His in-laws are in Dallas? Noted.
About how scared of the SEC you are. At the moment you think you can essentially sweep their legs, there you are in the front line. This is no, go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say.
I do apologize, at least.
What? Huh? For what? I listed out a whole bunch of things.
For hurting you.
Rin, how do I put this delicately? You're not capable of hurting me. You didn't hurt me. You pissed me off because you.
It didn't hurt me. It pissed me off. Dude, the cope is crazy. The cope is everyone is a if we're to believe that your anger is genuine, which I don't think it is at this, I think you play it up as an excuse to confront and bully people. If I'm to take you at face value, it is very fucking easy to hurt you because apparently any 2-follower shitter with a phone is able to do it.
Proved.
If I'm to believe you're not a liar.
Jace right once again. You proved that the people I try to help don't want it. It's why you constantly went behind my back to get back online multiple times in 2023. It's why you still ran around spaces you knew you weren't wanted in. And it's why the moment you got a small inkling of being able to fire back at people you were mad at for calling you out, you took it. You have done unquestionable damage to people for nothing. Or nothing. Do you really think you helped any victims with that account?
I did, because
It is very hard for me to believe that this person has done unquestionable damage to fucking anyone.
Who'd you help? Tell me.
Why do you want names? Like, I'll name them Gary, Jamesy, Teddy.
Teddy. You think you helped Teddy? Interesting.
Teddy expressed it to straight taste, but like I sent the money, even though I care for them, and I care for them.
No. If I care for my wife and get her a dog, but then make sure that dog is never in contact with my wife, that's not me showing that I care for my wife. You did not care. You did not take actions with someone who cares for others. Caring takes self-sacrifice. You don't have that, Rin. You've demonstrated it multiple times.
This person is allegedly actively under a conservatorship, Laya.
Multiple times.
You're not a parent either. You are not a parent either. You've taken in, like, vulnerable, like, fucking homeless, like, Discord abuse victims for, like, brief periods of time and let them stay at your house. You've never been a parent. And I honestly, it makes me religious. I thank God every single day that you don't actually have kids because you would fucking suck at it.
In this call, you've admitted that you have lied. You've admitted that you've been spiteful. You've been vindictive. You utilized a platform that was supposed to help people who were victims to attack other people falsely and to scream about me being an abuser with no evidence. So if somebody accuses you of the same, should I accept it and do videos on it, or should I make tweets about it, Rin?
You're right.
For what?
Oh, so treat others the way they treat you. Got it. So Lyo has called people's mothers, threatened people with calling their mothers and fathers, called people's schools and falsely reported them as threats to those schools. So treat others the way you want to be treated. That's Lyo's standard. And Lyo's standard is also it's okay to get family members involved and close relatives involved over every minor grievance. Lyo's also in a failing marriage. Noted. Anyways.
What's the butt here?
I shouldn't have done that.
You're right, you shouldn't. I know you shouldn't. I'm the one saying you shouldn't have. But you are still here, still trying to make excuses for the fact that you would enable people who spread hateful rhetoric because of your friends. And this is always your trap, always your failure on this end. You overlook horrendous actions by other people so long as they're your friend. You, as their friend, should be up their butt about stuff like this more than anybody else, because that's what a friend does. And I can tell you this very bluntly, because I have friends here too. I have friends in this call right now. And I have people who maybe not even consider themselves my friends here. For example, I'll go ahead and give you a rundown. Pizza here, I don't know if he considers me a friend, but I consider him something of one. If he thinks I'm wrong,
Who cares? Who gives a fuck who you do and don't consider a friend? I consider this guy. Look how many friends I have. Look, I'm a professional Discord user. Tony, I'm going to work. Wait, somebody wants to call in. Apparently they've sung about Lio. Hey, Aiden, this is boring. Do something cool for us. Ring, ring, ring. Hello? Sorry, that's what I could do. Okay, apparently somebody wants to call in about Lio. To that person, wait in call-ins. I gotta go make a coffee. So, give me 2 seconds. Someone is gonna call in about Lio right now. We're gonna finish this call. Give me 2 seconds, guys, alright? I know that was very unfunny. I'm back. So, we're having somebody call in, who apparently has experience or interactions with Lio Convoy. This is... I will warn you in advance, I don't know anything about this person's grievance. There are various people who have grievances with Lio Convoy by virtue of how many people who hate him that are crazy, that do have, like, nothing to say. So I don't know if this is going to be one of them. I don't endorse any statements made by the party I'm going to have on. We're just here to talk. Hold on. Cinnabon, you're live on the air. What is up?
What's up, Aiden? How are you, buddy?
I'm good. I'm good.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I've been in your chat for the last couple days, my friend. It is Finnegan the Red Panda.
I've heard
one of Lio Convoy's biggest ops on
yeah,
the internet right now.
I think I've heard your name. I think I've heard your name in my research, but do you want to just like tell me, I guess, your story or with your experience with Lio from the beginning?
Yeah, so I joined Cast War Fox's server sometime in 2022. I was still in the military over in Finland. I was an MP for 7 years. After I left the military, I went to a place called Supo. This will be important later.
Got it.
So after a while, I ended up meeting a person in I'd like to say in 2023-ish. Turned out he was a zoophile. And I didn't know that because I'm supposed to, according to Thomas Guerrera, I'm supposed to cyberstalk my partner across the internet. Since I'm in law enforcement, I'm supposed to cyberstalk him all over the internet. I'm supposed to see if he's a pedophile. I'm supposed to see if he has a criminal record a mile long. I'm supposed to have his first, last name, social security number, every little fucking thing that I'm supposed to have for him. And it was a waste of time because I was dealing with Coyote Lovely at the time.
Just to clarify, sorry, one more time. Your partner, you were dating this person, or were you two? I may have missed the word. You were dating?
Dating is loosely.
It was like an e-relationship or whatever. Did you two actually ever meet in person?
We met in person in 2024. Turned out, Lio was a liar. I talked to him while he was in Florida, and he told me everything. He was like, yeah, no. I had, quote unquote, one run-in of being a zoophile, and it never happened again. And I told him, I said, that, zoophilia is illegal. Bestiality is not legal. And he said, I know that. I'm like, okay, so then why would you even say some shit like that? Because I wanted them to leave me alone. This seems like a pattern. It seems like a pattern to me. So
Well, hold on. I just want to ask a clarifying question. I'm a little confused here. This
Okay.
guy admitted to you he had one past experience as a zoophile.
yeah, I put it in air quotes because I don't even believe it.
What does he claim that he did?
He claims that he let his dog lick his dick.
Got it. But he was never criminally charged, right?
No.
Okay.
He was never criminally charged for any of it, which is why I'm like,
I'm only saying that
his
to.
parent-
By the way, I just clarify. I'm only saying that to determine what you would have been able to know. That's why I'm.
Oh no,
yeah.
you're good. Like when I investigated him on Twitter, there was maybe like a couple of posts that's like, "Oh, you're a zoophile. You're a zoophile." I'm like, dude, this is not enough evidence for me. Another person I used to hang around named Pizza. I don't have any problems with him, by the way, but he told me, "Oh, he was involved in a feral art server," and I'm like you, Lio, Cass Warfox, and every single fucking person in this group, right?
Wait, Lai was in a feral art server. You're alleging?
It's not even that I'm alleging. He had feral art in his server for 4 years.
Okay.
And he was told numerous times that if you're going to hunt zoophiles, you can't have this in your server. If you're going to hunt pedophiles, you can't have pedophiles in your server. It's simple. Every single person that has been exposed in the last, I would like to say from 2022 to 2024, was either a zoophile or a pedophile.
Did Lio
And
knowingly
YG's
have
one of them.
pedophiles in his server?
I don't know if they were. I don't know if he knowingly did.
Got it.
I'm not saying that he knowingly does, but what I'm saying now in 2025 that Lio knowingly beefs with me on Twitter, knowing that I'm a cop in his county, by the way, Harris County.
Got it. So what the beef between the two of you is because you were with someone that allegedly had a dog lick his penis. You don't believe that to be true, but that's what he confessed to. What did Lio lie about in regards to this guy?
So Lio lied about the fact that that I knew he was a zoophile. That I knew from day one, which wasn't true. He never told me from day one. And how can I put this? English is not my first language, so beware. If I'm going to say this as a hypothetical. Say that you're an animal abuser. Are you going to tell your boyfriend that you hump animals and have him break up with you? No. But when you go and find the evidence that he does this, it doesn't exist. None of it exists.
Okay.
Zero.
Why don't you believe the guy when he confessed to you that he was a zoophile?
I the reason why I don't believe it is because his parents, I've met his parents. They're abusive as shit. They'd do anything to get rid of him because he's gay. And yeah, his parents were or are these hella Christian people who, like Lio, apparently gay sex really scares them. So he would tell me constantly, my parents do everything they can to get rid of me. Well, if he was a zoophile in the state that he lives in, it's illegal and it's punishable to 7 years in prison. So why isn't he in jail right now?
Well, because just because someone hasn't, just to be fair here, I'm just being fair. Just because someone hasn't been, you're a cop, you know this. People commit crimes all the time that they don't actually go to court for or get charged for because the DA might choose not to prosecute. It might not have been reported. There might not be enough evidence to go and prosecute. So I don't think whether or not he's been convicted of it is going to matter a whole lot.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. I'm 110% aware. But my whole point is that you can you can say that somebody's a zoo, but when it comes to the people who are around him, I'm going to use Coyote Lovely as an example. When I went after him, there was more evidence that the person that he was fucking around with, I'm not sure if you know Hypnotist Sappho or not.
I've heard this name repeatedly.
Yeah, so this person was a part of the, I don't know if they still are or not. They're a part of the VR chat communities, some of them, and they're not a very good person. They've been rumored to date a 14-year-old boy, constantly abuses their animals and stuff like that. Sure, I mean, you can say that it's hard to prosecute, crimes like this, but when you're recording yourself doing it, you're in violation of not one but two laws. Because one, you're recording it, two, you're sharing it.
That's true. That's so.
Which is against the law federally.
True. I agree.
So it says it right there. I mean, it's in black and white. Everybody can find it if you want. It's one of those things, like when I dealt with him, the only thing that I'm called is a zoophile because I dated one person who was.
Did you break up with him when he confessed to you?
Yeah.
Got it.
The same exact day.
Same day.
The same exact day. As soon as he said, yes, this happened, I'm like, okay, I'm done. I can't take a risk like that.
Okay. So you do believe, or did believe, there was a possibility that this confession was genuine?
Yeah. There was a possibility, yeah. I'd say 50-50.
Got it.
50-50.
Damn, I mean, it's a horrible thing to find out about someone you love.
Yeah. I mean, I'm married now to somebody else. I mean, he treats me really well. We live together.
He's not a zoophile, right?
No. But he is a furry. And he's like one of the nicest furries you'll ever meet. Even though he is a dumbass.
Fair enough. So what is okay. So did Lio do an accountability call with you?
Fuck no. I mean, Cass Warfox tried, but after a while, it was very pointless to me, and that's when I started doing the digs. That's when I started running people's usernames through programs and stuff, and trying to figure out. This is why, if you ask Lio who I am, he'll tell you that Finney's a fake Fed because he thinks that Supo is a federal agency here in the United States. Dear Lio Convoy, listen and open your ears, you old fat piece of shit. Supo is not a federal agency, it's an Interpol agency in Finland, you fucking retard. When I started doing my digs, I found out that not only one person in this group, but 15 people within this group had some sort of lolly porn or shota porn floating around on the internet.
In Lio's group?
And both of them.
Got
with
it.
With Fox Mafia and Senate. A lot of people don't know this, but I will confirm for you that it is true. A lot of Fox Mafia members and a lot of Senate members were in each other's servers.
God, well, it does seem like a lot of, even Lio accepts, a lot of the people he was at one point hanging around with are pedophiles. I've been hearing rumors about this Vita person, some other dude.
Josh Vita. Yeah, the guy who was in the call with him trying to get Jordan to record them being raped by their stepfather.
Yeah.
And send it to Nebraska State Police while arguing with me about it being illegal.
So, you seem to have done a lot of homework on this guy. Do you have any like smoking gun recordings potentially of Lio?
I have. The only thing I really got is I have an entire folder. It's called the Truck Yard folder. There's a reason why it's called that. And for your chat, the reason why it's called the Truck Yard folder is because I'm not sure if you know, Lio likes to pretend that he's a transformer. But now he's in the truck junkyard. Every little degenerate thing that's in there belongs to him. Everything. Every little degenerate thing, down to the little Dolphin Vor comic. that he had posted.
So what is your like your modern day grievance with Laya? What are you looking for from him?
What I'm looking for is, well, basically for him to either prove that I'm not a police officer, which is going to be very hard for him to do, or two, shut the hell up and actually move on from the situation like I did.
Okay, so
I only came back because he keeps putting my name in his mouth.
So he's still talking about you.
Yeah, I left him alone for 2 years.
And he's calling you a zoophile because you dated someone who you didn't know was actually a zoophile.
Right, and I mean, dude, I don't fuck dogs, okay? I don't
Fair
do that.
enough.
I don't, harm my kids either.
Kids, alright.
Yeah, I mean, I was a child abuse victim, man. Okay, like I don't sit and I don't sit and toady that about like he does. Well, I was abused as a child. That's why I do predator hunting. Well, Lio, you took my backstory. So,
Interesting. Interesting.
Oh, he did. I will tell you, without a shadow of a doubt, before 2022 or during 2022, he never once mentioned that he was abused. When I come into the picture and, have a mental break and say, look, dude, I've been abused as a child, I've been molested as a child, all of a sudden, oh, he was abused and molested too.
So you
all
think?
of a sudden,
Oh, got it. So you legitimately think that he made up his abuse to copy you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty
I was
damning
nearly
stuff.
so if you want to know, I was nearly beat to death by my biological father at 5 years old.
Got it.
I was taken away from my family for 2 years. I put my father in jail for the next 30 fucking years for what he did to my step siblings. Now, according to Lio, when his old man abused him every way but sexually, the police never did anything. Well, in 1980, I would like to say in 1985, that's not true. In 1985, you see there were child protection laws that were in place for children like him who were supposedly abused. There was no way, no rhyme, no fucking mystery that his father would have went to jail. And the fact that I cannot find an article or even a police report of any kind, it's a lie.
Well, okay, all right.
Abuse victims don't act like that.
Okay. If you want to claim he's not acting as this one, that's fine. I don't agree with the notion that because there wasn't necessarily an arrest that the abuse necessarily didn't happen, because there are tons of a lot of people in my chat were probably abused and their abuser was never arrested or convicted of a crime, or they never reported it to the police. So I don't think that necessarily proves anything.
See, but he's saying that he was abused every way but sexually. So physical, I'm thinking of bruises. Schools are mandatory reporters, even in the 80s.
Yeah, but even in the 80s, they weren't always. First of all, they weren't always reporting it. Kids would come up with excuses, and schools were like just historically bad with like adequately like catching and reporting on it. And even if the schools did report on it, in some cases, like CPS has just been completely like negligent in their duties and their investigative capacity. So there are several reasons. He could genuinely have been beaten without his father having been caught or arrested.
See, that's here, Aiden. That's why I have a problem with it. I'm 29. I'm not that much younger than Lio.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was sent to school, okay? And I told my teacher that I fell down the stairs. They didn't believe me. They called CPS almost immediately. They didn't believe me at all. And sure, I'll say that places like Brenham, Texas, and stuff like that are different. But when it comes for pound, and report for report, I have a report a mile long about my father from 2001 till now, 2025. You would think that he would have some sort of way to get into therapy, which is another thing. Allegedly, he can't find a therapist either. I live here in Texas. I had to transfer my therapist. I'm in like therapy for the rest of my life.
I'm genuine. I'm legitimately very fucking sorry to hear that, and I'm glad that your teachers caught that, and I'm glad they didn't believe you. Unfortunately,
I'm glad too.
But unfortunately, your experience is not necessarily going to mean that there are not huge misses in the system that happen like all the time. Many people can personally attest to this, but it's also been documented. There have been cases where schools and CPS like collectively failed and kids ended up dead. I mean, I remember the case of what's his face, Gabriel Fernandez, I think in California. The school, in that case, the teacher did report it.
Yeah.
CPS did jack shit, and he died at the hands of the abuse. So just because your teacher was good enough to not believe you and it was reported and the correct processes were taken, that does not mean that Lyle wasn't abused.
I still think regardless if he was abused or not, I'm still calling him out about it. Period. Regardless if he was abused or not, like you don't come around and take somebody else's story, man.
Well, how do you? Okay.
It happens right after I get exposed and leave, quote unquote. Right after.
Besides the circumstance of timing, I mean, this guy probably talks to people who've been abused all the fucking time. It's like the type of people that hang around his server. So what makes you think he took your story in particular, and that's what inspired him to now start claiming he was abused, copying your story?
I think it because at the beginning, that's all I hear. I hear my old man abused me every way but sexually. I've said those exact words before. Those exact words I've said.
Well, because that's true.
Which is fine.
That's true for a lot of. Not all cases of abuse are sexually motivated. When you have a father who's a physical abuser, he's likely to also be a verbal abuser, a psychological abuser. So for a lot of people whose father didn't sexually abuse them, but abused them in other ways, which is a lot of people and a lot of abusive dads, that statement would just be true.
And mothers too. My parents were both. They were both abusive.
Well,
both of them.
Sorry to hear that.
But my reasoning behind it isn't exactly to say, oh well, it never happened. I'm just saying that if it did happen, sorry, I'm not wishing for people to go off and kill themselves and pull the trigger until it stops clicking.
Okay. So you can at least admit,
people don't fucking act like that. If you really have that serious of a problem, then you need to go to therapy. Which brings me to another point. He says that he can't find a therapist, which is bullshit.
I thought he said, didn't he say he went to therapy?
He said, it's on his Twitter somewhere. I'd have to go back to what month is it? December?
Yeah.
I'd have to go back to August to find that post. He posted a whole list of therapists saying that his quote unquote insurance doesn't take it or something.
That could also be true.
And I'm like, well, the idea is if you have a job and you work so hard as you claim, then what's a $80 session gonna do? And even then, you have telehealth therapists too. I've done that during COVID. It sucks. It doesn't work.
But those guys still charge a fuck ton, and then cumulatively, those 80.
Oh, I know.
Therapy is a long process, right? It's a long process. So those $80 sessions are really gonna rack up and accumulate if he's to actually fully engage with therapy, and that could ultimately end up costing a fuck ton of money.
Oh, I know. I mean, hell, I went to the hospital for a kidney stone. Guess how much it was?
Probably a fuck ton.
$1,500. $1,500.
Wow.
For a CAT scan of my head and an MRI of my back to find 2 kidney stones the size of a small toy car.
Yeah.
And
So
it cost me $1,500 for that, which is fine. I mean, because my insurance is lapsing because it's almost the new year, so I have to re-sign up for it, which is fine.
But you understand then why somebody who, I mean, we probably know Lia's not rolling in dough. He probably makes money, but he's not rolling in dough. You would understand then why somebody like that probably like genuinely might not be able to out of pocket pay for like full on therapy, right? If it's not covered by their insurance.
I mean, even then, I don't even know what insurance he has.
Well, he's
which
probably
I
not
don't
going to
care
disclose
to
that. Yeah,
know.
he's probably not going to disclose that.
Yeah, I don't care to know. I don't care to know about that, but I'm after this dude for a lot of reasons. One of them is, he threatened me, threatened to have me quote unquote locked up 2 years ago, which never happened.
For doing what? What was his claim about
For
what you did?
for impersonating a police officer, which he called.
Does he have your full
called my
name?
office. No.
Okay, he called your
They
office?
don't know my name. He called my office. And you know what they told him?
What?
If you ask about him again, we're coming to your house.
The police said that to him.
Yeah, because threatening a police officer is a crime.
How did
Not
he
sure if
threaten
knew
you in that regard?
Still wish I had the post. He threatened me to have me locked up to basically life ruination. Tried to say that I don't have any kids. What's another thing?
He threatened you locked up by reporting you to the police, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think, just to be clear, I don't think it's a crime to threaten to get a police officer arrested if you believe they've committed a crime.
Oh no. But it's the fact that he only spurred out because I got his address.
Okay, but I just want to be like, so
that's
so
the
we're gonna walk
only
back.
reason,
We're gonna walk back the claim that he committed a crime by calling your department, right?
To harass somebody and try to dox them. Yes, he was calling to try to get my information, which they won't give you for a reason. Because if a police department gives you an officer's details willy-nilly, they're responsible for what happens to you. Meaning that if he comes to my house and tries to fight me, which he has said that he will try to do many times. Hell, he's asked me to pull up to his house many times so I could fight him.
Are you have you like provided proof that you're a police officer, by the way?
I have given them Cass Warfox specifically my department details plenty of times.
Got it.
Yeah. They all know. They all know. Every single one of them know. And
But wait, if he called your department and they said if you call about him again, we're gonna come to your house. If that's what they said, then isn't that confirmation that you're a police officer? Because they're saying that.
Yeah, he still hides behind the fact that I'm a fake fed and a zoophile. Because he thinks, once again, that Supo, which is an Interpol agency in Finland, this is where all military police officers go. This is where all how can I put it? Military instructors, drill sergeants, stuff like that go. They go there because of the experience that both Interpol and Finnish military share with each other. They both share it with each other. That's just how my home country works, I guess.
I mean,
and
yeah, you're from. Do you speak
Interpol,
Finnish?
I do a bit, yeah.
A bit.
Yeah, I speak 3 different languages: Finnish, English, and Russian.
Can you talk in Finnish?
I would love to, but I am illing right now, Aiden.
You're what?
Illing. Can you hear it in my voice?
Are you
that
drunk?
I don't feel very good.
Oh, you don't feel good?
No.
But it's just your native
I'm sick.
language. You can't speak your native language?
I can, but I'm choosing not to right now.
Oh, God. It's all good, man. It's all good. I feel you, man. I feel you.
It was the same thing with Fox's Jor. Can you speak Finnish? Oh, blah, blah, blah. I wouldn't give it to him because he lied to me about being in the military.
Oh, so
Yeah.
okay, got it. So you know the truth. You're just not gonna give it to us.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Oh, I gotta be honest with you. I don't think you're Finnish.
No, I am. I am.
Can you speak it?
I was born in Javiskala, Finland, which is a very small town outside of Manchild, Finland. Very tiny town.
I've never heard of somebody being so sick they can't even speak their native language anymore.
It's not even just anymore. It's just that I don't feel like it.
Okay, I just want you to know that this is the answer that people give when they're like almost all the time when they're lying about something. This is what you know, Boogie 2988. This is the same reason he gave for not providing his medical records when he had cancer.
Etiski?
One word? Can you say like a sentence? Talk to me. Talk to me.
It's actually 2 words.
Okay, say I don't know.
Tetski means excuse me.
Oh, I could say bonjour. I don't. I'm not a fluent French speaker. Can you like?
I don't speak French either, so I know, like, when it comes to French or anything like that, I only know bonjour too. I only know hello. Oh, and goodbye, au revoir.
So, okay, so can you just be honest with me here, ma'am?
I mean, look, I'll give you my birth certificate if you want it.
Okay.
Because, like I said, they tried the same thing with me. You're not finished because you don't want to speak it. It's not that I don't want to speak it. It's just that what is the reason to speak it?
Because
you wouldn't understand anyway.
You've no Finnish accent. You claimed it's your second language, but I gotta be honest, man, your English is like impeccable. There is zero detection that you come from a foreign country. And the unwillingness to do something as basic as to like speak your native language to prove that you speak it, and when you're willing to like go into so many personal details about your life is like very suspicious.
So I'm not sure if you know this or not, but in Finland you are taught English from a very young age. From the age of 5 to the age of I'd say about 9 years old. The reason why you learn English in Finland, it's because it's an international trade language. That is your international trade language that you have to learn. We migrated here to the U.S. when I was about 9 years old. I've been here ever since. I moved back once, at 15, and stayed there until I was 22, and came back here again, which I shouldn't have done. But I came back here to take care of my mom and dad, even though after what they did to me, I still did anyway. But when it comes to speaking my language...
Well, hold on. Actually, just to remind you home a little bit. So, this is my buddy Nick Andros. He also comes from Finland. Nick Andros, we're having, there's a dispute where this person is being accused of about lying about being from Finland. What are your thoughts on this? Can you ask him a question in English, Nick Andros? Or no, I mean in Finnish?
What question specifically?
Just anything, and he'll answer in English, because he doesn't feel like speaking his language.
Okay.
It's not that I don't feel like it. It's that I don't feel good.
No, it's fine. That's fine.
Can you just... I came in here to answer. I didn't come in here to answer questions about. Oh fuck! I didn't come here to answer questions in my native language. I'm not.
You don't have to. You can answer in English. You can answer in English. What did he just ask? I'm confused. I need someone to translate. I don't speak Finnish.
I asked him what his hobbies are.
No, you don't. That's not you. That's not the time for you to ask another question. You just fucking ruined it.
Hold on. Okay.
Ask him a new question,
I
please,
did not review
Nicandros.
the last one. Mitä tein teille?
All right, what did Nick Andros just ask?
I don't know, and I don't care. I don't feel good.
So
You're not
honest,
you're not Finnish, and that makes me question, are you also lying about being a police officer?
No.
But you did lie about being Finnish.
I'll give you my birth certificate if you want it.
Yeah, I'll take you up on that. But why?
The guy clearly does not understand Finnish.
Is that your assessment?
Yes.
Wait, how about this? Since you don't feel like speaking Finnish, can you tell us some things about Finland, like cultural stuff that I should know? Or I want to know?
What are the 3 biggest cities?
Oh, that one's easy.
Helsinki is one of them. It's one of the biggest cities and one of the biggest.
It's the capital. It's the capital.
Yes, it is the capital. It's the capital of Finland. That's also where Finnish Parliament is. Another city that I have enjoyed, also where the Finnair Flight Academy is Pori.
That's not how you pronounce it. You don't speak Finnish.
That's where the Finnair Flight Academy is.
It's pronounced Pori, not Puri.
I say it that way
Because you don't speak Finnish.
No, that's not the reason why.
You haven't demonstrated any ability to speak Finnish in this entire call.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Yes.
I told
at least the bits that I've been here for.
I literally told Aiden, excuse me.
You're okay.
So I mean,
you just came. It's just odd because like you came in here knowing that I don't like Lyle, want to make tons of detailed claims about the guy. You know, talking about it, you felt well enough to do that. Talk for several. How long have we been doing this? Half an hour at this point, right? And it's just very weird that you can't even. You're so sick you can't speak your native language. Do you understand why that makes you look like a liar?
I understand that, but
do you have like vocal cord parasites? Do you have like the phantom pain sickness?
No. When I went to the ER, over Thanksgiving.
What is the ER called?
No, wait, let him finish. What were you saying about the ER?
When I went to the ER 2 weeks ago, I went over Thanksgiving for my kidney stones. I had 2 kidney stones the size of a small car.
Yeah.
A small toy car.
Yep.
Okay? I had 2 of them. You know, bleeding out of your urethra is not fun.
Yep.
By the way.
Imagine it's not. I would imagine it's not. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Let him finish.
Yeah. Yes, kidney stones do cause that. Can also cause a UTI because all kidney stones are their calcium deposits from you drinking too much sugar. Things like iced tea, Pepsi, Sprite, or Starry, for example. If you drink too much of that, not enough water, you get kidney stones. You know, and you have very, very difficult time peeing. So when you have a difficult time peeing, they give you something that is called lipsotrypsy, which is a giant, not really a giant machine, but it is a back beater. They leave you on it for 2 hours. It causes a lot of discomfort, a lot of pain, but you go through it. And they give you an antibiotic, usually Bactrim. When they give you Bactrim, it goes away. Now, 2 weeks later, I now have a sore throat. I now have vertigo. Along with that, sitting here is very hard. I can't send you anything, Aiden, because you haven't. I can't.
My DMs are open. I'll accept your friend. You have it ready? I'll accept your friend request right now.
I'm sending this folder to you.
Got it. So
give me 1 second. That is what.
What's your experience with kiwi farms?
Define experience with Kiwi Farms. I only know 2 people from Kiwi Farms.
Oh, people are talking about a Kiwi Farms account that you have or something? Or a thread?
Hold on. Well, let me find out. I don't think I have a thread on Kiwi Farms. I doubt it.
Got it. Okay. Sorry, that was my bad. I got sidetracked. So anyways, this drug that you were taking for your kidney stones has stopped you from being able to speak your native language?
No. I just don't feel well enough to sit here and do that right now.
But that wouldn't
Just
require
for
any...
right now.
What additional effort would speaking Finnish require that English wouldn't?
Strain on my throat. English doesn't strain my throat as bad, but certain words in English do.
Is this true,
Like
Nick
the word-
Andros? Is a bilingual
like the
Finn
word-
English speaker?
Like the word popsicle, that hurts right now.
What did you say?
Like the word popsicle, that hurts right now.
But for the sake of the stream, you are willing to bear through that pain because you just said popsicle. So why don't you bear through that pain to answer Nick Andros' question? Or if the reason you're not... Wait, I got it. I got a solution. If the reason you can't speak Finnish is because it strains your throat, once again, Nick Andros, ask him something random in Finnish and just answer in English. Simple. Quick, easy.
Omistatko tietokonetta? Tai tietokoneen, anteeksi.
So, in English, what would the answer be? Hello?
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Oh my god.
So what would the answer be in English?
And why would I answer it?
But you just said the reason you're not speaking Finnish is because your throat hurts. But you're fine speaking English. So why can't you just answer that in English to prove that you're Finnish and not a liar?
Well, why would I answer it? What does that prove? That
you're
that
Finnish.
I'm
That
not,
you haven't lied.
That I'm not,
you understand
that I'm,
Finnish.
that I'm not a liar. Again, I don't feel like answering his question right now. I don't feel like answering it.
You're willing to answer every question up until that one. Why is that?
Because I don't feel like answering it right now.
Okay, can you at least...
came in
Okay,
here
you don't need to answer it. How about this? New solution. You don't need to answer it. Can you at least tell me what his question was?
What was your question?
Omistatko tietokoneen?
Could you speak up a little bit?
Yeah.
Omistatko tietokoneen?
Oh.
Entäs älypuhelimen?
Is that what you said, Nick Andros?
No.
Okay, can you just be honest with me, man? Everybody knows you don't speak Finnish. I know you don't speak Finnish. I know you're not from Finland. The question is, why would you even lie about that? Is to, like, protect your real identity or something?
It would be really funny if it turned out that I'm not Finnish either, and I'm just bullshitting.
No, I spoke more Russian than I spoke more Finnish.
Okay.
And there's a reason for that, and it's because of my grandparents. Both of my grandparents speak Russian. Both of them. But that doesn't mean I haven't lived in Finland, nor that I'm lying about it.
So you don't speak Finnish?
Finnish on my language scale is number 3.
So you don't speak Finnish?
I speak very little.
Okay.
Very little.
So,
Russian
but you're fluent in Russian? But are you fluent in Russian?
Russian is number 1.
Privyet, drug.
It's privyet. And privyet means hello.
What does drug mean?
Drug?
Yes, drug.
What does Das Vidanian mean?
Are you okay? Hello?
No, I'm not okay.
How about Spasiba?
Спасибо. До свидания has two different. You can use it in a sentence to say goodbye. You use it to say bye bye to a lot of people, or it works in a sentence pretty well. The I speak more English now than I did, I would say, 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay, so,
So-
5 or 6 years ago, could you speak, like, period? Because it doesn't sound like you know enough Finnish to speak it. It's not sounding like you know enough Russian to speak it. So...
No, I can speak it, and I stopped speaking it after a while. My grandparents were the only ones that did, and they're gone.
Yeah, my
At least on my
great-grandparents,
dad's
my
side.
great-grandparents spoke Russian, and my grandma, who grew up with her parents speaking Russian, although she can't speak it fluently, she still is able to understand it. So, like, if someone was to speak Russian or it comes back to her, she can tell you what they said. The thing is, if we were to get someone in here to talk to you in Russian, could you even do that? Because I can
Right now, no, but later on, yes.
So-
It's just a right now kind of thing, because I don't feel the best. I came here to tell you my dealings with this moron that I've dealt with for the last 2 years. I had to spend a year being harassed by them too.
Are you actually even married?
Yeah. I got married last year.
Is your husband in the house?
2024. It's 10, 11. Well, yes, he is. He's upstairs.
Can you
on
get
the
him to say
couch.
hi?
Maybe. Is he on Discord right now?
If he's in the house, what?
I'll use Discord to ping him if he's upstairs watching TV, or I'll go upstairs and talk to him, or what have you, whatnot.
Got it. What was your training like in the academy to become a police officer?
Oh God. American Police Academy?
You were also a cop in Finland?
You go through can I put it? You go through 12 months, 1 year of intense training. So you learn everything. And I mean everything, okay? You learn the biggest things that have killed cops here. One of those things is improper felony stops.
What was the most like physical pain you had to go through in training?
Most physical pain?
Yeah. Like the most physically painful thing you had to do.
Driving training.
Not getting tased?
I'd rather be tased. I'd rather be fucking tased than go through.
Oh, so you weren't tased?
No, I was tased.
Oh, you were tased?
I was. Yes, I'm telling you right now. I would rather be tased over doing your 2-minute challenge.
Got it.
You have to do a 2-minute challenge. Okay, so this 2-minute challenge is a is a Code 3 response driving training. So the entire time you must drive above but not below 80 miles per hour. It depends. The academy I went to was different than others. So who knows? But they are all 12 months. And in your 2-minute challenge, you have to complete the entire course in
Do they
under
use
2 minutes.
miles in Finland?
They use kilometers.
Wait, I have a
in South
question.
Florida.
What would that be in kilometers?
What, 80 miles per hour in kilometers?
Yes.
About
He's looking it up.
no, I'm not. It's about one
Yeah, give the guy a break. He's tired. He's sick.
148 around there.
Yeah. So can I ask you another question? So you admit you're better with Russian, Finnish. You live there, but you're not fluent in it. You can't hold a conversation in it, right?
Kind of.
So how were you able to enter the Finnish army and participate? If you can't, does Finland have a foreign legion, Nick Andros, or something where you can be in the Finnish army without speaking Finnish?
I'm not sure.
I ended up learning enough to be there, but when I got discharged,
What languages did you have
left.
to learn to become a police officer in Finland?
I'm a cop here in the U.S.
Yeah, I don't think he was only in the army in Finland.
When I left,
Oh, okay, I see.
when I left, though, I ended up joining SUPO, which is a part of Interpol, and Interpol, they speak mostly English. Mostly.
That's great. But your time in the Finnish
What
army.
is SUPO short for?
Boy, I wish I could tell you I remembered that acronym.
I'm sorry,
So
you
you
don't
worked there,
remember
but
you
you
don't
don't know
remember what the
what it's short
acronym of
for.
the fucking International Policing Agency you work at? You don't remember what the acronym stands for?
Not really.
It's 4 letters, is it not?
It's an entire policing agency that works with Interpol.
Yeah, but you don't know. You worked for them, and you don't know what the fucking acronym stands for?
So here's the thing. Okay, SUPO itself, it's not the name SUPO is not a acronym that really means anything. It's more. This is what it stands for. It stands for the Finnish Intelligence and Security Service.
You just looked that up.
No, I didn't.
Because that's not what it's called in Finnish.
No, it's not. But that's what that is what they do.
I just looked up SUPO acronym. It says SUPO is the acronym for the Finnish Security and Intelligence Service. In the exact order you just gave.
That's what it stands for. That is what it would stand for.
So you didn't remember, but you remember now.
Interpol.
You remember now.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I
mean,
can
first
tell
of all,
you.
SUPO is short for Suojeluspoliisi, which is
Yes.
it's an abbreviation, not an acronym.
They work with Interpol.
If I have it correctly.
Yeah, they work with Interpol. So Interpol.
So you worked as for them or with them?
With them. I worked as one of the tech monkeys, if you know that term, tech monkey.
What's the term in Finnish?
I don't think the word I don't think tech monkey would translate very well, would it?
That's what they that's what they called themselves in the Finnish policing agency?
No, that's what I call myself.
Oh, got it.
I'm a tech monkey, meaning that I'm extremely good with computers. I've built my own.
You don't know the Finnish word for computer, though. I asked you earlier, do you own one? But you didn't know you didn't recognize the word.
The answer to that question would be Yule. Okay. If I didn't have a computer, I don't think I'd be really sitting here with a headset on.
Can I just ask you something?
Well, you were not able to answer the question earlier, so you know.
Can I just ask you a question? You very obviously have lied to me about literally everything. Is there a reason you can't just come clean about it?
I know where I was born. I mean, but if you think that I'm lying, that's
not
fine.
a denial. I know you know where you were born. What I'm saying is it was not the place you say you were born, and also it's not like you were born there and moved. You said you served in the military, but you don't speak the language at all. You worked at some prestigious Finnish intelligence agency or policing agency, but you didn't know what the acronym stood for until you looked it up. Your husband's in the house, but you had to message him on Discord to get his attention. You offered to send your birth certificate. I still haven't gotten that. So what are you like? What exactly are you like?
I just realized you accepted my friend request.
Okay.
So when you were in the Finnish army, did you have to learn any Swedish?
Yes, you had to learn Swedish.
What things?
You had to learn how to communicate with them. You also had to learn Norwegian to communicate with them too. Since these three countries they work together. I can't really say that for Finland anymore though. I can't with the state of the world and the way it is right now, I don't really think I can really make too much of that. But here, I mean, since people think that I'm lying about this folder too, here, you can have it here.
No, that's not an accusation of. No, I'm sure you have a ton of shit on Lyle. That's not the lie anyone's accusing of. It's just everything else. Every other detail of your personal life seems like it's a lie. What I'm trying to figure out here is like why? Why?
Maybe I want to protect myself a little bit. I mean, I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe I want to protect myself a little bit, but
So that's what we're
everything
going
else
with.
is true.
Okay, why would you need to lie? Why would you need to lie about being a part of a Finnish foreign policing agency to protect yourself? Maybe I get maybe lying about where you are.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying about that. I worked with them.
So you didn't work for them. You worked with them.
Yes, working with and for is different. Before. How can I put it? Before coming back here, we did migrate here when I was 9 years old. I left when I was 15.
Wait.
Again.
You left the U.S. to go back to Finland at 15.
Yes. Yes.
And you joined the army.
Well, I didn't join until I was of age.
And what age was that?
18.
Got it.
How
long were you in for?
I don't. They will not let.
How many years?
6.
6. Got it. And it was mandatory.
Yes.
You didn't want to be in the army?
No. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
I don't think. Does conscription require 6 years in the Finnish army?
It doesn't require it, but it's a choice.
Oh, so you didn't want to do it, but you just chose to stay in for 6 years.
Yes.
So you lived, 4 years short of a decade. You reside in this. No, over a decade. You lived in this country you lived in Finland because you left when you were fucking what, 9? So you lived in this country for almost 20 years.
I lived in this country,
and you can't speak the language?
I lived in this country, I would say, a little longer than I've lived over there. Because I'm still here now, and it's 2025.
And you have zero accent, and you can't speak the language, but you served in the army.
You would lose your accent. over time if you don't have anybody to speak it with here, which
I
don't.
Okay, that's not how accents work. The accents
Oh,
can,
no,
accents can get watered down. Don't get me wrong, accents can absolutely get watered down. But to completely lose it for a country you grew up the first 9 years of your life, the critical period of acquisition of language, the country you spent the crucial developmental years of your life in, and then again for another 6 years, is I've literally never heard of that.
So if you want to talk about accents, I used to have more of a Russian sounding voice.
So did you live in Russia?
I lived with my grandparents.
That's not what I asked.
But basically, yes. My grandparents lived in Yakutsk.
So you lived in Russia?
In Yakutsk.
You lived there?
If you know where that is.
Yeah,
If
so you
know where
lived
that
there?
is. Yeah, one of the coldest places near Alaska, yes, Yakutsk, Russia, which is, it's not one of the best places to live, but my grandparents lived there. They liked it there.
Your parents
They
lived.
there for a
Your
long-
parents lived.
My grandparents. My grandparents,
Your grandparents,
not my parents.
Your grandparents lived in the middle of fucking nowhere, Siberia.
Yeah.
So how did your family end up in Finland?
When my mom left, these are my mom's people. When my mom left, she ended up meeting my dad, who was from there. And she just simply never returned. Both of my parents never really told me really anything. I had to figure everything out for myself.
You know what's weird about Yakutsk? You know what's weird about it? That name sounded familiar to me. That just so happens to be world renowned as it just happens to be the coldest place in Russia. Population's not very big. It's just known because it's the coldest.
Which I just said.
Yeah, it's like absolute. So it's just like weird. That was the first place you thought of. I guess that's where they're from, right? So interesting, interesting. And you don't speak any of the Russian language either.
I had a reason to when they were alive, but not anymore.
But you don't remember any of it.
No, I do. I mean, hell, the top of my music playlist right now is Boldiv, which is he's actually one of my favorite artists.
So you speak Russian?
Oh.
So can I ask you a question, Russian? Can you answer
it? Perhaps. I mean, do I have to?
Yes. Tiljush?
Huh?
Oh, got it. Okay. Maybe it was my accent. I think that got in the way. Let me see if I can play it. Hold on. I think it was my accent. My bad, man. These fucking American accents, dude. Always in the way of shit, you know what I mean?
I don't really like. How can I put it? This country, I don't like the amount of accents that are here is pretty crazy, actually.
Yeah, so try this. Can you hear it? Wait, it's not loud enough. What is the question?
I can't even understand that. Like, to me on my end, it sounds terrible.
Got it. I'm sorry to hear that. Anyways, so I guess, yeah, so, since, I don't know what else to say, man. I mean, I just think you've lied to me about everything. I don't know what to tell you. If you want to prove me wrong, I'll gladly eat my words. If you want to send any proof that you've ever resided in the nation of Finland. But I mean, yeah, that's. I don't know.
I can, but I would have to blot out some things.
That's okay.
I'd have to blot out like my real name. I'd have to blot things out like that because, you know, I went through this before, and I ended up having to blot out something.
All good, man. All good. Well, we'll be waiting for your proof. Thank you for your thank you for your service. Yeah. Das Vidania. Take care, man. Okay, that went on way longer than I was saying. Was that like a fucking troll? I honestly, like, I feel like that has to have been a troll. That has to have been a troll, dude. All right, let me just read donos real quick. GG's with the 2, ESL, Crystal with 2. Why are you letting this guy trauma dump? Because it can lead to Kino, like that. GG's with the 2, ask him if he's a bottom or a top. Crystal with the 2, this motherfucker talks like, oh wait, I already read that one from you. Hey Aiden, I have a joke for you. What is Sisva's least favorite band? The Rolling Stones. Good one. Ask him what the Fox says. Can we get Miro in call too? Miro is fighting bravely in the winter cold in Finland. GG's with the 2. Call in Miro. Master of Bricks with the 5. The bear grapes the panda who lies. True. GG's with the 2. Can you ask Nick if he is a bottom or a top? No. GG's with the 2. The Finnish are not a fan of the Russian orcs. Well, thank you for the donos. We could finish this Lio call. I don't know. Honestly, I don't really know what to say. I mean, it was just like completely fucking absurd. The thing is, bring him in here. He was a rando, and I knew. That's why, if you notice my little preamble, I prefaced this by saying a lot of crazy people hate Lio, because that's true. So I didn't know if I was going to get another situation where someone was calling in here, and they were about to tell me they did the most unhinged shit on earth. We got content. I said this to someone in private. I said, I'm going to let this person call in. And if they're like an actual maniac that has no genuine grievance against Lio, it's content. And if they're a reasonable person that does have a genuine grievance against Lio, it's content. So I would win regardless. And sometimes you just have to take those conversations to get some content. But yeah, that is, I was not expecting that. All right, let's finish this Lio call.
Immediately. So it's busy robot hands. So it's Strunklebeat. Lord knows Weebus is. And God, Monstrous is. Monstrous is with a smile on her face and a switch in her hand because she takes delight in telling me I'm wrong. You don't. And I know you don't. Because I've seen you will sit there to a guy you know, makes comments about raping women, has in the past shared zoo porn, and you will try to be polite to him. Oh, Crystal. I didn't even know you were in the chat. I was just primarily people in the chat.
Crystal!
Absolutely get up in my face. Crystal will tell me in front of other people to shut up. So why be polite to someone like Yoda too? Is he your friend too?
He's not.
So why be polite to him? With all the crap you've seen him do, what he's done to other people, the stuff you've always had on his hard drive, why are you nice to him?
So for those of you who tuned in late, Lio is debating someone who's under a conservatorship, who is literally in a fucking closet right now out of fear of their abusive parents. This person had a conflict with another user. The two of them had a great convo and settled it. Lio came in to air out his own grievances after allegedly strong-arming his way into the conversation and is engaged in this like guilt by association confrontation with this person while they are literally in a closet. He's not yelling because, and I'm not lying about this, it is 9:30 p.m. at night and Lio Convoy is in a McDonald's inside of a Walmart talking to this person. So he's keeping it down.
One
Even
answer.
when it was not, I'm not gonna answer the question. Fuck.
There's only one answer from you on this that I will accept. One. And I'm not going to tell you what it is. No, Pizza, I couldn't, because I at least know why you are. Matter of fact, I have asked you those questions. And let's be honest, you're not Rin. You have a different set of values here. I'm talking about Rin compared to their own values. So what's the reason, Rin?
No matter what I answer, you'd probably not accept it because, like,
I told you
it's not
accept
because
one
he's
answer.
nice to me.
I told you I'd
Because
accept one specific answer. So what's your answer?
It's literally because I was trying to be professional, and at the time with the account, I
You
was
already- You weren't professional from day one, because from day one, and this is what I said on a Kumu stream, and I'm sure you were sweating bullets when I
Yeah,
said
let's talk to like people who are literally hiding in a closet, shitter nobodies who are hiding in a closet, who are under a conservatorship. Let's dunk on them by calling them unprofessional. Like, what are we doing, man?
You were the one trying to give Toasty. How were you being professional? Because I'm going to go ahead now that you give me your answer. I'll tell you what the answer I would have accepted would be. That because he's such a freaky weirdo, you were scared of him. I could understand that. Especially being AFAB with some of the nonsense he spouts. I absolutely could understand not liking being around him, being scared of him, being scared to have conflict. I would have accepted that. Because despite what you wanted to paint me as,
He's basically contradicting hunt fishing. This person is apparently scared of their father. This person is trans, and he's scared of his father, who is a like conservative, like Republican that is allegedly abusive as well, to the point where he's hiding in a closet right now. And Lio is saying, oh, well, you don't like that your father's this way, but you hang out with this other person. And this other person is seemingly accepting of trans people, being friends with them, but has said some things that could be interpreted as like problematic in the context of transphobia, but is still like accepting of trans people and has trans friends. Lio thinks that there's a contradiction there. And the analogy I gave was like, it's the difference between like a black guy who gets assigned for his coworker to be a literal member of the Ku Klux Klan versus some like awkward old white guy that like occasionally makes comments that like would indicate that he might have some racist views, where he's like, the problems with the culture, but I love the black people, man. I'd vote for Obama again if I could. You know, that's the difference here that we're talking about. And Lio thinks if you're willing to work with one and not the other, you must not care about racism.
that I've actually done. I'm not the monster you think I am. I'll give you an example. Because you struggle with this. You genuinely struggle with owning your screw-ups properly and just admitting your problems. So I'm going to make this an example. The things I said to Rosa were god-awful. I was an ableist. I was a slut-shamer. I said horrendous things to them I shouldn't have said to any human.
Oh, well, no, it wasn't just what you said. It was the entire, like, absurdity of why you think that would be an okay conversation to have with the person you had it with. It wasn't just that you insulted Rosa. That was not the problem with what you did.
I made comments about them removing themselves from the census. I made comments about their body. I made comments about all these things because I was being a dickhead in the moment. Because
so Lio says, and by the way, I appreciate this screenshot, but I don't know why you would send this in Icy instead of my fucking inbox, where I'd actually be able to see it, because I would have just lost it. This is me replying to Lio's tweet where he paints his entire opposition as insane or kid touchers, or attempts to generalize in that sense. He later specifies, it's not about you if you don't fit this criteria, but he's doing this thing where he's trying to reinforce the narrative that, like, if you hate me, you're part of this broader group of, like, kid touchers and crazy people, even though there are many, Lio has such a wide pool of people that hate him. There's inevitably going to be a ton of fucking insane people by virtue of the community he's in and the amount of people that hate him, but there are tons of people that have reasonable grievances against the guy, and he's only willing to talk to and entertain. The crazy ones are the ones he can get an easy dunk on, so then he can later pretend like that's his entire opposition. I see right through it because he's a disingenuous fucking pussy, right? So somebody sends this reply, and Lio replies, funny I specified obsessive, but hey, if Aiden wants to tell on himself and lace up those clown shoes. Are you like a fucking, like, grandpa that just got Twitter and is, like, dunking on the liberals? We're unironically replying to @clownworld on fucking Twitter. Lace up those clown shoes. He's welcome to it. I am obsessive. I obsessively fucking hate you. I've never denied this. I obsessively hate you. I am A-logging you. That's what we do online. I don't like you. Yes, I will obsessively cover you because I think you are hilarious to laugh at. I think you suck as a human being, and I want everyone to see how much you suck as a human being. So yes.
because I was angry about what they allowed, so I let it happen. I own that, warts and all, and I regret it, which is why I own it, which is why I eat it, which is why people can do a billion freaking videos about it, and I panic, I cut, and I run. I will hold myself to a higher standard, and I will have people around me who make sure I do. You don't. You cannot do in this situation what I just did there, and I don't get why. Are you scared that if you actually try to hold these people accountable, they won't be your friends anymore?
Yeah,
I can understand that. You really think you don't deserve better friends than them?
with self-worth as low as mine, it's hard to find friends that probably value me, to be honest.
It's not about self-worth in this case. This is about the fact that if you have standards and you let others that you consider friends violate them consistently and make excuses for them, then you don't have standards. That's what I was getting at. I never said your father's values were yours. I said you are incongruous and you are inconsistent and clear and you expect what you shouldn't be. You should not accept transphobia, regardless of who it's from. I've gotten up in people's faces over transphobia. I did it last night. I don't do it again as many times as I need to. Friend or foe. You'll align with them so long as they make you happy, so long as you think you have friends.
You shouldn't accept transphobia, but you should accept, and I almost never use this word, but I use it for this guy because it's like so blatant. You shouldn't accept transphobia, but you should accept like some of the most like egregious displays of fucking genuine, real ableism online that probably most people in here have ever fucking seen.
You've got to have a better cut of friends. You have to.
Tell us from Soul Skibbity, Aiden Undergoat is my favorite. Okay, good one.
Here's the thing. You want to be accepted within the LGBT, right?
Yeah, of course.
Do you think they're going to, knowing who you pal around with?
No,
So do you actually want to be in the LGBT, or do you want to be around people who are transphobes?
the LGBT.
Okay. What have these people done for you? Give me tangential things, or not tangential, like tangible things. What have they done for you?
I've cried to them in calls, and they've been there for me. They've let me vent to them. They've been there for me thick and thin, and they didn't throw me out when I was getting too much. They showed care for me. And
But they also never held you accountable, did they?
no, they didn't.
No. Have you ever thrown anything away, Rim?
People?
No, I said, have you ever thrown anything away?
Yeah, a lot of things.
You ever see trash reject other trash? And I'm not saying that you are trash. My metaphor here is that, of course, they're not going to reject you. They'll take anybody. They take Tommy's House of Blogs. They take whatever weirdo comes in an endless server, regardless of whether or not they've been inappropriate around children or liked watching an 8-year-old character getting cream pied.
Yeah, Tommy's House of Logs is disgusting, and
I'd need to see the he literally will just like lie to make people look like this guy said, I shit you not, because I said in a case where a 15-year-old sent a YouTube, this is the facts of the matter, as if we were to accept them as true, if we were to accept these facts as true, that a 15-year-old sends a link to a YouTube video with an that is like completely unidentifiable what's going on in the video. It's like distorted. They're trying to figure out what it is, but there's nothing glaringly inappropriate. They send a link to a YouTube video. In that YouTube video, if you go into the description, there's a link that allegedly leads to CSAM. They send this video without clicking or knowing about the link in the description, which is totally plausible, as I never click on links in people's descriptions. Nevertheless, read it, right? They send this. The server someone in the server goes and clicks on the link in the description, sees the actual video. So the 15-year-old sent something that led to it unknowingly, if we were to accept those facts as true. I'm not even, if you don't believe that story, that's fine. But under the way it's been told that nobody's really disputed, with those facts that matter, I said that we should, instead of calling this person a CSAM distributor at the age of 15, if they didn't know they were sharing something that had a link to that in the description, there is more nuance there. There is nuance that shouldn't lead to the life-ruining label of calling them a CSAM distributor. To say the nuance doesn't matter. Lio says, I defend a 15-year-old sending CSAM, because that was my take. A take like that, where you refuse to look at the nuance and will immediately assume, or immediately place a life-ruining label onto a fucking minor, saying all the nuance is irrelevant when making such a consequential decision, will only lead to the harm of minors. That's all it will do. Because you'll have people who are non-intentional, who've done something by accident, be put into the worst category, most unredeemable category on earth, before they've even hit the fucking age of 18.
I showed Neuro a screenshot of... Wait, I think it was Neuro who showed... I don't know who showed me. Was it Neuro? Neuro, was it you? Because I think it was you, and it was from a video from... Okay, yeah. And that comment...
It's like this. Let's say a guy is at, a bar. The bar is for adults only. Everybody gets a wristband. Sees some girl. She looks 21. Talks like she's 21. They really hit it off. She tells him he's 21. She shows him her fake ID that got her into the bar. They go back to his place. They have a hookup. He's like, I don't know. He's like 23, 24. They have a hookup. And when they're done, she tells him she's 17. She's displayed fake documentation and identification verifying that she's of legal age. She's reiterated that she's of legal age, and they met in a place that would indicate she's of legal age. I think that there would be nuance there that needs to be applied in the discussion of this circumstance rather than merely saying, this guy fucked a minor. Right? I don't think any reasonable, like, fucking non-primitive brained human would dispute that. No? Because the intentions and level of malice are going to be completely different than somebody who knowingly and intentionally brings a minor back and has sex with them.
About consent, yeah, that was when I was trying to get Nil the fuck away, because I already expressed to Nil multiple times that Tommy made me uncomfortable because he hangs around Carmen Rider, but...
This isn't just about Tommy. It's also about Spar Danger. In fact, I got word from somebody that some of the people that you hang around are mad that you're here at all. Has anybody reached out to you other than that one person to see if you're okay, Ren?
I don't know. I'm on my account. I'm on my phone.
How do you not know?
Because I'm on my phone and in the closet. I'm not downstairs where I could switch accounts. I can't check.
So they don't know about this account then?
They do. It's just like they...
And what?
I don't know what they said to me.
Hold on. I know that if they know you're here, then they know you're here on this account. So go ahead. Minimize the call real quick and see how many messages you have.
Like, I can't go downstairs to my laptop. My dad will get...
Ren, listen to me. They know about this account, yes?
Yeah.
They know you are in this call on that account, yes?
Yeah.
So if they wanted to contact you, what account would they be messaging right now?
Here.
The one you're on, right? So you don't need to go downstairs. You don't need to go to your laptop. All you need to do is minimize the call you're in right now and check to see if anybody's messaged you, which is what I've asked you to do.
There's Parrot Tui, which is Frick, Neuro, my best friend who is outside of this, unlisted, Crystal Omega, who messaged me about a potential escape, which I appreciate. I don't know if that's possible right now. Your DMs and then the GC with me and Frick and Neuro.
Why is this fucking creep policing? Unless you believe these people are in imminent danger to this person, why is this guy thinking he's in a position to start policing the fucking friendships of this like random vulnerable adult on Discord who's allegedly under a conservatorship and start going through their like DMs list? So it's like incredibly invasive. And he also complained at the beginning that this person asked a fucking question. He complained that they asked a question about his family life to apparently relate it to something. They just asked the question. They didn't say he had to answer. He's like, you asked me, why do you ever think you deserve to know that? Why do you ever think that's your business? How is this any of your fucking business?
And Rabbit.
Okay. You notice how Kumo, and none of those other people are there? I understand Rabbit being there. Rabbit's in the call right now. I also understand freaking Neuro being there because they've been your friends. Actual friends, believe it or not.
He's like, these people that don't like me, they're not really your friends.
To me, they're not going to let you skate around the things you've done. And they haven't. This entire time, they haven't said a word to me. And if they thought I was wrong, I'm sure they would. There have been so many calls. Well, the thing is, Neuro, you still could tag me like you just did there. I have had so many instances with Jordan where Jordan has been in calls they shouldn't have been, and I have been worried for them and constantly messaging them to get out of those calls. And not with somebody they wronged, but with other people who are horrendous. Because I cared about Jordan. These people only care about you in so much as you're around sometimes. At least that's what I think. Now, they may disagree, and they're welcome to, but you need a better caliber of friends because these friends you have just enable the worst of your behaviors. I think you know that, don't you?
At this point, yeah.
How many of these friends, Kumo, Nil, all these other people, how many of them have tried to get you to therapy? How many of them have tried to pay for your therapy?
Yes. No. Pay for me? No.
Yeah.
No. Nil has been there though. Kumo is...
Okay. Gotta be blunt. You need to run from Nil. Nil is unstable and just dangerous. Nil sent a message about how much they want to be in a Cat Slayer call to the point that where they're hoping we make them so upset that they put a gun in their mouth over something we didn't even do.
That's fucked up. Sorry, my phone is blinking because sometimes when I'm on call and it's... Yeah. I'm gonna constantly tap on the screen.
Didn't Lio literally talk about doing that over his online drama? The dang goofing box! Not the dang goofing box! Boxes in chat? Boxes in chat? Boxes up?
Warned you. I have warned you for years, Ren.
For years! For years!
For 2 years.
It sounds like the fucking ghost of Christmas past returning to... It's Jacob Marley warning Scrooge. I warned you.
Times when I'm on call and it's... Yeah. I'm gonna constantly tap on the screen.
I have warned you. I have warned you for years. Ren.
For years!
For 2 years about the friends you have, and about what they do, and about where they will drag you, and look where you are. You could have avoided this 2 years ago. Why do you think I tell you to not have friends like this? Do you think it's because I don't think you should have friends at all?
No, it's because these people don't like you, and you have some vested interest in... I don't know. Bringing more people into your orbit and less enemies.
At one point, I was very paranoid, and I thought you did actually want to isolate, but that was a wrong assumption because
Ren, if I wanted to isolate you, I would have just called your dad. Because you did give me his number.
Oh, so now... Interesting. Nice subtle way to imply a threat. Nice subtle. I have this power over you. Remember, you gave me this thing that I could use to fuck up your life. I'm not gonna do that because I'm such a nice guy. Kind of a reminder that he could go and do that.
One of the first messages you sent me on text.
Yeah, that was stupid of me.
Yeah, it was also very foolish of you to act like a victim over me talking to your mother, like I called her out of the blue, which you only corrected once you were backed into a wall and forced to. Which is why I thoroughly believe that you just want to think I'm a monster. Because you lied to Teddy. You lied on the stream. You lied about all this until you found out I had a recording. You know, the really funny thing is, you'll sit there and you'll push the idea that I'm an abuser, but you still think you should have a space in my comment section to talk, and then get really upset when I tell you to beat it. Do you really think you're entitled to that after saying stupid crap about me?
No, you're right.
Then why'd you get uppity with me about it? Where did this entitlement come from?
I was very angry with how snappy you were in conversations.
It didn't involve you, and I gave you multiple times to exit, and I gave you one final open. If you didn't beat it, I was going to block you on the channel. And then you got upset that I put up a boundary, a consistent problem with you.
Mm-hmm.
Galbanum, Rin, if I was the monster you desperately wanted me to be, why haven't I been worse to you? What?
Oh, did he? Why does he talk like if I was the monster you desperately wanted me to be? Why did he like thinks he's like in a fucking movie all the time?
Didn't I dox you to your parents? Why didn't I pull them out and let them know what you were doing? Heck,
I could have done this to you. I could have done that to you.
No, I asked if I am the one you think I am. Like, here's the thing I have noticed about people like you, and I mean people I've tried to help. Every single one of you really like the idea of the minute I don't give you the answer you want, you act like this. And I do mean every single one of you. Jordan did it. You did it. Seppi did it. Jay did it. Opal did it. Aaron did it. Luby did it. Nil did it. I sat there.
It's everyone else's fault. It's everyone else's fault that this guy's hated by so many people. It's all their fault. They're all crazy.
On a stream with people I know.
He's talking to a literal... Like, when I'm hearing this person talk, I know this person's a legal adult here. How old are they in this call? 18 or something, right? 19? I know that in this call, he's a legal adult, but apparently he has, you know, cognitive issue that literally have him under conservatorship. I hear a child. I don't know if it's you. I literally hear a child when this person talks. And the way that Lio is just fucking speaking is like so creepy, invasive, and pathetic. As always. I mean, I'll be honest, it's far from the worst I've heard of him, right? The call we watched with the fucking Spanish, the mom speaking Spanish the other day, that was pretty bad. That was like number 2, I think, to the Rosa call. But holy fuck, dude.
Say god awful things.
Oh, 20, there were 24 in this?
And they're sitting there begging me
Got it.
to call the police to get Nil help while they're trying to eliminate themselves on live stream. And then after I do, they immediately go back to being scumbags. Every last one of them. I'm done helping people like that. I'm done helping you. I hope for your sake, this is the last time you and I will speak. If you are smart, in the sense that you have self-preservation, you will do what you said you will do. You certainly haven't before, because I've heard this rigmarole from you. I've heard I just want to do my art. I don't want to interfere with SEC people. I've heard that from you already for a year, and you didn't. I'm tired of people like you abusing my kindness.
Abusing my kindness! You're so kind, dude. You're just oozing kindness. Oozing kindness in addition to all the fucking sweat being oozed from your fat body. This guy's so fucking lazy. He probably doesn't clean under the folds, and he's like developing a staph infection. You don't even need to worry about the box anymore, bro. You don't even need to worry about the box anymore.
That's what you did. I sat there for a year, keeping tabs on you, making sure you were okay, communicating with you, checking in.
Who thinks it's beyond him to use a suicide attempt as ammo? He literally had medical records verifying that somebody attempted to kill themselves, and he mocked them and said they were probably not real. Like a week or two ago.
While you were supposed to be touching grass, trying to interact and make real world friends, get therapy and everything else, and you went behind my back each time to get back online in a space you know was wrong. And here's where I'm gonna be a little blunt.
Wow, dude, this guy's such a genius, dude. Telling this person probably socially isolated, obviously neurodivergent, under a conservatorship, some sort of disability, telling them just go touch grass, go out in the real world and make friends. Wow, Lio, what like great, nuanced, incredible advice that this person can totally act on. When somebody comes to Lio and they say they're depressed, he's like, just cheer up. Just cheer up. And then everybody claps and they're like, Thomas, you're the man, Thomas. I like the way you go off on those losers, man. It's so cool. The lion's gonna roar. You don't hate this guy enough.
Neurofunk has made it very clear they want to try to help you. They talked to me about it today, in fact. You know what I told them, Rin? I told them that they're going to fail. And I told them it's not because of them. They're not going to fail because they're not equipped or because of a lack of knowledge on their end. They're going to fail because you don't want to change. I don't think you want to get better. I think this is, again, temporary. I think right now you are playing nice and you're pretending to take your lumps while still trying to be obstinate until you finally get back into a corner, I think you're going to turn around and go right back to just the first opportunity you get. And I'm making that very clear to you because I will no longer be helping you. I will no longer be nice about it. None of that. I'm not going to put you in danger. I'm not a monster as much as you desperately want me to be, because God forbid I hold you accountable. God forbid I try to get you the actual help you need. God forbid I tell you your friends aren't as good as you want to think they are, that maybe you shouldn't be friends with transphobes and hateful people. My God. Trying to be professional with some
I'm sorry, isn't this guy actively friends with fucking Gilded Pooh?
who makes rape comments to women, you know better. We both do. Please. And here's again, because I keep coming back to things because I didn't make a list. And if I had, it would have been inaccessible anyways because I'm not at home because my power's out last I checked. You then have the temerity to sit there and tell me that you do care about these things and that the reason why you released that Google Doc is because it's your story to tell. I do not disagree with the idea that you should be able to talk about your hurt, your pain, how you were abused. I wanted everybody to be able to do it. You may have killed that chance for other people because you figured, well, if Lio's an abuser and I can paint him as one, I don't have to do what he says. It doesn't matter his rationale or reason. It doesn't matter that my action will hurt other people who are also victims of it, for record, to a much higher degree by the sheer number of things that have been drawn about them. Like the fact that these creeps commission things of me and my family.
Wait, I'm sorry. What did this fucking guy just say? What?
You don't have the temerity to sit there and tell me that you do care about these things, and that the reason why you released that Google Doc is because it's your story to tell. I do not disagree with the idea that you should be able to talk about your hurt, your pain, how you were abused. I wanted everybody to be able to do it. You may have killed that chance for other people because you figured, well, if Lio's an abuser and I can paint him as one, I don't have to do what he says. It doesn't matter his rationale.
So it's never, he can never attack, I don't like what you had to say about me. It's making it a greater moral issue to make it see, this guy is such an exaggerative, whiny little bitch, okay? He has to sit there and be like, by believing abuse allegations made against me, you've hurt other abuse victims. No? No? Not really. Not at all, actually.
It doesn't matter that my action will hurt other people who are also victims of it, for
how?
Record, to a much higher degree by the sheer number.
The fucking ego as well, and like self-described predator. To go after me is to go against the victims of abuse. Who appointed you as a fucking representative, dude?
Things that have been drawn about them. Like the fact that these creeps commission things of me and my family, Rin. I told you, wait. And the reason I told you wait was because I was hoping the other people would have the chance to file reports, Rin. And you may have blown that for them. Telling your truth, telling your story is 100% valid.
Wait, who was gonna file reports? You're retarded.
Sometimes you have to think bigger picture. I didn't even want to initially deal with the false accusations of abuse towards me because I knew what if I did. Any chance those people had of having a normal online life would be shot because I would have to expose them as liars. I would have to expose them as manipulators and grifters. I didn't want to. It's despite people trying to twist my words in that Senate call, and I said, now I'm going to have to embarrass them because I didn't want to win. Do you think I like doing it? Do you think I like knowing the fact that these people I took care of, that I had in my home, that I got away from awful situations, were trying to paint me as an abuser and letting other people run with that idea? Even
why is that, Lio? Why is that?
To calling me a groomer, you think I liked that? I hope you're never in the position I've been in. For the record, yes, I am telling Jeremy.
You know, I've been online now for 8 years. 8 years, and I've made a lot of enemies, okay? I've become personal friends with people I've met online. I've met some several times in person, been to their houses, and naturally, I've fallen out with people. It's a very volatile, online friendships are very volatile, okay? I've made tons of enemies. I've fallen out with many people. I've never had people, every time the second one of them like turns, I've never had them come out with all these claims that I'm a fucking abuser, that I'm still sitting here justifying my fucking public abusive call against a fucking disabled woman, etc. It's just so weird how so many people stop becoming friends with this guy and they just lie. It's crazy, dude. It's actually nuts. It's crazy.
Make that video because I don't think you're going to stop. I have no faith that you will. I wish Neurofunk the best, and I'll repeat it again. I don't think they're going to fail because of them. I think they're going to fail because of you. Now, I've not raised my voice.
Wait, Neurofunk, who took their life?
I have not yelled at you. I took a stern tone. Got a little gravelly. But if I continue to see you in these spaces, there will be consequences. If I continue to see you weaponizing against other people, if I continue to see you interacting with people you claim are against your values, you and I are going to have a much bigger problem on a much larger scale. And this is completely divorced from you. If you two have settled that, good. I'm glad and I'm proud of both of you for it. But if you ever wind up pulling these stunts again and trying to go after the people I care about needlessly, as it was, let's not play games here. The way you conducted yourself has been asinine, and it's certainly not been in the benefit of victims. It's been in the benefit of you. If I catch that again, we're gonna what?
I disagree, but you're allowed to have your opinion.
The only reason he's not yelling, once again, you can tell you obviously know, but he wants to yell. He wants to yell. He wants to intimidate. He wants to pressure. He needs to remind this person mid-conversation while trying to influence their connections and friendships that he knows her abusive dad's phone number. Or sorry, his allegedly abusive dad's phone number. So this is to intimidate. If he were not eating a fucking buffet at a McDonald's inside of a Walmart in bumfuck Texas at 10 p.m. at night, he would absolutely be screaming at this person. Yes.
Oh, so what you said earlier about how you used the platform to go at people you were angry at wasn't true?
It
Gal,
was-
they had to make an entire separate account because of you.
Because of you!
Because you couldn't manage it. Or did you forget that?
I didn't.
So tell me, if you did so good, why would they need to make a secondary account, Ren?
I apologize. I understand the criticism.
I'm not saying, Ren, that you don't care about people being preyed on. I'm not dumb. I know your history. I know you do. My point is, you did not actually care about this specific thing. You saw an opportunity to attack people you didn't like, as evidenced by the actions and by the reactions.
Oh, just like with the Ichabod Jordan situation?
Because I'm not going to tell you who, but we actually did have a call with one of the victims. And they made it very clear the other victims were not happy with you and how you conducted that entire charade. Weren't happy with Akumu either. Or Kumo. They wish people with more sense had covered this. Because step one of covering stuff like this, Ren,
Did Aiden reveal his polycule yet? Gulp?
is contacting the people affected. I wasn't done.
Wait, the victims weren't contacted. Wait,
Crystal, did any of that play out to you like they were?
I assumed they were reached out to. I thought.
Go ahead, Ren. Tell Crystal.
Wait, what?
I didn't because I was afraid that the evidence would be covered up. But at the same time, that was a huge mistake. I get it.
You did. Hold on. You thought the evidence would be covered up if you spoke to the
Tell us from
victims?
GG's.
Because
Late night
last
Walmart
time when
runs
I
are a
tried to go after
vibe.
Toasty, one of the victims was going
I can't think of a more fucking unappetizing place to eat than at a restaurant inside of a Walmart.
against the video and stuff like that.
Crystal, I'm going to hand this portion over to you. You're more qualified to handle it.
Okay, that's not true. Maybe a restaurant inside of a crematorium might beat that. Jones Barbecue and Crematorium.
I was
Yeah.
under the preconception that the victims were reached out to.
Yeah, so as someone who was also in the call that Laya was referring to,
as someone-
apparently, according to the victim that we had spoken to, Akumu and Rin here just kind of took the stories and ran with them themselves, which is why I was under the notion for such a long time that neither did care. Now I don't know I don't know Rin's history like Laya does, but that's why I was going around saying that neither cared about the victims.
Wait, I'm not going to comment on Kumu. I'm going to comment on Ren as they're here. Sorry.
I'm just saying.
When
That's
it comes to victims, as a victim myself, as someone who has dealt with a glitch cell situation, Ren, you see cases, you see victims, of course you get the evidence, you compile the evidence beforehand, and then you reach out to them, you talk to them, you check if it's okay to use their story. You can say it as a general sense in relation to the FCK that this is the stuff that had multiple people who were sexual around children as they were. It was displayed, it was disgusting, and a lot of people should have done a lot more. And that is something for a very different day, for a very different talk we need to have with people. But you talk to the victims. There's many victims of the Glitch Cell crew that I couldn't forward their story, that it was very concrete proof that I couldn't use because the victims told me not to. Does that suck completely? Yes. But
None of you people should be handling victims, predators, any of it. Report to the police, fucking move on. None of these people are in any capacity. I don't know. Is it not a problem to people like Beckett that Lio hasn't just like resigned from the role of like dealing with like situations involving predators and victims in general? I mean, does Lio accept at this point that he's like so underqualified that I could pull a random crackhead off the street and they probably understand more about grooming, sexual assault, etc. than he does, and that he's probably in no position to ever deal with victims or handle anything like this?
Got on Peaches and Loomy's ass for? You don't take a victim story or voice a victim story without their
I love Beckett. But dude, the sweeping, man. The sweeping, he's not gonna like that I said this.
consent. You saw how frustrated I got with them, Min. You saw my anger. And the reason I've been giving you support and giving you understanding because I was under the precondition that you asked the victim. There was no victims asked at all in the FCK. Min, did you ask a single victim?
Beforehand, no.
You didn't ask a single. So what was the FCK for then? Because
I
I'm
was
glad
trying-
it happened. I'm glad people are informed, but I was under the precondition that you were friends with one of the victims, or you had like one of them came to you to be like, "Can you help me speak about this? Can you help me tell my truth?" Because that's how I did it. as many stories I couldn't because I wasn't given permission to. So how did it again? Explain that to me, please.
During that, the reason why was also because I felt guilty.
Who is that? That's Doodle Tones, who I haven't looked into the lore of, but apparently was involved in a situation regarding a diaper, which it's the fucking ACC. Are you surprised? No, of course not.
Guilty for taking down the video.
At least this one didn't fuck an animal, to my knowledge.
On Toasty because I was gaslit by Junkie and the others by saying.
Dude, not Gidgy and Glammy gaslighting me on the Glorpus situation.
I dislike bombing and people lying to me, and I felt horrible for what I did to Teddy and for taking down the video and voicing my anger behind the scenes and being extremely overkill. I did everything and then I went to the FCK and saw everything, and it was worse than I ever imagined it. I was doing everything in my power to make up for it, and I was afraid that if I confronted them, that that they would be in a terrible mental position. I didn't know what to do, and I was irrational, but
They would be in a terrible mental state either or, because again, you're still voicing their trauma, you're voicing their experiences, they're voicing what they've probably pushed down. Or I do agree that I'm very glad it's being covered. I'm very glad it's being talked about. I'm extremely annoyed that it was looked past for a multitude of years, but that it wasn't even prefaced with the idea of a victim coming forward or you reaching out to a victim, either or just explaining the seriousness of it. I'm flummoxed. Because how it was expressed to me for so long, it was like, victims are reclaiming their stories, but man, I assumed it was reclaiming their stories from the FCK, from the people who exposed them to this, but no. It was reclaiming their stories from you.
Thankfully, somebody else is handling that.
Literally what I did with Chips. I literally had to help Chips.
I'm sorry, but if this person meaningfully affected the victims have more problems than being victimized at this point.
Lumi and Beaches, and now...
This is not Harley TPS, no.
You know that you've done the same thing to multiple victims. That you put them in a position where they felt like they had to speak up because... And they... God knows if they were ready. God knows if they wanted it to be spoken about now. Because it's one of those situations where it's incredibly shitty. It's really hard, but you need to make sure that victims are informed first and foremost, or talked to, or just comforted, just anything, not just...
Dude, listening to members of Lio Convoy server talk to someone about how to properly deal with victims is like... I don't know, dude. Fucking Hitler telling me off for hate speech? Dahmer telling me about personal boundaries? I mean...
Straight away, like, if you're going to do it...
Epstein be like, I don't like pedophiles.
You file the police report. You do everything beforehand. So even if it doesn't go public, you've still done the legally right.
This is the guy... Lio Convoy is the guy that got a fucking 17-year-old in a call with their groomer. Live on the end, went over with absolutely zero sensitivity this person's grooming allegations to a live audience.
Right thing, which you have done.
While they were in the call.
You have generally done that. You've shown me that you've done that. I'm glad that you have. You've used the right channels to report that server, and I'm really glad that you did do that. But it feels a bit backwards. It feels a bit backwards, if I'm being honest.
Fair enough.
Sorry, go ahead, Crystal.
Have you talked to the victims like Teddy and anything like that? Like, what has been their thoughts on this?
Their thoughts were that they were annoyed, but that I was apologetic, and I apologized to Mimi, and they were okay with it. Yeah, but yeah, I did apologize to them profusely.
Was this before or after you used the account to constantly talk about me?
For like
Oh, it's always about this fucking... This was like initially a conflict resolution between two people who are like probably younger and should be less mature than Lio Convoy that actually handled conflict resolution in the correct way. He's now interjected because he has some personal grievance, even though the conflict's been resolved and this person's incredibly apologetic. I don't even like
the outing.
No. When you talked to these victims, was it before or after you started talking about me?
Before.
He's mad. He always needs to, like, all of his grievances need to be exaggerated or masked in some greater, more, like, he cares about the victims. He's mad that this person talked about him. Okay, this has nothing to do with victims. It's just like with Rosa. They don't give a fuck that Rosa was like... Lio thinks the problem is that Rosa wasn't actually a mod. No, even if Rosa was a mod, all my opinions of that call would stay the same. Lio didn't give a fuck about that. They gave a fuck that Rosa was like making mean tweets, I guess, about the Zaid misanthropony person over his takes on Star Wars. But they have to veil it in some like greater moral failing.
Just got word that you had to be coaxed into filing police reports. And I know the person who's telling me this is being truthful.
Huh.
So I'm going to ask you to verify. Did you have to be coaxed into filing those police reports?
Lio, this person is apparently literally under a fucking conservatorship.
Yeah, I'm.
Why should they even be Why should they even be the one filing police reports?
I was afraid because the legal case was ruined because it was 4 years ago as a statute of limitations, and also because I wanted to. I was afraid that it would go nowhere, and
Why were you afraid? It wasn't for you.
You were afraid it was going to go nowhere, so you had to be okay.
So you were afraid it was going nowhere, so you had to make a Twitter account and.
No, I got this.
Please,
You were
please.
afraid that it was going to go nowhere, so you had to be convinced to make a police report. You do know if you did nothing, it would also go nowhere. You are arguing a negative. You are worried it was going to go nowhere, so you had to be coaxed into making a police report, which would
This person is so keen on avoiding attention from their parents. They're literally in a fucking closet right now. Obviously, if they believed the police report was going to go nowhere, they wouldn't want to be the ones to handle filing it and dealing with the legal process that would inevitably bring them attention that they are clearly attempting to avoid, almost certainly bring awareness to their parents. Going through the police is something that like requires effort and navigation, etc. So obviously, if they believe both outcomes are gonna go nowhere, then they're obviously gonna fucking take the one with less personal risk if they believe the outcome is gonna be the same. That's why this person shouldn't be handling the police reports.
it go somewhere, even that small chance. Then, when I filed my police report against Artie and Fear against my groomers, I had it in the back of my head. It would probably go nowhere because we know how the legal system works. But with that being said, it still gives it a chance, a small chance of it going somewhere. Why did you have to be coaxed into it, man? Why did you have to be coaxed into it? That's the bare minimum.
Oh, and you have some they did this with Rosa too. Everyone here has been groomed. I'm sorry, dude. Everyone's except me. Like, but there's always like the crying grooming victim that's like using their grooming to go browbeat someone who had nothing to do with it. Some vulnerable person who had nothing to do with it in every Senate call. Every fucking time, dude.
You do. I thought you did that on your own being, and you were just confused, and that's why, Rin, I don't have to. There's been many times I've had conversations with Lio where I felt like he was being too hard, and I didn't get it because I don't want to involve myself in situations. I don't want to involve myself in the FCK because again, it's being handled now by the appropriate channels. But man, to know that you were coaxed into making a police report, that you didn't ask the victims for permission, that you didn't do anything like this.
Why is the obligation for somebody who's allegedly not even responsible for their own fucking living affairs? Why is it their obligation to handle what is supposedly a very consequential predator investigate or file police reports on this?
Amazed that Lio has been so graceful in this chat.
So graceful, so graceful. Thank you, Saint Lio. Thank you, Father.
Sorry for interrupting you, Lio. You can go.
No, this is where I say one specific thing. I've had a lot of people tell me that my behavior from the roast call hasn't changed. But here's the kicker, Ren, you're very lucky. Very, 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 very lucky. But I don't operate like I used to in Senate. You know that. It's called
what? Is that it? Huh?
Don't tell me that my behavior from the roast call hasn't changed. But here's the kicker, Ren, you're very lucky. Very, 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 very lucky. But I don't operate like I used to in Senate. You know that. It's called what's it called. I have people on another server right now who kind of wish I would toss them because they're very hungry for ramen.
He wants to fucking do this. He thinks that this is like not a part of his life he's embarrassed about, the accountability calls. He's only not doing it because it would make him look bad because the Rosa call happened. He's fucking itching to do it and will do everything to get that same effect. You can fucking hear it.
Not do right now. Because you are in a very dangerous place. And I know if I do it, I know if I toss you in there, you'll be out on your butt tonight. Because they will not be kind. They will not be patient. They will not be having a calm conversation with you. They are going to snatch you. They would snatch you up by your short hairs and they would eat you alive.
I'll be back.
So while they're probably going to be tagging me in the chat, doing like, Reed, why don't you give us this meat? I'm not doing you out of your safety. Because it's
oh, so not. I have people on the line right now. They're going to do horrible, but I'm such a nice guy. He keeps doing this. It is like a subtle threat. He's repeatedly reinforcing, I have the ability to hurt you. I have the ability to hurt you. Unprompted, he's invoking that, but doing it in a way where it doesn't look like an overt threat. He's like, remember when you gave me your dad's number, which I could call to like completely like ruin your life and fuck it up? Yeah, I'm not going to do that because I'm such a nice guy. I'm not gonna, it's like he's letting you know he has that power. He can do that to you, which then you keep in mind for when you're interacting with and dealing with them. It is in essence a threat.
You, more than consideration you showed to these victims. All the while, and I hate having to use this word, because it is absolutely used, very much so by the people you like, but all the while sitting here grandstanding on your Twitter about me and how I don't care for victims.
Oh, he's mad he gets called a grandstander.
I'm not going to pretend like the way I've treated them has always been good. It certainly hasn't. Jibs is a good testament to that in multiple ways. I was not prepared to properly deal with it. In that case,
No, it wasn't like you weren't prepared to properly deal with it. It wasn't like this was a complex situation. His involvement with the Jibs shit showed somebody who, despite being a predator catcher, literally doesn't fucking know what grooming is. It wasn't just a lack of preparation. It's like a lack of general knowledge on the fucking subject, which you claim to be like an expert and like, you know, useful actor in.
this piece is a lot smarter than me on that. Probably about a lot of other things too. But I'm not going to pull the stunts you have. This is why I say you don't care, Rin. Did Akumu ask any of the victims before making that video? Yes or no?
No.
No.
Yeah, take care.
How is this about the victims? Rin, I'm sitting on so much crap right now. I would love to wrap, metaphorically, my fingers around the necks of certain scumbags. But the reason I haven't is because
I want to, dude. This guy changed, by the way, changed. He really, this is a guy who really feels bad about the time of his life where he was doing accountability calls, and he's so embarrassed. He's so ashamed. He's so humiliated by that time in his life, and definitely is not fucking itching to do it again and trying to find supplements that are essentially the same thing. Changed. A true, heartfelt redemption story.
the people who have been victimized by them have not given me clearance to do so. And these are people who have harmed multiple people. And I would love to do it, but I will not until I get clearance from every single person involved, which is why I told you to sit on it. I didn't do it because I wanted you to hurt or because I wanted to disregard your concerns. I didn't. Because you have gone through awful things. And these people making art, taking light at that, joy at it, are disgusting. And I literally wish for death on them. And I'm not going to apologize for that. So if this ever does go to you two and have people saying I haven't changed, no, I ain't going to change about that. That maintains. You may have taken that from them. Because in your world, you're the only one who matters. It's why you'll excuse terrible things. Other people do so long as they're your friends. And it's why you'll run with false accusations of abuse so long as it's somebody you don't like. Efron probably has some things he wants to say to you right now. I'm going to let him take the mic for now, simply because I need time to cool off for a moment.
So, Aiden, why do you think Lio tends to have so many insane people after him? Because those seem to be the people he likes interacting with the most, because they're vulnerable targets. They also make very dedicated schizo A-logs. He likes, and also the ACC, your general person is fucking insane. He primarily exists with and interacts with people within that community. So the pool of his enemies are going to mostly come from that community, and that pool is one that is already going to be predisposed to mental illness, antisocial behaviors, etc.
I just have some very basic questions, such as you say all these people supported you and tried to help you and basically said nobody had ever given you that before. Is that what you meant, or did I misunderstand, Rin?
I'm really glad we're having, like, the whole fucking peanut gallery chime in again. Definitely not a Senate call.
I didn't have much people around, but yeah,
Were you friends with people like Akumu in late 22? And there's a very specific reason why I'm asking you that.
Mm-hmm.
So you had
Yeah,
no one else around?
It was hard for me to text him because I didn't know where to find him, but I cared for him. Yeah, I care for him.
Oh, no. You had no one else around to help you and to be your friend in late 22.
That's false. No, I meant 21, but
Okay,
yeah.
my mistake. I misunderstood. I'm not perfect.
We fucking know. Far from it.
I think basically everything I wanted to ask has been asked in one way or the other. The only other thing I really have is, and if this has already been asked about, please let me know. What was with that tweet where you said that what you told me came across as lying?
Yeah, because I was venting my frustrations and I wasn't thinking straight, but still.
No, Ren, no, you were. I don't believe you weren't, because that is very specific wording. That is not random ranting. That is very specific phrasing. Came across as lying.
Yeah,
why did it come across as lying, Ren?
Because I was paranoid and it wasn't the truth.
Wait, right there. It wasn't the truth. And that is what I wanted to hear. Because you know what you are doing when you tell people things that aren't true, Ren?
I guess they defend you.
Aiden has great hair. Like, finally somebody fucking says it. Finally somebody admits it.
No. You're lying to them. And you have been unwilling to say that term in reference to me. That wasn't even the first time. Do you remember one of the last messages you sent me?
Who is this person, dude? Who is this person? Do you remember that tweet, that mean tweet you put out about me? I'm gonna gang up on you with this group of 100 other fucking morons. This is the most important moment of my life. Who is this person?
Your old account. When I said you lied to me, do you remember what you told me? Because I have the phrasing burned in
This is Ephraim? Dude, I need the Ephraim photo. 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 Who sent it to me? Somebody sent me what Ephraim looks like. I need the photo. I need the photo. I need the photo. I need the photo. Who sent it to me? Resend it. I think it might have been Cal. Dude. This is what the guy who's talking. This is what he fucking looks like, bro. I was saying that to mock him. Take it back. That wasn't a joke. All this is true. This is like the most fucking important moment in this guy's life. Why is he even here?
my fucking skull. Okay, I'll calm down a little.
I'll calm down. Sorry, guys. This guy's so annoying and talkative that, like, even fucking... I actually sided with Lio. Who told... No, not Lio. Some random person eventually fucking chimed in and told this guy to shut the fuck up in one of these confrontation calls.
You first, friend?
No, you can go ahead.
Okay, you told me. First of all, I didn't lie. Emotional speaking is not lying. A year and a half later, I would just like to know, what the fuck did you mean by that?
What I meant was that I was not thinking well, and I was thinking the truth of the moment.
You were thinking...
Truth of the moment.
What does... Okay, Rin, are you doing okay? First off, like, I'm gonna...
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not doing okay.
Okay, well then take a second. Take a second to calm down if you need to. If you need to,
You gotta take it mind from the current situation for Ren is not exactly.
What is... So this is what diaper tone sounds like? How do you have a YouTube channel talking like this, dude? Did they use the voice changer on the YouTube channel?
Yeah, okay. Well, then I apologize for coming in a little much. I do apologize for that.
I do apologize. I'm Ephraim, guys. I'm included. Look, I'm included, everybody. Look, I'm part of the gang. I do have friends, Mom. They're on the computer, but they're real. Good one, Ephraim, buddy. Bless your heart. Bless your heart, Ephraim.
Apparently just sound angry, like, all the time. And I don't mean to.
Rin, if you could do me a favor, if you can in for 10, out for 10, if you can take a deep breath for 10 seconds and exhale for 10 seconds.
Dude, we've got, like, a fucking, I don't know, like, a Hindu guru, or a Sikh guru has just shown up. Thank God. Thank God. We're gonna do fucking chakras and meditation right now. Very useful.
I feel horrible, okay? Alright.
No.
I'm sorry.
Just take a breath.
Yeah, no.
Take a moment to center yourself. It's okay. Conversations like these is not easy, and I know I feel like it's going to be a lot of mixed messages now that I'm talking. I apologize.
No, you're okay.
I'm of the testament. I am of the mindset of if you can see if the things that you've done, the mistakes you've made have been put before you, and you feel that genuine remorse, and you can see that.
And you repent to Lyle Convoy with truth and faith in his abilities in your heart, then you may, or the Father, Lyle Convoy, may, in all of his mercy and glory, be willing to forgive you on behalf of the abuse victims of the world, because he is their representative.
You have that kind of not good feeling in the pit of your stomach.
Lyle Convoy is like the fucking Lorax of art commentary rape victims, dude.
That shows that, you do feel bad for your actions. It shows you care. I personally believe that. That is my personal belief.
I will...
You first.
I will ask, is there... Aside from financial, because I can't pay, because my father is controlling my finances now, and he does not want me giving money to anyone whatsoever. It doesn't matter if it's helping someone. He told me word for word, I cannot help anybody. I can't even help myself. So, is there any way to make up for anything?
In the way you want to, because here's a question I have been asked to ask. Do you think one of the reasons why the victim said they were fine with you continuing the account is because they already felt like the damage has been done?
So, you know this thing that one of the victims said that doesn't actually make you look like my narrative that I've been painting as somebody who's really significantly hurt the victims with your 2-follower Twitter account? Do you think the reason they said that thing that completely destroys my narrative is because they were defeated and lied?
What did you say?
Do you think the reason that the victims told you they were okay with the account after it came online was because they figured the damage had already been done?
I think they said something along the lines, yeah.
I think like what Monster said.
I know some people are getting concerned about how long this has been going.
Shut the fuck up!
Like,
I don't disagree.
3 hours.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. This is getting longer than it should. However, I need to make some things very clear here, and then we will close out.
You fucking doofus.
I understand, empathize, and sympathize with the things you have gone through in relation to things like the FCK. I do. However, I will give you a comparison. What toys did you play with when you were a kid? Just name one of them.
Nintendo DS.
Oh no.
You have a Nintendo DS, and another person in your classroom has a Nintendo DS. Because you have a Nintendo DS, does that mean you can go mess with their Nintendo DS?
No.
Exactly. Just because you were a victim of these things does not mean you have carte blanche to talk about others' struggles. It does not mean you have carte blanche to make a fuss about them. Because what you did, what Akuma did, and even if we strike away all the other stuff, is you dragged people's trauma out. You made a spectacle of it. You didn't even have a decency to board them. There is something very specific. Crystal can attest to this. Something very specific that Peaches told people about me. It was private. And I can promise you, when Crystal let me know that was spread out like candy, it was devastating. I'm a 38-year-old man that people seem to think is invulnerable.
Oh, is he gonna mention the darn goofing box, dude? I wanted to reach into that darn goofing box and put the fucking pistol. Lyle was like edging me, dude. He was edging me. I'm like, yes? Yeah, he's putting his hand in the box, yeah? And he's like, I almost did it. I'm like, fuck.
I broke down in that call in front of Crystal, their friend.
Trauma dump? We don't care that you're a bitch. We already knew that, little bro. We already knew that you're like a scared little bitch. We already knew that. Thank you, though, for the information. Didn't ask.
Jibs over what I was told. Completely breaking down. 38. The person everyone runs to fix their problems and be their fortress. I broke down.
Yeah, because you've presented yourself that way. You clearly, like, fucking suck at it and do it manipulatively. You can't fix anyone's problems because you have a million problems of your own, which is why you use this as, like, a form of escapism, and you do it in the most pathetic way where you, like, take on, like, you take on challengeless fights and, like, fucking claim your victory like you're Zhukov or some shit and then, like, run from anyone competent enough to debate you, because you suck and you're, like, a big fat pussy.
I can't even imagine what more vulnerable people had to do than have to deal with what you and Nakumu did. It's egregious. So you want to know what you can do to atone? Never pull this stunt again.
Yeah, so in translation, this person said mean things about Lio, and in the process, they've hurt all the victims of rape.
Stand by what you've been told to do. You are going to get off social media. You are going to focus on your art, and you're going to stop hanging around people who...
Yes, he likes to do that, like, beaten noir detective kind of thing, like, where he's 2 weeks away from retirement, and it's the case that pulled him back in. God, this city never changes. God, this city never changes. It's like, this guy's like voluntarily inserting himself into this conversation. He's like, why do I have to do this, man? Why do I have to do that? Every single fucking time. It's like, we know you want to do this. We know this is an exciting part of your week because you have a boring, miserable fucking life. We know your wife hasn't shown you love in years. I don't know if you're just married on paper at this point. I don't even know if you live with her. Okay, so no, we know you want to do this. We know this is very exciting to you. We know this is the most exciting part of your week. Like, you're not fucking lying to anyone.
Your nonsense. Anything less than that just further proves you don't care. And you're not going to run around to these victims for absolution. You're going to leave them alone. Because people like that have a really soft heart, and they're going to want to comfort you. No. No more. Do you understand me?
I understand.
Because if I find out otherwise, I am throwing you to those other people. I will not be in that call.
So he's threatened. So just remember before where he brings up these people are gonna call your parent. Wait, I think I might be conflating the two. Yeah, he was talking about people who wanted to call the parents, right? When he was reminding her that he had his dad's number, when he's reminding her of this group that he's holding back out of the kindness of his heart, who want to call her parents or whatever, that was all obviously a threat, and this obviously, like, kind of reinforces that, because now he's just overtly saying it. If you do X, I will do Y. Before, it was like a subtle threat in, I'm letting you know that I could let really bad things happen to you or do really bad things to you. He was inserting that, saying he's not going to do that as like a way to let this person know he could. Now he's just overtly making the threat.
I will not protect you. I will not run interference. They will do as they please, with very few exceptions. And they know what those exceptions are. There are things they will not do. But they will take the things you've done. They will tear you to pieces for it. I will not, but they will. You will not be given solve here. If you see feeling involved,
Breaking up, Lyle.
You broke up a bit there.
give me a minute. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Give me a minute. I dropped the ketchup packet.
You will not find your...
Sir, we're closing. It is 11 p.m. at night. I want to get off my fucking shift. You just keep ordering food. Can you just make your final order? He's the only person that needs to get reminded you know how if you're eating at a restaurant late at night, they have to remind you the kitchen's closing, you put your last orders in? He's the only person that has to get that reminder at a fucking McDonald's in Walmart. So the kitchen's closing, so if you want to, like, place your final order, you should do it now. And there's, like, just some depressed, like, employee working at that fucking place that's just like, can he please stop eating? I just want to go home.
Absolution here. You will not have your conscience out here. If you seek that, you can turn to the balm of Gilead, but you will not be given it here. And with that, I think we're done.
I think we're done.
Best, Rin. See if you can prove me wrong.
All right.
Night.
Oh, wait.
So, being manipulative and threatening a vulnerable adult. Great stuff, Lio. Great stuff. Really a man who's changed. Really just a solid, stellar individual. Beckett was right, okay? Lio's changed. I am going after motherfucking Teresa, dude. Well, that's that. I think we're at the end of our Lio calls. I'm going to tell you guys what I'm going to do. Actually, I'll wait for that. Alright, wait, hold on. Anyways, I think that's probably going to be the end of them for now, unless people have more shit, or we have more interesting callers who... Honestly, dude, that guy, the fact that he served in the Space Force, the Chinese and American armies, the fucking CIA, and was the president of Finland. I mean, could you get a more experienced caller than that? So I think we've reached the end of, like, most of the calls. Me and Malcolm are going to do a duo stream where we're going to do... potentially, as we're in talks to do this, a tier list. A Lio call tier list. Okay, there's some more. I'm going to be scraping the barrel here. There's some more potentially in there. I doubt this is the last I'll talk about this guy or the last I'll hear from him. Because now what I get to do is I get to start covering the people around him if I run out of stuff to cover him with. And there is no end to that, okay? I mean, Hidden Heroine wrote a literal, like, Hidden Heroine wrote an actual fan fiction about Magneto at the age of 8, forming a relationship, getting saved by an adult nurse in a concentration camp, and then later falling in love and forming a relationship with her, even though he met her and she was helping him when he was 8 and she was a grown adult. Sounds a little groomy. But yeah. You'll have, who's Baiji? Send that to me. It's never gonna end with Thomas, dude. It's never gonna end with Thomas. It's never gonna end with Gilded, quote unquote, the kid wanted it, poo. Okay? It's never ending. Never ending! Oh, and another zoo file as well. Great stuff, guys. Great stuff going on. But yeah, I'll probably see you guys tomorrow. I don't know if I have much in the docket, but friendly reminder, if you have fucking anything, put it in the inbox and not icy chat, because the more shit there is in inbox, the more likely I am to actually go do a stream. Because I only come across so many topics, but you guys keep my eyes everywhere. If it's a funny fucking Reddit story you saw, down to a funny off-handed tweet, off to some, like, obscure drama in the bird feather trimming community, send it all. Send it all. Good night, guys. Thank you for helping hit goal. And who will I bring you into? Hold on. I will send you over to my good pal. Can I, is the edit button here? Okay, so I guess YouTube just, like, changed the layout or something. Oh, wait, no, I got it. Sending you over to my good buddy. Kwee. Alright, take care, guys. Bye-bye.